Autumn Do You Know began its life as a novelette and then subsequently a novella. The novelette was entitled The Gift of a Child, and I wrote it for my newsletter followers as a thank you for them reading my weekly newsletters and sharing a little bit of a story that was very personal to me. While the story itself is fiction, it's inspired by something my own son did for me. I was widowed at 26 with 2 children under 4, just like Autumn was. And in fact, the story, with the exception of Chase, patterns very much of my life at this time. Because I'm a romance writer at heart, when I finished The Gift of a Child, I realized I needed to write a romance because there just had to be a romance. I introduced this character of Chase, and he was just so fun and so wonderful. I had to give him a chance to find his happily ever after with Autumn. So I did that, and I always thought that I would write more in the series, but I didn't. Just, my mind is full of all these stories, and it just never happened. And so the quote-unquote gift series kind of sat out there all by itself and didn't go anywhere or lead readers anywhere. So I finally decided that maybe what I should do is pull it into my Huckleberry Falls series. I changed all the names. I changed the location. I pulled in Huckleberry Falls characters for cameos and set up Coletta, who will be the love interest for the 6th and final book in that series. It was interesting as the narrator was doing this updated version of the book. It really takes me back to that time because the apartment that Autumn lives in the beginning, that was my apartment. The townhouse apartment that she moves into, that was my apartment. That apartment complex was my apartment complex. I used to work for a pest control company, and I was a bookkeeper. So much of that was very much what I was going through at the time that I wrote this story. So yeah, this one hits a little bit close to home. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
When I'm with you, there's no reason for why. I'm intoxicated by your side. Nothing in the world's gonna beat this high. I've been searching for all of my life.
Autumn Do You Know by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Part 1. Chapter 1. It was the 3rd worst day of Autumn Donnelly's life. She lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling. It'd been 2 months to the day since the men from the coroner's office had shown up at her door. 2 months since they had ripped out her heart. 2 months, and she was still running from the grief. Shouldn't the raw, opened wound left by Steve's loss have closed by now? Even a little? Some days it hurt so badly, Autumn found it hard to believe people couldn't tell she was bleeding out emotionally right in front of them. But no, she had to put on a brave face. Grief was such a private thing. It made people uncomfortable if she showed it openly. Like if she'd shown up to an event wearing only her undies. Autumn had learned to wear the face they wanted to see, that of a resilient young widow with 2 small children who was moving on. But those people didn't have to come home to an apartment every night that echoed with her late husband's absence. Autumn stared at the afternoon light coming through her window, already amber-hued, though it was barely 4 o'clock. In Huckleberry Falls, the fall light had a way of rushing toward evening and got dark so quickly now. Every day she had to face coming home to the apartment sooner after work. At the park, where she and the kids had spent so much time these last 2 months, she could pretend Steve would be home when they returned, and that he would joyously sweep them into his arms. Her eyes stung. Autumn had to stop this, had to fight this crippling lethargy. So what if it was the 2-month anniversary of Steve's death? So what if it was her birthday? So what if no one, neither her dad nor Steve's parents, had remembered? She had to stop wallowing in despair. The children, she had to focus on them. They needed her. If she succumbed to this despondency, they had no one else. Autumn forced herself to sit up, slide her legs to the side of the bed, and stand. What should she do? The laundry was finished, the apartment immaculate. They'd already been to the park once today. Start living your life again. I want you to be happy. She heard the words as though Steve had spoken them to her. Closing her burning eyes, she imagined him standing beside her, his arms encircling her. It made her feel cared for again. He was right. She had to be strong, if not for herself, then for those 2 little children. She recalled a friend from high school whose wife had died in childbirth, leaving him with 2 young children as well. He'd completely disconnected emotionally. She felt so bad for those kids. They'd lost their mother, and then, essentially, their father too. With a sense of purpose filling her, Autumn opened her eyes. She refused to do that to her children. Her own mother had died when she was a teen, and she'd had to do the mothering thing on her own. Dad was a loving but emotionally distant grandfather. It wasn't like Autumn could drop in at his house for a cup of coffee and a word of advice. Then what should she do to start living again? Parker and Faye needed Autumn to be there for them, to model appropriate behavior. With that thought, she knew what to do. Since it was her birthday, she would make a birthday cake. She went to the kitchen and pulled out the recipe book that had belonged to her mother. Every year until her death, she'd made a banana cake for Autumn's birthday. A quick scan of the counter reminded her that Parker and Faye had split the last banana for lunch. She listened for the sound of them waking from their naps. Nothing. So no quick trip to the store. Autumn flipped through the book. At work, they'd passed around a recipe for a lemon cake. Faye loved lemon. They had the ingredients to make chocolate frosting, and Parker liked chocolate. That should be an interesting combination of flavors. Thinking about how happy her children would be, Autumn's spirits lifted. A faint tune drifted in through her partly open window. Harvest Moon Waltz. A folksy melody the Huckleberry Falls radio station played beginning mid-September. She hummed along with it while she mixed the ingredients for the cake, the sweet scent of lemon zest filling the kitchen as she grated the peel. After she'd finished washing the dishes, she heard a noise from the bedroom. Once one of them woke up, it wouldn't be long before they both were awake. She peeked in the bedroom door. Faye stood in her crib, one chubby little leg lifted as though she meant to climb over the side. Autumn was going to have to break down and buy that kitty bed. As with Parker, she and Steve would normally have done it as soon as their daughter started walking. Precocious Faye had ruined that by walking at 10 months, and Autumn hadn't been able to bring herself to make the purchase. She'd wanted to keep her little girl a baby a little longer. She extended her hands and wiggled her fingers, inviting her mama to come and lift her from the crib. Autumn did, and Faye squeezed her arms around Autumn's neck. She buried her face in the child's blonde curls. Somehow, holding her sweet baby, who looked so much like Steve, the loneliness eased back a little, like how the tiny flame of a candle pushed back the darkness. When they'd first talked about starting their family, she never imagined how much she would love her children, how much they would change her. "Hey, Mama." Parker rolled off his bed and rubbed his eyes. He paused and sniffed the air. "Something smells good." "That's because I'm baking." Autumn bounced Faye gently on her hip. "What?" His eyes went wide. He grabbed his private parts and danced in place. "Just go to the bathroom, silly," Autumn said with a laugh, and he took off running. Faye gave a squeal of frustration and tried to wiggle free. "Wait, I have to change your diaper first." The bright little girl squinted, seeming to analyze her mother. Whenever she did that, Autumn had a feeling she was in for it when Faye got to be a teenager. "If you want a treat later," Autumn cautioned, smoothing down her daughter's flyaway curls, "you need to behave now." When Faye let out a dramatic sigh, Autumn almost laughed, taking it as acquiescence and placing her on the changing table. Autumn's thoughts drifted back to the image of her daughter as a teenager. In almost 16 years, she would be an adult. 16 years. It seemed like such a long time to do the single-parent thing alone. The children wouldn't remember Steve. She would need to look for ways to make him seem real to them. "Did you wash your hands?" she asked Parker when he returned. He heaved a sigh and turned back. Did they always have to push the boundaries? After finishing with Faye, Autumn checked on Parker's cleaning job and washed her hands too. "When will it be cooked?" He made a sniffing sound as they passed the kitchen, bouncing on his toes with excitement. "About 20 more minutes, but then it has to cool before I can frost it." Autumn opened the oven door briefly, the warm, lemony scent wafting out as she checked the cake's progress. Her son looked longingly at the oven, but skipped into the living room and dove into their toy box, Faye on his heels. Autumn had already packed the majority of their toys in preparation for the move on the 1st. When she unpacked them, the toys would be like new, and it would seem like Christmas in October to them. Maybe she should separate their toys into batches and rotate them. Faye tugged on Autumn's jeans leg, so she picked up her daughter. Scanning the room's bare walls, she knew she'd probably jumped the gun. She'd had most of the packing done for a couple of weeks, but it provided her with something to do when the children were in bed and she couldn't sleep, which, lately, was most of the time. She still felt conflicted about moving from the place where she and Steve had lived. Sure, it was only in the next building, but staying in the current apartment held too many reminders of what she'd lost. And she loved that it wasn't far from the town square, where the city's holiday activities were centered. Besides, she needed 3 bedrooms. That's what she told herself anyway. A shadow passed her kitchen window, and Autumn turned toward it. Chase Worthington, one of her co-workers, stood on the courtyard pathway outside her apartment, apparently talking to someone. She stepped out her door and found he was holding a box with the word kitchen written on it. "Are you helping someone move, Chase?" she asked. "Hi there, Autumn." He shot her a quick glance before setting down the box and dashing back in the direction he'd come. "Oh, no you don't." A giggling figure was running away on short legs. It took only a few of Chase's long strides to catch up. She knew he was single and wondered who the little boy was. Chase scooped him up and blew on his belly. The child squealed with delight before being hefted onto large shoulders. "Who's that, Mama?" Parker asked, sliding his hand into hers, his little voice full of a longing that twisted her heart. He missed his father a lot, and it tended to show itself at unexpected times. "That's Chase from work." Autumn absently smoothed Parker's cowlick. "He was at the picnic, Do you remember? Her son shook his head. She wasn't surprised he didn't recall it. Steve had died the next day.
This is where you live?
Chase came to stand beside the box he'd set down. For right now, at the end of the month, we're moving to a larger apartment. Down there. She pointed in the direction he'd been heading, shading her eyes from the late afternoon sun.
Ow, Jackson! Don't pull my hair.
He lifted the boy and blew on his belly again before setting him on the ground, keeping a hold on the child's hand. Chase asked Autumn,
Which apartment will you be in?
Autumn released Parker's hand and set a squirming Fay on the ground. Her son and the little boy stared at each other, Parker stepping half behind her leg while Jackson peeked out from behind Chase's knee. Apartment 210, she said. It's one of the townhomes.
What do you know? We'll be neighbors.
Chase nodded toward the box.
We're moving into 209.
It would be nice to know her next-door neighbor. Autumn glanced up the walkway that led to the parking lot, looking for more people. She and Chase worked for a pest control company with an office a mile away. Aren't the guys coming to help you move?
I didn't know I could get into the apartment this evening, so they'll be here tomorrow to help with the big stuff.
Chase bent over and said to Jackson, Why don't you ask his name? Sorry, I should have introduced them, Autumn said. This little lady is Fay, and this is Parker. He just turned 4. Her son didn't say anything, but lifted his hand to show his 4 fingers. I'm this many. Jackson struggled to work his fingers, and Chase had to help him press them down so the boy could show 3 raised fingers.
How many will you be next month?
Chase asked. 4. The little boy had an easier time raising 4 fingers. On Halloween. That would make for a fun party. Autumn tried to remember if Chase was divorced. Is he your son?
He's my nephew.
What are you moving today?
My kitchen. Brenda said I'd be able to put up with a lot of chaos if I had a bed to sleep in and a working kitchen. That's especially important now that I've got this little guy with me.
Brenda was the office manager at work, a motherly woman who watched out for all the staff. She was a Huckleberry Falls staple, and someone who seemed to always know everyone's business. She had probably helped every single mom in the valley at least once. That's smart. Autumn glanced at her apartment. I should probably do that too. I can get into the new apartment the night before.
I've never gone wrong taking Brenda's advice.
Chase glanced toward his new apartment.
Well, I should probably get busy.
Can I help you with anything?
That's nice of you.
Chase grinned at the children.
But I'm not sure how much you could do, seeing as how you have 2 little kids of your own to watch.
Would Jackson like to play with Parker while you work? She glanced at the 2 boys, who had warmed up enough to show off what they could do with their fingers.
Would that be all right? I wouldn't want to impose.
Chase looked relieved. Sure, she said. They'll entertain each other.
Thank you so much.
Chase squatted next to his nephew.
Would you like to play at Parker's house while I work?
When the boy nodded, Chase stood.
I appreciate it. Let me give you my number, though I won't be far.
Chase pulled out his phone and handed it to her.
If you could put yours in, I'll text you so you have mine too.
Autumn typed in her information and handed it back. A few seconds later, her phone buzzed in her pocket. She checked it and nodded. He grinned.
Perfect. Thanks again.
Chapter 2. Autumn herded the children inside her apartment. Balls! Jackson ran to jump into the small blow-up pool that they had kept for the soft plastic balls. Parker and Faye dove in after him, and the three of them started tossing the toys around the living room. The oven timer buzzed, and Autumn checked the cake. She set it on the cooling rack and pulled out the ingredients for the frosting. She checked the clock. It would be time to start dinner soon. Since she was cooking anyway, she might as well make enough for Jackson and Chase. Then he wouldn't have to worry about it. When she had the casserole in the oven, Autumn went into the living room and played with the children for a little while. She then read them a few books before putting on a video and heading to the kitchen to frost the cake. As soon as she started the mixer, the three little ones surrounded her. "Hang on," she laughed and wiped her hands on a dish towel. "We can't all frost the cake. I'll let you each decorate a graham cracker with the leftover frosting, but not until after dinner. You boys sit on this side of the table." She put Faye in her high chair while Parker and Jackson scrambled into their seats. Autumn had taken a cake decorating class once and enjoyed the artistry. She didn't make them except on special occasions. Otherwise, she would have to buy a larger wardrobe. "What's the cake for, Mama?" Parker asked, swinging his legs as they dangled from the chair. "It's my birthday." She kept her voice steady as she smoothed the chocolate frosting. It had turned out to be a good afternoon, and she didn't want to ruin it by jumping into another pity party. "Your birthday?" Her son glanced around the room as if he were searching for something. "Where's your presents?" Having celebrated his own birthday last month, he remembered gifts. A pang of loss struck Autumn, hard. A lump immediately formed in her throat, so large that it hurt. Steve had always made birthdays a special occasion. That morning, when she'd opened her jewelry box for a pair of earrings, she saw his gift from last year, a bracelet with charms Parker had helped to pick out. Unable to deal with her emotions, she closed the drawer. "Who's going to give me presents?" Autumn wiped her eyes, making her tone teasing for her son. "You?" At his stricken expression, she wished back the words. She made a pfft sound. "I don't need anything else, because I have you and Faye." Autumn blinked, embracing the truth of those words for the first time that day. Parker's expression brightened, but didn't clear completely. "I'm glad I bought some graham crackers," she said, trying to distract him while she scraped frosting from the mixing bowl. "I think I still have some sprinkles that you three can decorate them with." "Can I have cake and graham crackers?" Jackson asked, bouncing in his seat. "Yeah, Mama. Can we share your cake with our new friends?" Parker asked. "And what new friends are those?" Chase's voice came from the kitchen window. "Chasey!" Jackson ran to push open the screen door and throw himself at his uncle. "Chasey? Nice." Autumn grinned as she picked up the cake and moved it to the breakfast bar. "What can I say? When a kid gives you a nickname, you have to take it." Chase put down the boy, ruffling his hair. "Thanks so much for watching him. I got it done in probably half the time than if he'd been there underfoot. He's a great kid, but he's curious about everything." "I made a casserole, so you and Jackson are welcome to eat with us." Autumn indicated the set table. "I kind of promised him that he could decorate graham crackers after dinner." "And eat birthday cake," Jackson added. "Whose birthday is it?" Chase glanced between Autumn and the decorated cake. "My mom's, but I don't have a present for her." Parker shot her an accusing glance. "She didn't tell me." "I already said you and Faye are the only presents I need." Autumn rolled her eyes at Chase, and he smiled sympathetically. "Well, if you don't mind Jackson and me crashing your party, we would be happy to eat with you." "Wow, babysitting and dinner?" Chase bent over and tickled his nephew. "I think we made out like bandits today, little dude." Great, but these three need to clean up the balls before someone trips and falls. Faye, can you help the big boys pick up the balls? Autumn watched, pleased, as Parker took the hint and clasped his sister's hand to lead her back into the living room. Sometimes he could be such a brat to her. Other times he was like this. He had a good heart, and she tried to reinforce that behavior. What can I do to help? Chase was already washing his hands in the kitchen sink. I just need to make a salad. I can cut up veggies. He glanced around for something to dry his hands with, and Autumn handed him a towel. The cutting boards are in there. She pointed to the cupboard beside him. While Chase started going through it, she pulled out the produce from the fridge. They worked side by side, the comfortable rhythm of shared kitchen work settling between them. It reminded her of when they'd helped with last year's work Christmas party. She chuckled. What? He asked, pausing with a tomato in his hand. Did you ever notice that we always get the vegetable duty? Autumn asked. I guess that's because we're so good at it. Would you let Tomas do the vegetable trays? Heavens, no, she laughed, tearing lettuce into bite-sized pieces. We would be making a visit to the ER. Poor Tomas was one of the salesmen. He'd been with the company for nearly 20 years and was good at what he did, but he was a menace when it came to food preparation. In the first year she'd started there, he managed to catch the grill on fire during the summer barbecue. Then, while preparing for the Christmas party, he'd cut his finger badly enough to almost require stitches. Now they limited him to the drinks. He could handle ice. Only in Huckleberry Falls would Tomas become famous for nearly burning down the park pavilion. Chase shook his head, grinning as he diced the tomato. I still see people pointing him out at the grocery store. Poor guy. Autumn glanced at Chase. Is Jackson visiting you today or for the whole weekend? Chase's expression turned troubled, his knife stilling on the cutting board. Sorry, Autumn said, concerned at his discomfort. I didn't mean to pry. It's all good. He's with me until further notice. Chase hesitated, but then lowered his voice. His mother's in rehab. Oh, I'm so sorry. Autumn was curious about what was going on. They'd been casual work friends for years, and this was the first time she'd heard about his sister having addiction problems. Was it something new? Had the sudden addition of his nephew made it necessary for Chase to move? But it seemed too personal a question to ask. Do you think Jackson would like to come play with Parker tomorrow while you're moving? She asked. Really? Chase gave her a sidelong glance, but continued slicing a cucumber. You wouldn't mind watching him again? I'm not used to keeping my eyes on a yard ape all the time. I would worry less if he were here. They seem to have hit it off. I think it would be good for Parker. The only other boy at his sitter's house moved last week. I dread the day when he decides girls aren't fun. Autumn sighed, arranging the lettuce in the salad bowl. But maybe I dread even more the day he decides they're too fun. I vaguely remember going through both of those stages myself. Chase chuckled softly. It feels like ancient history. She vaguely remembered him bringing his girlfriend to the Christmas party last year. Was she out of town? And that was why she hadn't come to help him set up his kitchen? Or had they broken up? If he were alone again, Autumn could sympathize. They finished the salad preparation, and she sent him to put the bowl on the table while she retrieved a couple of salad dressing bottles from the fridge. She then brought in the casserole and called the children. The two boys chattered during the meal, and Chase spent most of his time trying to get Faye to talk her baby gibberish to him. He didn't exactly laugh at her, but the twinkle in his eyes warmed Autumn's heart. For some reason, it pleased her that he found her daughter so amusing.
Do you have candles for the birthday cake?
Chase asked when they'd finished clearing the table. Autumn scowled. I don't need candles to count years anymore. You have to have candles, Mama. Parker sent her a pleading look while Chase sat there nodding, looking all innocent, like it was obvious she needed them on her cake. Fine. Let me see if there are any left over from Parker's birthday. There were, of course, since she'd bought a new box, and he'd only needed 4 of them. She removed the 3 and brought them to the table. The perfect number.
How's that perfect? 3 was fine for Jackson last year, but it doesn't fit you, Autumn.
Chase folded his arms and put on a challenging expression. The 2 little boys then copied him, their small arms mimicking his pose.
Seriously?
Autumn lifted her chin and tried for a haughty look. When one reaches a certain age, it's appropriate to simply acknowledge one's advanced years. 1 candle will represent yesterday. She poked it into the cake. 1 will be for today, and this one is for tomorrow. She smirked at the 3 of them, though the children looked back with confusion.
I like it, Chase said, but how old are you?
One never asks a lady's age, Autumn sniffed, pulling an imaginary pair of spectacles down her nose.
What, are you your grandma?
Chase asked, clearly amused now. She's 27, right, Mama? Parker said.
Ancient,
Chase agreed, his expression serious, but his eyes twinkling. He glanced at the boys, and they both nodded solemnly. How old are you, Mr. Wise Guy? She asked defiantly.
26, and proud of it,
Chase said. We aren't afraid to admit our age.
Right, guys? You 2 boys told your ages when you first met. The only one we don't know is...
He'd been turning toward the high chair, but broke off with a laugh. Faye had fallen asleep, her head lolling to one side. Poor baby. Autumn rose. How could she have let herself become so diverted by the company? Why don't you cut the cake while I put her to bed?
She's fine.
Chase shifted Faye's head to a more comfortable position, his touch gentle.
See? You shouldn't miss any of your own party.
We have to sing happy birthday first, Parker insisted.
Yeah, it'll be good practice for Jackson's birthday next month.
Chase got them started, but sang so softly that Autumn had to strain to hear him at all. I expected more from the singing pest control man, Autumn said when they finished. For years, she'd heard how he sometimes sang for his clients, but no one at the office had been able to convince him to give them a demonstration.
That's just something to pass the time.
Chase shrugged, his cheeks flushing slightly. As she cut the cake and handed out the plates, she wondered why he continued to work at a job he apparently found boring. Not that she would want to be out in the field spraying people's homes with chemicals either. She'd been a bookkeeper at Green Pest Control for 3 years, and he already worked there when she started. Chase took a bite of the cake and paused, a funny expression crossing his face. He started chewing again, slowly, and then nodded. He swallowed.
Lemon,
he said.
I thought it was just a yellow cake, but it's lemon.
A surprise for the taste buds, she declared. I love the combination.
It's really good.
He took another bite and once again took his time, seeming to savor the combination of the lemon and the chocolate. A sense of pleasure filled Autumn that she hadn't felt in a couple of months. Parker would eat anything, but Faye was picky. They often taunted each other at mealtimes, and it wore on Autumn. It was a pleasure to have someone actually enjoy something she'd cooked. The 2 little boys even seemed to like theirs. When they finished eating, she went to the cupboard for the graham crackers and sprinkles. I hope it's not too late for this,
Autumn said, setting the supplies on the table. We're fine, but I think it would be best to wrap it up for him to eat tomorrow. Chase glanced at his nephew. Otherwise, he might be bouncing off the walls tonight. I understand that. As Autumn helped Parker spread frosting on his graham cracker, she watched Chase work on his own while giving Jackson advice on his. When I was a kid, we didn't make Christmas gingerbread houses. Chase piled a few more sprinkles onto his mountain of frosting. We used graham crackers. I have a killer gingerbread recipe, and we use it to make gingerbread trees, Autumn said. How do you do that? Chase asked, pausing with a sprinkle-covered finger halfway to his mouth. You cut them out in the shape of a leaf and bake them with the sides curving up a little. My dough is firm, so they don't fall apart once they cool off. I use Christmas tree hooks to attach them to styrofoam cones. Chase looked intrigued. Now, that sounds like something Jackson would enjoy. Well, we're going to be neighbors. If he's around when we do them, you're welcome to come over and help. You know, the Festival of Trees donates all its proceeds to the Children's Hospital, right? When he nodded, Autumn said, Well, Brenda's daughter, Coletta, is helping with a bake sale fundraiser for the hospital's NICU. I signed up to make a few extra gingerbread Christmas trees for them to sell. Great. We would love to help. Chase rose and put a gentle hand on Jackson's head. Well, little dude, it's time for us to get you home and to bed. I have to finish packing once you're snoozing away. His nephew gave a sleepy nod, and Autumn got some storage bags for them. Then she and Parker escorted them to the door. The guys are supposed to come over at 10 tomorrow, Chase said. Can I drop Jackson off half an hour before so I can pick up the truck? We'll be here. Thanks again, Autumn, for everything. He lifted Jackson onto his shoulders and strode away. A few steps out, he started to whistle. That was fun, Parker said, tugging on her hand. Yes, it was. Smiling, Autumn and her son went back inside the apartment. Her phone pinged with a text, and she grabbed it from the counter. Coletta, happy birthday. Okay for me to call? Parker, get your jammies on, okay? I'll be up in a minute. Autumn dialed her friend's number, and Coletta answered. I'm sorry to call so late. I've had a stomach bug and spent the last 6 hours worshiping the white porcelain god. That sounds terrible, Autumn said, turning off the lights and making her way toward the stairs. Are you feeling better? Yes, just tired now. I've probably lost 5 pounds. Coletta laughed weakly. Not a diet I would recommend, but how did today go? I know it must have been hard without Steve. The day ended much better than it had begun. Autumn was pleased to realize. It didn't start well. She stepped into the children's room. But the kids and I spent a fun evening with a coworker and his nephew who are moving into the complex. Who's that? Parker asked from his bed, where he was struggling to get his pajama top over his head. Coletta. Hi, Aunt Coletta, he called and glanced at Faye's crib guiltily. Autumn sat on the bed and held the phone so they could both hear, helping Parker straighten his pajama shirt. Hey, Parker, did your mama have a happy birthday? A shadow crossed his little face. I didn't get a present for her. Autumn didn't want to get into it, so she put her arm around him as she repeated the same assurance she'd given earlier. I'm such a slacker, Autumn, Coletta said gloomily. I sent your card late. Things have been crazy at work, and that evening design class is more time-consuming than I expected. Girl, you've been sick. Does your mother know? Autumn pulled Parker's bedding over him, tucking it around his shoulders. No, and don't tell her. You know my mom. She'll want to come help. I have to prove to her I can do this. Autumn did know.
Brenda, her office manager, mothered all the employees with the same loving but bossy energy she gave her own kids, but especially Coletta. When she had lost her preemie and her marriage crumbled under the weight of her grief, it had nearly shattered her. Now that Autumn was finally coming into the light again herself, she understood. Coletta had relied on her mom so much through the worst of it. She needed to prove she could stand on her own again. "I won't tell her unless she asks," Autumn promised. "And why would she ask unless you offered it first?" Coletta asked. "But I didn't call you to moan about my problems. I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday before I finally go to bed." "I appreciate it," Autumn said, grateful. "Get some rest." "I will. Night." Coletta disconnected. "I'm glad Jackson's moving here." Parker's eyes fluttered closed. "Me too." Autumn smiled, looking forward to the future for the first time in 2 months. Chapter 3. After dropping Jackson off at Autumn's apartment the next morning, Chase couldn't help grinning. His nephew hadn't stopped talking about playing with Parker. Thinking about it, Chase had to agree that spending the time with Autumn's little family had been a great way to end the day. It was the first breath of normalcy since he'd received temporary custody. Not that it was the same kind of normal he'd had 3 months ago. Life as he'd known it as a single guy had come to an end. Chase's life now centered around his job and caring for Jackson. The little dude was the reason for the move. Chase's old apartment complex didn't have many children. When he checked out the new place, he'd paid attention to how many kids were using the playground. He came purposefully late enough in the day that school would have let out, so he could check. The individual buildings also formed a courtyard with green spaces in the center. Jackson was a curious and fearless little boy. Chase didn't want it to be a deadly combination. Finding out that Autumn lived in his complex had been a pleasant surprise. He'd felt bad for her when he heard about the death of her husband in a car crash. At work, Chase had even chipped in to buy flowers for the funeral. But he'd been too consumed with learning how to care for a 3-year-old to give her situation much thought. Seeing her last night, with the sadness she must hide at work, so evident in her expression, had struck him. There she was, just like him, raising those kids by herself. Chase's situation might be temporary. Hers was not. He'd felt an unexpected connection with her then. By the time he picked up the truck and returned to his old apartment, the gang from the office had already arrived. They made short work of it, and then they headed to the new complex. He ordered pizza to be delivered at noon. While they ate, he returned to the truck. A couple of the guys stayed to help him assemble the beds, and then they took off. Chase glanced around the apartment at the haphazard placement of the boxes. The only order was in the kitchen, exactly as Brenda had said. He would need to thank her for that bit of advice. Should he try to make sense of the chaos before picking up Jackson? Probably not. Leaving him with Autumn would be taking advantage of her generosity. She had enough to deal with. Chase locked his door and paused on the landing, assessing it. The middle part of the building only had 2 stories, but the end units were 3 levels high. The ground floor end apartments had 1 bedroom, with the unit above being a 2-story townhome. The only way to access the 3rd floor of Autumn's new apartment would be from the inside. It gave him a surprising sense of comfort that in a few days she would be living next door. It would be good to have Jackson's new best friend so close. Chase skipped down the stairs and turned toward Autumn's apartment. She was already headed his way, the children in tow. "I saw the others leave," she called, "and thought you might like some help putting your apartment in order." "If you don't mind." He lifted Jackson and set him on his shoulders, the boy's hands immediately finding their way into his hair. They spent the afternoon sorting the boxes. That'd be another bit of Brenda's advice, marking the boxes by room. Autumn took the children into Jackson's bedroom while Chase worked at setting up his computer and sound system in the living room. For some reason, Faye decided she wanted to play wherever he was. When he went into the kitchen with a box, she followed him, her little feet pattering behind. Then he moved on to the bathroom, and she tagged along. When he returned, his little shadow came too. Autumn collected her for a diaper change, but then Faye went in search of Chase. He paused, keyboard in hand, and watched the toddler playing with a toy nearby. Was she drawn to him because he was a man, and she missed the man in her life? How did a small child who couldn't comprehend death handle the reality of it? All the poor kid knew was that her daddy wasn't there anymore. Jackson's loser father had never been a part of his life, but the little guy missed his mother and didn't understand why he couldn't live with her anymore. Chase was making sure to fill the gap for his nephew. He would have to see if he could do the same thing for Faye. "We have Jackson's room set up the way he wants it," Autumn said, coming into the living room with the two little boys following. "I appreciate it." Chase rose from his computer desk, stretching his muscles, stiff from crouching over boxes. "Can I pay you all back by taking you to dinner?" "Today's our obligatory monthly dinner at my father's." She picked up Faye. The little girl immediately reached for Chase, so he pretended to eat her hand. She giggled. "Thank you for the offer, though," Autumn said. "Another time, then." He and Jackson walked them to the door and watched as they went down the stairs. Entering their new apartment again, they both paused and looked around the room. Chase glanced down and found his nephew frowning. "What's up, little dude?" "How come it's lonely here now?" Jackson slid his hand into Chase's. "Because this is a bigger apartment?" The boy shook his head. "Because Parker's gone?" Jackson nodded. "Then I have a happy surprise for you." Chase opened the front door again and pointed to the only other door on the small landing. "He's moving into that apartment next week." His nephew's entire face lit up, and Chase grinned. "My thoughts exactly, little dude." On the evening of the day her own move was completed, a soft knock on the door made Autumn glance up from folding the last of Faye's clothes. It was nearly 9. Who would come by this late? She hurried to look through the peephole to find Brenda's daughter holding a wrapped package and wearing a slightly sheepish grin. "Coletta!" Autumn opened the door and pulled her friend in for a hug. "Sorry it's so late. I was going to leave it by your door, but I saw your light was on. It's only a little housewarming gift." Coletta stepped inside, scanning the living room of the townhouse, her gaze resting on the stairs. "I already like this place better. It's good to separate the bedrooms from the main living space." "Right? The kids are finally settled upstairs and in their own rooms." Autumn accepted the package, noting its professional wrapping. "You didn't have to bring me anything." "Sure I did. It gives me an excuse to see your new place. With this class I'm taking, it's eating up all my free time." Coletta settled on the couch, tucking one leg beneath her. "I can't believe how quickly you've put everything together." "I had help from Chase." Autumn moved a box and sank into a chair. "I don't know if you've met him. He's one of the route guys from work." Coletta's eyebrows shot up. "Chase? Ooh, he's the singing pest control guy my mom keeps talking about, right?" "Yes. He moved in next door with his nephew, who's a little younger than Parker. They've become best pals already." "Parker will love having someone close to his age to play with." Coletta peered at Autumn with concern. You guys aren't still hanging out in the park after work every day, are you? She had voiced concern that Autumn was running away from her grief, and Coletta had been right. Not anymore. Autumn sighed, satisfied to be making progress finally. Parker and Faye prefer to get home to play with Jackson. She pointed to the gift bag. Should I open this? Please do. Inside was a small wooden sign, painted in cheerful colors and printed in a cute variety of fonts. A house is made of walls and beams. A home is built with love and dreams. Margaret Elizabeth Sangster. Autumn glanced up. This is beautiful. Did you make it? Guilty as charged. Coletta looked pleased, leaning forward with excitement. It's easy enough to find the wood, and I finally got to use that cry-cut machine Mom got me for Christmas. I submitted this in my design course and got full points. She lowered her voice. I thought it would be perfect for your new beginning. Autumn traced the carefully placed raised lettering, her throat tightening unexpectedly. It really is perfect. She met her friend's gaze. I think this class is good for your own new beginning. Coletta flushed but nodded, fidgeting with her purse strap. Losing her baby and then discovering her husband's infidelity had devastated her. When asked, she would shrug it off as a tacky cliché. It had been anything but that, however. You deserve good things, Autumn. You and those sweet babies upstairs. Coletta reached over and squeezed her hand. Don't forget that, okay? Autumn pinned her friend with a hard look. You deserve good things, too. Yeah. Coletta grabbed her purse and stood, slinging it over her shoulder. Does this Chase guy make you laugh? What kind of a question is that? Autumn asked with a frown, rising from her chair. The kind a friend asks when she's been worried about you. You look better than you have since July. I'm glad. Autumn gave her friend a hug. I can say the same thing about you. It's been a rough year for both of us, but I have to bounce. Coletta heaved out a sigh worthy of a martyr. You should see how much homework I have. Bye. She hurried out the door. Autumn locked it and went in search of a hammer and nail so she could hang the sign. Chapter 4. Looking back, Autumn realized her birthday, dismal as it had begun, started her climb out of the depths of despair she'd lived in for the first 2 months following Steve's death. Chase had repaid her for babysitting Jackson twice, first by moving her furniture, and then helping to unpack as well. When she first decided on the townhouse, she'd been a little concerned the 2-story apartment wasn't on the ground floor. Chase and Jackson being so close had turned out to be an unexpected advantage. The boys were now best friends and constantly went back and forth to each other's apartments, so much so that they left the front doors open. When she expressed frustrated concern about Faye taking a tumble down the steps, Chase had taken the matter in hand. He got permission from the office to install a gate at the top of the stairs. It wasn't an issue anymore, now that cold weather had forced a stop to the open-door policy between the 2 apartments. I'm not sure what kind of birthday party to give Jackson, Chase said one late afternoon a few days before Halloween, when he turned in his work receipts to her. He fidgeted with the stack of papers, tapping the edges against her desk. I mean, it would be cool to theme it to the holiday, but I'm afraid his birthday will get lost in it. I want to make it separate and special for him. You could always do like I did with my Christmas baby, Brenda suggested from the front counter, where she waited for a customer to finish filling out some paperwork. What was that? Always game for new ideas, Autumn closed her folder to give her full attention. We celebrated his half-birthday in June.
the older woman said. Summer was easier for parties anyway, and his special day didn't get lost in the holiday rush. That's an idea for next year, I guess. Chase sank into the chair beside Autumn's desk. It won't work this time, though. Let's consider your options, then. Autumn raised a finger. You can have his party on Halloween, but try to focus the attention on his birthday rather than the trick-or-treating. Since you don't want to do the half-birthday thing, you could celebrate it on a different day than the holiday. He's only 4, and I doubt he would know the difference. When I was a kid, my parents had my birthday parties on weekends. I survived. She's right, you know. She usually is. Brenda winked at Autumn and then turned to help the customer who'd returned to the counter. I know you're trying for routine, Autumn said to Chase, but I think he would be okay with changing the day if you explained it to him. He just has so much turmoil in his life right now. Chase's shoulders sagged, his voice quiet. Autumn's stomach tightened. The meeting with his mother didn't go well? Nikki can't take care of herself right now, much less give him what he needs. Chase rubbed his face. It confuses him. She's completely wrapped up in herself. He misses her, but she's not there even when she's there, if that makes sense. It does. After more than a month of being in Chase's confidence, Autumn thought she understood too well. She had a bad feeling that Jackson's mother might always be a ghost in his life. Autumn decided to pose the question she'd been dying to ask but had avoided. Where are your parents in all this? He heaved out a breath and, for a second, looked like he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. Sometimes she thought he did. Our mom died when I was 12, Chase said. Dad remarried less than a year later, with both of us feeling like he'd replaced our mother too soon. It created some uncomfortable dynamics. It didn't help that the woman he married was more interested in traveling than caring for someone else's kids. Something else they had in common. Autumn shifted her chair to face him more directly and reached over to squeeze his hand. That's cold. But I understand. My stepmother isn't that bad, but she's only good at surface things. She likes giving presents, but she struggles with any emotional stuff. When Steve was killed, my father wasn't available to support me because she was so devastated. She had to see her therapist in another part of the state to help her cope. Autumn had finally received birthday cards from her father and Steve's parents, 2 days late, but then her attitude had turned around, and she appreciated the thought. They didn't control the postal system, after all. Chase and Jackson had rescued her that day. Her eyes stung, and she blinked, swallowing. I'm sorry. Chase met her gaze with his warm brown eyes. I want my little dude to have a better experience growing up than his mom and I did. You know, I'll help you with anything. Autumn picked up her phone and opened a browser. Have you asked him what he would like to do? What do you think? Chase chuckled. He wants pizza. Then give him a pizza party. They serve it at that game center. Halloween's a Monday this year, so you could have his party on Saturday. I can help you make up some invitations so he can invite some kids from his daycare. You only have to decide how much you can afford to spend. If you want, I can bake him a cake. He liked the lemon and chocolate one you made on your birthday. Don't you mean you liked it? Autumn didn't quite roll her eyes. Well, sure, but that's all he talked about the next day. Then I'll bake him a lemon cake. She put away her phone. He ought to enjoy a party with friends at a game center. Yeah, he should. Chase stood. Thanks for being such a good friend, Autumn. You've made things a lot easier.
You and Jackson have been good for me, too. She rubbed her temples. I wasn't doing well on my birthday, but you two helped turn me around. Thank you. Chase grinned and gave an awkward bow. Rescuing damsels in distress is one of my favorite things to do. Autumn snorted. If you're talking about serenading Mrs. Lipinski, I'm not sure that counts. Ah, but she'd just come home from the hospital after breaking her hip. He shrugged. She loved it and asked for an encore. What did you sing to her? Chase's ears turned pink, and he shook his head, shuffling the papers on her desk. Don't be cruel, Brenda said, coming up to him and putting a hand on his shoulder. He grunted, his neck now darkening to match his ears, and he tugged at his collar. It was adorable, but why was he so embarrassed here if he was okay singing while he did his route? You did Elvis? Autumn asked, leaning forward on her desk, envious that the old woman had gotten to hear him. What was the encore? Pretty Woman, Brenda grinned. That's so unfair. Autumn pinned him with a disgusted look, but he only shrugged. Somehow she was going to hear him yet. She would have to ask Jackson if his uncle ever sang for him. If so, maybe she could get Chase to do it for Faye. Don't look at me like that, Chase said, eyeing her. What? You're the singing pest control man for everyone but your office? What's wrong with that picture? Autumn powered off her computer and picked up her purse. Let me know the details for Jackson's party on Saturday. Bye. She strode out to her car. Carrying the pizza to the table, Chase took the time to admire how Autumn gathered the small group of children. It was a good thing she'd left Faye in the daycare at the game center, the way that independent little girl liked to wander off on her own. Autumn was one of the most capable women he'd met, but it would have been too much to watch the toddler, too. Chase examined the colorful banner near their table. In a clever mashup of digital block letters, it declared, Leveling Up, Jackson turns 4. That poster you had printed is perfect, he said, coming to stand by Autumn, where she was arranging napkins on the table. Oh, didn't I tell you? Coletta designed it for the class she's taking. Autumn woke her phone and opened it to a text. Coletta, you said festive. Please don't judge my font choices. I'm still learning. I've heard you mention her taking a class, but I didn't know it was for this. Chase pointed to her phone. Tell her Jackson and I loved it. I will, Autumn said, already typing the text. She needs to hear it. Jackson! At the sound of a little girl's voice, Chase turned to see Rue Farragher running to them, a package in her arms. She was one of the children at the daycare that Jackson had specially invited. Autumn thought he had a crush on the dark-haired girl, though she was a little older than both boys. Rue didn't wait for an invitation, but thrust the package into Chase's hands and scurried over to where the boys were playing with the other children. Laughing softly, Autumn took it and placed it on the table with the other gifts. I'm sorry about that, Sandra Farragher said, hurrying over. Rue was so anxious to see him that she ran ahead. She sank onto the bench next to Autumn. I love learning how to be a mom, but it's exhausting. I feel your pain, Chase agreed, grateful to know people who had also had parenting dropped in their laps. Autumn got to start at the very beginning. It can still be a crash course, she said. At least you two got yours once they were potty trained. True, Sandra and Chase said at the same time, and they all laughed. While the ladies talked, he reflected about how well things were going with the party. Autumn's suggestion to have it here had been brilliant. Surrounded by his friends, Jackson practically glowed with the positive attention. all because Autumn was watching out for the two of them. The thought made Chase pause mentally. Yes, she was watching out for him and his nephew. What would he have done today without her? For that matter, what would he have done the last few weeks without her? Since they'd become neighbors, he felt much more confident in his role as a parental figure. Autumn was the comfortable place he went to when his insecurities threatened to overwhelm him. He'd never known anyone before who brought out the very best in him. She glanced in his direction, the corners of her mouth quirking up. His heart leaped and his pulse sped up. Had she looked at Steve like that? Last week, when Chase had gone with her to the cemetery, he'd realized he wanted more from Autumn than friendship. As she kneeled by the grave and wept, he accepted that she wasn't emotionally available. Yet, he'd wanted to hold her, to comfort her. Instead, he forced himself to watch and then, when she stood, to squeeze her hand lamely. Chase had told himself it was all right that he needed to wait. He could be patient. He hoped. He did want to thank her for all she'd done for the party. Taking her to dinner would normally have been the way to do it. But what if she misinterpreted it and pulled away? Unless, maybe if he went on a date with someone, then Autumn wouldn't get suspicious that he had feelings for her. It wasn't like inviting her to dinner would seem special, since their two families shared several meals a week as it was. Autumn and Sandra rose. "If it's all right, I need to take care of some things for work for Walt," Sandra said. "I'll be right over there if you need anything." "Rue is really well behaved, so don't worry," Autumn assured her before joining Chase on the bench. "Who's Walt?" "You don't know?" Surprised, Chase straightened. "His house is on my route. She's the personal assistant to Walt Kincaid, the actor." Her mouth formed an O. "I guess I never made the connection." Shifting her gaze to where the children played, she blew a breath upward at a wayward strand of hair. Chase reached over and brushed it aside, but then immediately pulled back his hand. Had he given himself away? But she only said, "I think this party worked out well." "It sure has." He nodded to where Jackson was chatting animatedly to his friends. "Just look at him." He talks sometimes about missing his mother, but he seems to have adjusted well. I think you've given him the security he's needed." Autumn frowned. "Now if I could get Parker to look so happy." "It is a little different for him," Chase said. "At least Jackson gets to see his mom, even if it confuses him that he can't live with her." "How's the halfway house working out?" The weight of his sister's addiction settled on Chase. "I found out last night that she's back in rehab." "I'm sorry." Autumn covered his hand with hers, and Chase forced himself not to move. "I've tried to explain to Jackson that his mom's sick, and it can take a long time to get better." He shrugged. Parker came running up and stretched out his foot. She leaned forward and talked him through tying the brightly colored lace. "Why don't you get him a Velcro pair?" Chase asked, missing the warmth of her hand on his. "Then you wouldn't have to keep doing that." "He likes the fun laces." Autumn straightened, wearing a mischievous grin. "Wait until you see what we got Jackson for his birthday." Chase groaned. "Not laced shoes." She shrugged one shoulder. "It's what he asked for. You'll need to teach him how to tie his laces anyway. He can't be 30 and wearing Velcro sneakers." "You'll have to teach me how to teach him then, because I have no idea." "As fast as Parker is learning, he might be able to give Jackson lessons." "Well," she said, rising, "it looks like it's time to open presents." Chase stood and followed Autumn, letting her direct traffic. The children bounced and crowded around the table as parents gathered with cameras ready. The rustling of gift bags and excited chatter filled their corner of the game center. Acknowledging his growing feelings for her made him feel free. Where he'd been locked away in a dark cave before, it was like she opened a door and flooded his life with light. A sense of peace settled over him. He might not normally be a patient man, but Jackson, and now Autumn, were teaching him patience. He needed to do this carefully and not go faster than she was ready for. What he should do was some research on grieving. Chapter 5. Autumn glanced up from the box she was loading with their contributions to Thanksgiving dinner at her father's house, placing the foil-wrapped casserole dish between the rolls and the homemade cranberry sauce. Parker stood anxiously by the front door, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, but he also kept looking at her surreptitiously. What was going on? "What's up, little bud?" she asked, using the nickname Chase had given him. They'd taken to calling the boys the Littles. She had no idea what they would call Faye if she decided she wanted a nickname too. Parker glanced at her and then away, his small hands fidgeting with the hem of his sweater, looking guilty. He tended to be a rule keeper, sometimes too much so, assuming the role of the enforcer when he played with his sister or Jackson. "Have you done something you shouldn't?" His eyes went wide and he shook his head vigorously. "What is it then?" He glanced back at the door and swallowed hard. "Can I talk to Chase?" "They're going to his father's house for dinner." Autumn checked her phone, noting how the afternoon light was already fading through their windows. "I don't know if they've left yet." "Can I see?" Parker edged closer to the entry. "Okay, but leave our door open a crack." She hoped it wouldn't take too long because it was cold outside, the November air sharp enough to cut through their apartment's warmth. Parker scurried out and left it open a precise amount. He then rang the bell, and Chase peeked his head out right away. "Hey, little bud." Chase glanced through the small opening at her over Parker's head, and she shrugged. "Sorry, he says he needs to talk to you," she called. "I have to hurry and change Faye, if that's okay." "It's all good. We don't have to leave for a few minutes." Chase gestured for her to go. "I'll make sure he gets back home safely." Chase reached across the hall and pulled Autumn's door shut before ushering Parker inside his apartment, his hand gentle on the boy's shoulder. "Oh, is Parker coming with us?" Jackson cried, running from his bedroom. "No, he's going to his grandpa's house." It killed Chase that he wouldn't see Autumn for most of the day. It'd taken all his self-control not to call and beg to go with her. That wouldn't have been fair to any of them, though. "Did you finish packing the toys you want to bring?" Jackson heaved a melodramatic sigh and turned back to his room as though he'd been given an enormous task. Chase sat on the couch and patted the cushion next to him. Parker came to stand beside him instead, leaning against Chase's leg. The standoffish child had finally started warming up. He got plenty of physical attention from his mother, but Parker looked on jealously when Chase and Jackson would hug. It was something Chase understood, since he was jealous whenever Parker got to hug his mother. "What's up, little bud?" "It's a secret," Parker whispered, his breath warm against Chase's ear as he leaned closer. The hair on the back of Chase's neck stood on end. When he'd been a kid, his father had been big on stressing that there were to be no secrets. "What kind of secret?" he asked carefully, turning slightly to better see the boy's face. "I can't drive." Chase blinked at the boy's serious and sincere little face, the gravity in his blue eyes that reminded him so much of Autumn.
Right.
Chase ran his hand comfortingly up and down the boy's back.
I couldn't drive when I was 4 either, so it's going to be a long time before you get to drive your mom's car.
But I have to go to the bank.
Why?
Chase asked slowly. Because that's where Mama put my birthday money.
Okay. And why do you need money?
Mama didn't get any presents for her birthday. Parker's whole face glowed with determination, his small hands clenching into fists at his sides. I'm going to make sure she gets a present for Christmas. The intensity in the child's words made Chase's eyes sting. What a great kid. It'd been over 2 months since that day, and he hadn't forgotten.
Your mom will need to come with you if you go to the bank.
When Parker's shoulders drooped, Chase quickly added,
But I can help you out. How about you do a few chores for me to earn some money, and I'll find a way to take you shopping.
Parker threw his arms around Chase's neck for the first time ever, his small body trembling with excitement. He hugged the little boy back, trying to swallow against the sudden lump in his throat.
Happy Thanksgiving, little bud.
Chapter 6.
I'm taking Jackson to do some last-minute Christmas shopping,
Chase said over breakfast on the second Saturday in December as he cut up pancakes for the boy.
Would you all like to come along?
I don't know. Autumn pulled a face, wiping syrup from Faye's chin with a damp washcloth. I hate crowds and try to stay away from the retail stores after Thanksgiving. I'm sure Parker would like to come, though. He adores going anywhere with you.
Then let me rephrase that. Will you come along? I promised Jackson he could talk to Santa, and I don't want to face the masses alone.
Chase tilted his head and shot her a pleading look that he was getting way too good at. Well, I did see a flyer from one of the stores there with an item I'd like to pick up. Autumn was glad she didn't have to lie, since it was a karaoke machine for Chase. He would be hard-pressed not to let her hear him sing then. At the office, she and Brenda had conspired to one day follow him on his route and catch him at it.
Great.
Chase picked up his mug with a satisfied grin. But I'll need to split off from you. Autumn shot a meaningful glance at the Littles, who were carrying on their own conversation over breakfast, hinting that they were the reason for her need to shop. She would have to make sure to pick up something extra for each of them, too.
All right, that'll work. We'll ride there together and then split up,
Chase said.
We can meet at the food court for lunch after.
That should be fine. Autumn had to force herself not to smile. This little jaunt would fit right in with her nefarious plan to hear him sing. She didn't mind the distraction either. Thanksgiving without Steve had been hard enough, but it had only been one day. She'd been dreading an entire season without him. Looking after all the children's needs and helping Chase with Jackson had kept her from falling into despair again. When they arrived at the mall, the children, even Faye, who didn't understand anything, stared wide-eyed at the decorations. Autumn had forgotten how much they added to the festiveness with the twinkling lights, the oversized ornaments, the artificial snow dusting the surfaces. Despite the crowd, she found herself getting excited.
Which direction are you going?
Chase wiped his hands on his jeans, a sign of nervousness that she'd seen too often when he would have to take Jackson to visit his mother. Autumn hoped he hadn't received bad news. You okay? She asked, touching his arm lightly. Chase seemed to realize what he was doing and stopped, shoving his hands in his pockets.
Yeah, Santa's down that way.
He pointed to the right. Perfect. My store is that way. Autumn indicated the left.
Oh, good. You'll be closer to the food court. If you finish before us, maybe you can get a table.
Text me when you're done. Autumn turned with the stroller, but Chase put his hand over hers on the handle, the warmth of his palm sending an unexpected flutter through her.
Isn't Faye going to get her picture taken too?
He asked.
Autumn shook her head.
She's too young. He'll scare her.
Not if she's with the littles. Come on. Do you really want to have a picture of Parker but not one of Faye?
Well,
when she's 16, she'll want to know why you got a photo of Parker with Santa and not one of her.
He arched a brow, his head tilted.
She'll play the "you love him more than me" card.
Autumn frowned at the mental image, but he had a point. Baby, do you want to go with Parker? When Faye nodded enthusiastically, clapping her hands, Autumn heaved out a breath and stepped back so Chase could take hold of the stroller.
Okay, guys, each of you put a hand over mine.
They did, and the four of them strode toward the Santa Claus line, the littles chattering happily. Autumn's eyes prickled. The man had been heaven sent. She'd worried about how she could ever fill the hole that Steve's death had left in her children's lives. And then Chase showed up. Sniffling, she headed toward the electronics store, weaving through the clusters of shoppers laden with bags. By the time she reached it, he'd texted 2 pictures. One, a selfie of the 4 of them in front of a giant stuffed reindeer. The other was a woman dressed like an elf kneeling by the stroller, giving Faye a candy cane. It made Autumn wish she'd ordered the machine online so she could have gone with them. The music store was crowded, filled with the competing sounds of demo keyboards and customers talking. When she found a sign for the item on her flyer, the shelf was empty.
"Can I help you, ma'am?"
a clerk asked, appearing at her elbow. You don't have any of these in the back, do you? Autumn pointed to it on the flyer.
I'm sorry, but we're sold out of those. However, the young man grinned at her, our manager agreed to exchange this more expensive model for the sale price.
Oh, nice. Thank you. This is perfect. It even came with an extra mic, so she wouldn't have to buy one. By the time she paid for it and had it wrapped in Christmas paper, Chase had sent her 2 more pictures, the last one being an adorable shot of all 3 children sitting on Santa's lap. She would have to hurry if she were going to pick up something for the littles. There was a candy store at the end of this wing of the mall that should have some fun options for stocking stuffers. Autumn was looking through the candied apples and wondering if they would last when her phone pinged with another text. Chase, taking a bathroom break. Another text came right after it. Chase, look who else is here. We'll meet you in 15 minutes. It pinged again, this time with a photo of Brenda holding Faye. Leave it to the large woman to come to the mall dressed like a stand-in for Mrs. Claus with a red dress and green sweater. From her ears hung bell earrings. She'd worn them to work a couple of times and sounded like one of Santa's reindeers. Autumn, I'll head to the food court and look for a table. Will Brenda be eating with us?
Chase, no, she says she's with another group.
Autumn settled on some pinwheels, since they were mostly toys and contained only a little candy, before making her way to the food court. It was full, buzzing with conversation and the clatter of trays, but it looked like the worst of the lunch rush was over, and she was able to find a table for 4 near a group of adults dressed in ugly Christmas sweaters. They looked like they were having a party, and it made her smile. She stood guard over her table while checking out the menus. The aroma of pizza and Chinese food made her stomach rumble.
Autumn,
She turned at the sound of her name. Chase had Faye on his shoulders, while Brenda pushed the stroller the same way he'd done, with one of the boys each holding her hand on top of the handles. Had he learned that from her? "Don't you look festive?" Autumn gave Brenda a hug before taking Faye from Chase, breathing in her daughter's sweet scent and nuzzling her neck. "You know how much I love this time of year. You kids have fun." The grandmotherly woman kissed each of the children and went to sit with the group at the ugly sweater table. Only then did Autumn see the garish embroidery on the back of Brenda's sweater. "Oh, you've got candy cane on your hand." Autumn rubbed at the red color on Faye's finger with her thumb. "How weird. It's like paint." "The littles want kid meals. What are you getting?" Chase wiped his hands on his pants again. Seriously, what was bothering him today? "She'll only eat mac and cheese in a place like this, so I'll share with her." Autumn glanced between the nearby fast food restaurant and the one across the room that sold mac and cheese. "We'll have to take turns watching the table." "I've got it covered." Chase got Brenda's attention and pointed to the table with the stroller. She nodded, and he took the little's hands. Autumn was impressed with how efficient he had become with the children. It was like he'd been born to be a father. As much as Steve had loved the kids, he'd never been this comfortable with them. Jackson was lucky to have a man like Chase in his life. One day, he would make some woman a wonderful husband. She turned toward the restaurant she needed and found Brenda watching her with knowing eyes. The woman grinned and mouthed, "I've got this." By the time Autumn got through the food line and returned, balancing her tray carefully through the crowd, Faye had fallen asleep. Chase jumped up and hurried over to take the sleeping child. Autumn set down the food and adjusted the stroller. Once they'd settled the baby, Autumn collapsed into a chair. "I'd forgotten how fun this can be, and how exhausting." She wiggled her toes inside her boots. "My feet hurt." "You can relax now," Chase said as he finished settling the boys with their food. "Just enjoy the music." He nodded to the center of the room, where a man was setting up a speaker next to a young teenage girl holding a violin. "Nice." Autumn shifted so she could see better. Other guests had noticed, and the anticipation in the air turned almost tangible. Once they were set up, the girl played the opening notes of Ding Dong Merrily on High. The two older girls stepped in and sang. When two other young women took positions beside them and joined in, Autumn gasped and fumbled for her phone, her pulse quickening with excitement. It had to be a flash mob. While she was putting her phone on record, her hands trembling slightly, the group continued to grow. On her right, Brenda and the people at her table rose. And so did Chase. Autumn glanced up at him. Her jaw dropped when he pulled his sweater over his head to expose a red shirt in the same shade as Brenda's. He wiped his hands on his jeans, exhaled deeply, and stepped beside their co-worker. Autumn's heart did a flip-flop in anticipation. Was he going to sing too? When the group finished, Brenda didn't give the audience a chance to applaud, but immediately went into a lively version of "I Saw Three Ships." Chase joined her a couple of phrases in, blending his rich baritone with her soprano. Their beautiful harmony touched something deep inside of Autumn. Her heart seemed to swell, and she felt like she was in the happiest of dreams. Then the other singers joined in again, and a group of Irish dancers skipped in to add to the performance. It was breathtaking. Autumn hoped others were recording it because it was something that should be preserved. Chase finally met her gaze. His cheeks were flushed, but he couldn't hide the shaking of his hands. It must be hard for him to perform in public. No wonder he kept putting off her requests for him to sing for her. Yet Brenda had managed to talk him into it. The concert ended, and the crowd gave them a thunderous applause. people rising to make it a standing ovation. The participants and the shoppers all went back to what they'd been doing before. Autumn put down her phone and ran to throw her arms around Brenda and Chase, still feeling the rush of the performance. "You two were amazing," Autumn cried. "Everyone was." Brenda laughed, her earrings jingling, and Chase looked embarrassed, his face still flushed. "Maybe I can eat now that it's over," he said, loosening his collar slightly. "Who are all these people?" Autumn asked, once they sat down again. "The singers are from Brenda's church," Chase said, picking up his fork with still trembling hands. "The musicians came from the college, and the cloggers are from her granddaughter's dance class." "And you both kept this a secret from me." Autumn shot Brenda a dark look, but she only laughed. "If he'd told you, I would have had to kill him, and that wouldn't be right. A good church-going woman like me murdering a handsome young man." "Is that what you've been doing these last 2 weeks when I've watched Jackson those evenings for you? Going to practices?" Autumn asked. "Yes." Chase dug into his food with obvious relief. The poor guy looked more relaxed than he had in weeks, and now she knew why. "Just so you know, this was a bucket list item for me." Autumn let out a deep sigh, sinking back in her chair. "I'm so glad you talked me into coming. This was the best." Chapter 7. Chase checked the timer on the oven, the smell of ham making his stomach rumble. As with Thanksgiving, he and Autumn would spend Christmas Day with their separate families, but Christmas Eve was theirs. It'd been busy at work. He'd never paid attention to how many emergency bug infestations people called in on Christmas Eve. Until this year, he hadn't had a family of his own waiting for him. Well, a kind of family. One he hoped would be his one day. He'd only had to work for half a day, fortunately. After cleaning up, he'd put on the ham. Autumn had the whole day off, so she took Jackson for him. She'd spent the morning baking and now had the children decorating sugar cookies. That left him time to finish his gift wrapping. The children had been easy to shop for, even Parker's special present for his mother. Chase had consulted Brenda about it. That woman had solutions to everything. As he worked, he mused about how differently this Christmas was from last year. With it likely Jackson could remain in Chase's care indefinitely, his old friends had disappeared. They only wanted to work and party and had no time for a guy with a little boy tagging along. What surprised Chase the most was that he didn't mind. Looking back on his life before the little dude, it felt like he'd been in a holding pattern. He hoped Nikki would pull her act together to be a mother again. But if she didn't, Chase was prepared to carry on. He now had a purpose in life that had been absent before, and that didn't even count how much Autumn and her kids had come to mean to him. Chase picked up the gift box, turning it over in his hands. He'd struggled over what to get her. He wanted it to be something memorable. Personal, but not too personal. If she felt pressure from him to make their relationship more than it was right now, she might pull back. He couldn't risk that. He opened the box and examined the simple chain, the gold catching the warm lamplight. He wanted his and Jackson's gift for Autumn to go with Parker's present, but as a compliment and not a distraction. Chase had talked with the jeweler about a strong chain for the mother of a young child who liked to tug on necklaces. Autumn could wear it alone or put a locket on it. He hoped that every time she wore it, she would think of him. Chase closed the box and put it in a special gift bag, careful as he arranged the tissue paper. Because of her situation, he'd given a lot of thought and done online research about dating a widow. Not that he was dating her. Last week, when Brenda casually mentioned that someone had asked Autumn out to dinner, Chase panicked. Fortunately, she'd refused, saying it was too soon. He'd heaved out a breath, and Brenda gave him a knowing grin. When the time came, he hoped she would be on his side. Glancing at the packages scattered across his table, Chase decided he was finished. The oven timer buzzed, and he turned it off. He removed the pan and set it on the stovetop. It wouldn't be ready to cut for a few minutes anyway, so he gathered the packages and went to Autumn's apartment. "I've come bearing gifts," he called, balancing the packages precariously as he opened the door. The Littles and Fay looked up at him from the dining table, their hands and faces smeared with frosting in a rainbow of colors. Autumn laughed at his expression, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "They're having dessert first." "I just pulled the ham out of the oven," Chase said, kneeling by the tree and carefully arranging his packages. He spread his gifts around. There was one larger package in the back with his name on the label. He had a hunch about what she might give him, and the size of the box increased his suspicion. He looked up and met her gaze. She smiled but said nothing about it. "You can bring the ham while I get these 3 cleaned up." After putting the meat on Autumn's counter, he joined her in clearing the table, collecting sticky utensils and crumb-covered plates. The cookies were a crazy assortment of colors and decorations. It looked like they'd had a lot of fun. Chase scanned the room as he wiped the table. Autumn had a knack for creating a cozy atmosphere. One evening when she was babysitting Jackson, she and the children had decorated poster board stars with glitter. They now hung strategically from the ceiling, casting bits of color to dance on the walls from the lights on the tree. It made it feel like home here, something he hadn't experienced since before his mother died. After dinner, Autumn scanned the kitchen, checking that everything was cleaned. "I think that does it." "You need to relax now." Chase put his hand on her back and guided her to the couch. The children were watching a Christmas cartoon. "I meant to ask you last night, but how was the visit with Nikki?" she whispered, settling into the cushions beside him. "Not good." She relapsed again. "My father is about to wash his hands of her. He's the one who has the money. If he stops paying for her treatment, I don't know what she'll do." Chase rubbed his face, his expression bleak. "When we were growing up, there was nothing either of us could do that was good enough for him. I think that's probably why we both acted out." "How did you act out?" Autumn hoped he was finally opening up about this. He'd said a couple of things over the past few months about the relationship, but when she inquired further, he shut down. "I went to college for only a year. Dad's a rich attorney and was pressuring me to study law so I could come and work for him." The corner of Chase's mouth quirked up. "I have a little oppositional defiance going on. If I'm pushed, I can go the other direction." Autumn winced internally, her fingers twisting in her lap, hoping he wouldn't think her present was pushing, which, of course, it was. She should have gotten a musical video game like Jukebox Jam or Band Life instead. "Is that how you went to work doing pest control?" she asked. "Yeah. I started working for them part-time when I left school. When I dropped out, they hired me full-time. It's a smelly job, but I get to spend my days outdoors, which I don't mind. Before I got Jackson, I'd been thinking of taking some management classes so I could move up in the company and not always be one of the route guys." And now he couldn't go to school because he wanted to be there for his nephew and her little family. A tingling warmth of gratitude spread over her. What would she have done in the past few months without his friendship? "You're a good man, Chase Worthington," she whispered.
"And you're just trying to soften me up." He shifted so he faced her instead of the children and grinned, one brow arched. "So I won't be offended by your Christmas present." Autumn's jaw dropped, her face growing warm. "Ha! I'm right." Chase gently closed her mouth with one finger. "Your expression gives you away."
"But how could you know?" She glanced at the children, lowering her voice. "I made Parker promise not to tell you."
"He didn't. He just asked what a karaoke machine was." Autumn burst out laughing, covering her mouth with her hand.
"I've been having second thoughts anyway," she sighed. "You can take it back. I don't want you to feel forced to sing for me."
"It's all right, Autumn."
She shifted on the couch to face him. "If you don't like performing in front of others, why do you sing on your route?"
"I started it when my phone's battery died, and I was bored."
One of the houses I was spraying had a grandma who was recuperating from surgery. "Like Mrs. Lipinski?" Autumn asked.
"Yeah." The lady had her daughter ask if I would do another song. Chase gave a dark chuckle. Since I could do it while I was outside and didn't have to look at her, it wasn't so bad, so I kept doing it.
"So it's stage fright?"
"Partly."
He didn't look at her, his gaze fixed on his hands as he picked at a loose thread on the couch cushion, and something in his expression reminded her of the way he looked when he talked about his dad. "Your father should not dictate whether you enjoy a wonderful talent," she said as sternly as she would have to Parker. "I love your voice." Chase looked at her then in a way that sent a different kind of warmth flooding through her body. She blinked, surprised and confused, then frowned. "When do we open presents?" Jackson asked, bouncing over to them. Autumn sighed with relief at the interruption. "We only get to open one present on Christmas Eve," Parker said, playing the enforcement officer. She rose and glanced at Chase, smoothing down her sweater. "What do you guys do?" "This is mine and Jackson's first Christmas together, remember? We can do whatever you would like." "All right. We always read the Christmas story first."
"Let's do it."
After the reading, Autumn turned on Christmas music, the gentle strains of Silent Night filling the room, and they gathered around the tree. Faye snuggled into Chase's lap, her small fingers playing with the buttons on his shirt. "I know we usually only open one present on Christmas Eve, but I wonder if we should do something different this year, since you're leaving early tomorrow for your dad's, and we won't be together for this. Is it okay if we exchange our gifts tonight?" Autumn indicated their two families.
"That works," he said, adjusting Faye more comfortably against his chest. "I think you should open mine and Jackson's present to you before you open Parker's."
"All right, but we need to be careful or there won't be anything left for tomorrow."
"Won't your parents have presents for them?" Chase challenged. "Plus, whatever Santa brings them."
"That's true. All right. I think they should open those first." She pointed to the packages with the pajamas.
"Okay,"
Chase said. Since Faye didn't show any sign of wanting to move, Autumn handed out the gifts to the children with a warning to wait until they could all open them together. As soon as she gave the word, the littles started ripping off the wrapping, the sound filling the room. "Look, they match!" Parker cried as he held up his red and black checkered pajamas. "We're twins!" Jackson tore into the plastic covering with determination. Chase helped Faye open the package with her pink and black checkered ones, his large hands gentle as he guided her small fingers.
"Do you want Mama to help you put these on?" he asked.
She looked up at him, her eyes drowsy, and patted his cheek with her small palm. "You, Daddy." Autumn's heart twisted, and her eyes filled with tears. Keeping the children busy had made it easier to push memories with Steve aside, but they all came flooding in. "No, I'm just Chase." He set Faye on the floor and gave her the package. "See if you can get these out." He rose and pulled Autumn to her feet, his hands steady on her arms. "I thought you'd been handling today too well. Of course you miss him." Chase put his hands on her shoulders and met her gaze. "Yes, Steve's gone, but that doesn't mean you can't embrace the great memories you have of him." Autumn rested her head on Chase's chest and wept. He embraced her, patting her back like he did when he was soothing an upset Faye. "Burp," Autumn finally said with a sniff and looked up. "Thank you." "That's what friends are for." He grinned and stepped back, then noticed Faye struggling with her package. "Hey, I think I need to help you with that, little lady." While he worked with Faye, Autumn put the trash into a bag she'd brought out for it. "We're dressed," Parker said, his arms around Jackson's shoulders. They grinned broadly at her, their matching pajamas making them look like brothers. Autumn took some more pictures, the camera clicking softly. Chase was right. She needed to work at appreciating what she'd had with Steve and not forgetting what a great life they'd shared, as short as it'd been. "How do you want the rest of them?" Chase asked, coming to stand beside her. "Should we stack their presents and let them go at them?" He shot her a side eye, one brow arched. "That's what I'd do." "All right." Autumn turned and asked, "Jackson, do you know how to spell your name?" "Uh-huh." "All right. You and Parker see if you can find the presents with your names." She'd already set Faye's off to the side, so Autumn retrieved them. She pulled her daughter onto her lap and waited until the guys were ready. Chase carried his own packages to the couch and sat beside her. "Okay," she said. "Go for it." The littles ripped into their presents with enthusiasm, and Autumn gave Faye one to open that held a doll. "Are you sure it's okay if I exchange the machine for something else?" Chase asked, his voice uncertain. "Of course." Autumn tried to keep the disappointment out of her voice, but didn't think she succeeded. "I've heard you sing," he said, leaning closer. "You have a pretty voice." She shot him a disbelieving glance. "I can sing on key, if that's what you mean, but I'm more choir material than a soloist like you." "If I keep this, will you sing with me?" Her heart thudded. She was no singer. "If you want me to sing for you, you have to sing with me." He nodded toward the piano near the stairs. "I've meant to ask you about that. I've never heard you play." "I haven't since Faye was born." "Are you good enough to accompany people?" "I guess, but not unless I practice. A lot." Her stomach knotted at the thought. "It would make me nervous, though." "And now you feel my pain." Chase grinned. "It's your choice about the machine. I'll keep it if you'll sing with me." "I'll think about it," she finally said. They then turned their focus to the children, while Chase helped them choose one present to take out of its ridiculous inside packaging to play with. Autumn went through the wrapping to make sure nothing important got thrown away. "I think Faye's finally had it," Autumn said, rising and scooping up her drowsy daughter. "I'm putting her to bed." While she changed her daughter's diaper and settled her in her bed, Autumn thought back on the day. It had gone much better than she feared, even with her little breakdown. When Chase finally decided to settle down with his own family, she was going to miss this. His wife wouldn't look kindly on his having a female friend. Autumn would have to be solidly on her feet by then and not need him so much. She listened for the guys as she went down the stairs, their whispered voices drifting up to her. What were they mumbling about? "Shh!" Chase hissed as she came down the last steps. "What's going on?" she asked suspiciously, pausing on the bottom step. "You haven't opened any of your presents yet, Mama," Parker said. "This one's from Faye." Jackson brought her a square, flat package, holding it carefully with both hands. "Let's see what it is." Autumn accepted the gift and sat on the couch. The littles came to stand on each side of her, leaning in to see, their warm bodies pressed against her legs. She put an arm around each of the boys and kissed their temples. "I wonder what it is," she said. "We know," Parker said, his voice smug. "Open it!" Jackson reached as though he meant to start on it himself, but Chase pulled back the boy's hand and shook his head. Autumn tore off the wrapping to expose a square plate with rounded corners and a raised rim. It took her a second to recognize the little green footprints hanging from a painted red string topped with a bow. The words "mistletoes" and "Faye Donnelly," along with the year, had been carefully written underneath, with her fingerprints in alternating red and green lining the rim. "This is adorable," Autumn cried, tracing the tiny footprints with her finger. "When did you do it?" "At the mall, of course," Chase said. "Brenda helped me with it. Well, it was her idea, actually. It's a real plate, but I don't think you'll want to wash it." "I'll hang it on the wall." "Can we give her our present yet?" Jackson held up the gift bag, bouncing slightly on his toes. "Ours goes with Parker's," Chase said, "but Autumn should open his last." Jackson leaned on her leg, so she put her arm around him and reached into the gift bag. She pulled out a rectangular jewelry box. "What's this?" Autumn asked. "I can show you how to open the box." Jackson reached for it, and she let him pop it open to expose a gold chain necklace that gleamed in the warm lamplight. "This is beautiful. I hope it wasn't too expensive." "Jackson helped me pick it out. We owe you a lot for how much you've helped us over the last few months." If he only knew how much the two of them had helped her. "Now you need to open Parker's gift to you." Chase nodded to her son, who handed her a small package with trembling hands. "Before you open it, I want to tell you what a great boy you have." Chase's voice cracked, and Autumn looked at him in surprise, her own eyes stinging in response. He coughed and continued. "He came to me and asked for help." "What kind of help?" Autumn glanced at her little boy, who was anxiously staring at the package she held. "He told me his mother hadn't gotten any presents for her birthday, and he was going to make sure she got something for Christmas." Autumn's throat tightened, and she could hardly swallow. She pulled Parker close, not even trying to fight the moisture running down her cheeks. "Open it, Mama," he pleaded, pointing at the gift. She carefully removed the colorful tissue paper. It held a small box from a local jewelry store. "He's been doing a few projects for me to pay for it." Chase's eyes twinkled. He picked it out. Autumn removed the lid from the box. Inside sat a heart-shaped gold locket. It was thicker than any she'd seen before and had an odd clasp. Chase reached over and did something to it. The heart sprang open and resembled a four-leaf clover. Each of the hearts held a picture. She had to blink a few times before she could see what was inside each. One held a photo of Parker, one of Faye, and the third was of their family. It'd been taken not long before Steve's death. The fourth leaf held a child's stick figure drawing that she guessed was Parker's attempt at a self-portrait.
I had to stalk social media for the pictures, Chase said softly. Parker drew that for you, and I had it shrunk to fit.
Autumn closed her eyes, her heart swelling, the emotion nearly overwhelming her.
Don't you like it, Mama?
Parker asked, his voice small and worried.
Oh, sweetheart, it's perfect. I couldn't love it more.
She embraced him, and he put his arms around her neck, holding tight. Yes, she was holding the best gift she could ever want. Part 2, Chapter 8, 4 months later.
Hey, beautiful.
Trent Tanaka sauntered into the main office, every bit the charmer. When he worked his magic on clients, he followed up the greeting with a grin and a self-deprecating line.
That's 2 T's, like trouble twice.
Autumn pursed her lips in disgust. Handsome men should keep their cliched antics to themselves. She refused to glance in the direction of the staff door where the flirtmeister stood. From the corner of her eye, she could tell he was looking in her direction. She didn't need him to bug her right now, not while she was fighting to meet the end-of-the-month deadline. The protection of widowhood was wearing off, and more than once, Autumn wished she lived at a time when people had to wait a full year before being expected to socialize. She and her late husband had been married for 5 years. It seemed an eternity since she'd been the target of a man's interest, and she didn't like it. Where was Chase? He always managed to discourage too much of the come-on.
I said, hey, beautiful.
Trent stopped in front of her desk, obviously peeved that she was ignoring him. Autumn exchanged a quick glance with Brenda, the office manager, who was sorting through files at the front counter. She shrugged. The older woman had more patience with their newest termite inspector. Yes, his Eurasian handsomeness gave him an almost exotic look, but as far as Autumn could tell, he flirted with everyone with XX chromosomes, whether customer or coworker. He used it to his advantage and had the highest sales in the office. Now that she was the target of his attention, she wished more than once he would take a job with one of those national chains instead of a small local pest control company like Green. "Hello, Trent. I'm kind of in a time crunch right now." She didn't have to try to make herself sound stressed, gesturing at the stack of papers on her desk.
You need to take a break, love.
Autumn cringed internally at the endearment. Trent reached over as if he meant to touch her shoulder, but she leaned back in her chair, out of his reach. A flash of surprise crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by one of a man accepting a challenge.
Ugh.
"How do you know I didn't just come off a break?" Autumn asked, hurriedly shuffling papers to avoid his gaze.
Did she, Brenda?
Trent chuckled, turning toward the front counter. Autumn shot her friend and supervisor a pleading glance. "She didn't." Traitor. If Brenda thought this was how to get Autumn to start dating again, she would have to set the woman straight.
That's what I thought.
Trent's voice had turned low and soft. He put his hand on her desk near her keyboard, only a couple of inches from her hand.
You're working too hard, love.
Autumn met his gaze for the first time since he'd entered the room, setting down her pen with deliberate care. His expression was sincere and even a little concerned. It did more to soften her defenses than any of his come-ons. It'd been 10 months since her husband died. Looking into Trent's deep brown eyes brought home something she'd missed. He practically oozed masculinity. Autumn blinked. Why had she even thought that? Chase Worthington had it too, that special spark of attractiveness. But he made her feel safe. He would never come on to her like this.
You need to take some time for yourself.
Trent seemed to take her silence as encouragement.
He's right. Brenda sent Autumn one of those motherly looks she dished out so well when she was sure she knew best, pausing in her filing to watch the exchange.
Not on the clock, I don't. Autumn wanted to get back to work, but that would put her hands on the keyboard and too close to Trent.
But she's right, too.
As Brenda walked by him, she shot him a "you lost this round" glance.
Later, then.
Trent winked at Autumn and strode over to the termite account bookkeeper's desk in the other office. Only then did Autumn allow herself a little shiver, rubbing her arms as if suddenly cold. It made sense she would find him attractive. She hadn't seen a woman yet who didn't. What she couldn't understand was why he would target her. From what he'd said about his social life, he was only interested in a good time. She had 2 young children. Didn't that discourage flirty men like Trent? And they were the reason she wouldn't get involved again, not until they were grown. There was no point in setting herself and them up for possible heartbreak. But she was jumping the gun. She hadn't even made up her mind to start dating yet, despite Brenda's pressure. That was probably why she sided with Trent. Autumn started typing again, the familiar click of keys helping to calm her nerves. It wasn't like dating was an alien idea. She'd been asked out a few times since the holidays, but she turned them all down. It'd been too soon. Did Brenda think Trent would be a good first date for Autumn? What would bringing a strange man into her life do to her children? Since her husband's death, Autumn's biggest fear had been the inability to provide what their father had given them. She might try her best, but she wasn't a guy and didn't handle things the way her husband would have. If not for Chase filling that need, she would have resorted to finding a mentor for Parker. Chase. She smiled to herself, her fingers pausing on the keyboard. He had become the very best of friends to her. They'd worked together for a couple of years before her family's tragedy, but they hadn't gotten close until he moved next door to her last fall. Chase now filled the gap in her children's lives. Well, all their lives. As long as she had a friend like Chase, she didn't need romance. Autumn felt a funny little twinge of longing at the thought, but pushed it aside. She couldn't afford to consider him as anything more. Their friendship was too important to risk with anything like casual dating, too important to both her and her children. Besides, he'd never looked at her as anything but a friend either. She gave herself a mental shake. It didn't matter anyway. With a sigh of relief, Autumn typed in the last of the information and glanced at the clock. She had time to handle her route peeps, who would be bringing in their receipts. Unless something unexpected came up, she could get out of here on time.
Now that you're finished, love, you've earned a break.
Trent grinned as he walked back to Autumn's desk, his hands casually tucked in his pockets. She gave a mental groan. Chase dashed into the office, grateful to be out of the sleet, water droplets still clinging to his jacket. At least the forecast was for warmer weather after today. A couple of his accounts had called to reschedule their service, even though he'd explained the rain wouldn't be a problem. Now he would have to play catch-up for the houses he hadn't sprayed today. As much as he loved the spring, it could be a pain. He hung up his rain gear on the hook by the door and pulled out the money from the customers who preferred to pay in cash and carefully unfolded the damp bills. When it was raining, he had to be careful to keep them from getting soggy. That drove Autumn crazy. Autumn. His heart swelled whenever he thought of her. He'd fallen for her big time, her and her sweet kids. Between them and his nephew Jackson, Chase had the family he'd always wanted, but never had. Except for the fact that she'd friend-zoned him, he was happy. Brenda had been working with him for the last month to change that. She'd taken to dropping hints to Autumn. It was time for her to start dating again. It was Chase's job to show her he could be more than a best friend. So far, he hadn't been able to bring up the subject. Every time he tried, his brain and mouth had refused to work together. He was about to step into her office when he heard a second voice. Trent Tanaka. Chase poked his head around the door jamb just enough to catch a glimpse of the guy before pulling back, his jaw tightening. Why was he in there? Autumn didn't do his books. Chase frowned, edging closer so he could hear better. Come on, Autumn. You need to do something for yourself for once, Trent was saying in that come-hither tone he used with all the females on the staff, even Brenda, who could have been his mother. My kids are my priority. Besides, it hasn't been a year yet. There's nothing magical about waiting a year, love. You just need to get out and have a good time for a change. Feel like a woman again. And Tanaka thought he was going to make her feel that way? He was a big-time player and probably thought that, as a lonely widow, she would be easy prey. The edge of Chase's vision turned red. "Hold your horses," Brenda whispered from behind, taking Chase's arm with a firm grip. Only then did he realize he'd taken a step forward, his fists clenched. He let her pull him away from the door, forcing his hands to relax. "Did you hear that?" he hissed. "Yes, and it's not unexpected. He's been asking questions about her for a couple of weeks." "And you didn't think to say anything to me?" Chase's body tensed, and he didn't try to shake the feeling of betrayal. "Don't you get snarky with me," Brenda said, poking him in the chest. "I'm on your side, remember? But you're going to have to tread lightly here unless you're willing to risk what you already have with her." He let out a breath, his shoulders sagging. "You're right." Brenda was always right. She loved Autumn too, and wouldn't let anyone take advantage of her vulnerability. And she was vulnerable. But did she even know it? She was so focused on her children that he and Brenda often had to remind her to take care of herself too. Had they set her up for vultures like Trent? Chase wanted more from her than friendship, but if he didn't handle it right, he risked losing even that. "What am I going to do? How can I protect her?" "First thing," Brenda poked his chest again, "remember she's a grown woman, so don't you get into full-on rescue mode. She needs a partner, not someone who thinks she's stupid and can't figure things out for herself." "But no, what we need to do is provide her with choices, and a little sabotage when necessary." Brenda now wore a mischievous grin. His spirits lifted immediately. "What are you thinking, you devious woman?" "For one, she's been taking you for granted, Chase. You've been such a great support to her that she's put you in the friend zone." "Don't I know it?" he said with a groan. "That was appropriate at first, but it's time for her to start living again." "But not with Tanaka." "No, not with him. The first thing we'll need to do is help her go out on a few lousy dates. It'll demonstrate how good the two of you are together," Brenda said sagely.
Intrigued, Chase asked, "What about the sabotage thing?" "Well, don't you want to sabotage any date she has with Trent?" Brenda gave him a sly wink. "Why, yes." Chase grinned. "Yes, I do." Now filled with a purpose, he stepped into Autumn's office and approached her desk, where he had every right to be, unlike Tanaka. "Hey, Autumn, I've got a bunch for you today." Chase gestured for Tanaka to move aside and said to him, "I know you're in a hurry." "What are you doing here so early?" Tanaka had pulled out his phone and was looking at it, pointedly ignoring Chase's hint. "Don't you have somewhere else you need to be? Like outside spraying houses? You know how it is when it rains." Chase sat in the chair by Autumn's desk, deliberately claiming his territory. He pulled out his packet and tried to pretend Tanaka wasn't there. "Where did a name like Worthington come from?" Trent's tone had turned condescending. "It sounds like you should come with a trust fund and a polo pony." Chase shifted in the chair to frown at the other man and was gratified to see Autumn do the same thing from her seat. He scanned Tanaka's shorter frame. "Well, a more substantial man needs a more substantial name." Tanaka bristled. He straightened to his full height and looked about to say something. Brenda coughed from the doorway. "I really do need to get this finished," Autumn said, glancing with concern between the two men. "We'll talk later, love." Tanaka winked at her and ambled from the room. Chase heaved out a breath, his shoulders finally relaxing. He wasn't usually confrontational, but every time that guy tried to schmooze Autumn, it brought out Chase's inner caveman, one he hadn't even known he had. She set down her pen with a sharp click. "You have to stop the verbal sparring with him." "He started it." Chase leaned forward. "Do you think I should have let him talk about my family like we're some kind of joke? Sure, my father's a jerk, but he's a prestigious jerk. He might sue for defamation of, I don't know, something. I don't even get why they keep Tanaka on here." "You mean besides his sales numbers?" Autumn asked, giving him a disbelieving look. "Who cares about money?" Chase shook his head, feeling stupid for letting the guy get under his skin. "I know he's the best at sales, but I don't trust him." "Well, at least you don't have to spend a lot of time around him. So don't. Just ignore him." Like he could ignore the guy when he was obviously in pursuit of the woman Chase loved. "Except he keeps hanging around you." Fear that she would think he was coming on to her, too. He quickly added, "We're friends, so it's hard to avoid a guy who's always around." Crud. That hadn't come out right at all, and Chase gave himself a mental kick. How was he going to get Autumn to see him as more than a friend if he kept reminding her that they were only friends? He needed to figure out how to do what Brenda said, to show Autumn how good they were together. All these months, Chase had been careful not to push her and to give her time to heal from her loss. He'd always assumed she would naturally see there could be more between them. What if she never did? Was she not attracted to him at all? He certainly was to her, and would have thought it was obvious. But what if he were wrong? What if it were one-sided, and he was the only one who felt this way? "Were you going to give me those receipts, or just mangle them?" Autumn asked tentatively, nodding toward the papers he was unconsciously crumpling in his grip. "Oh, sorry." Chase handed over the bills first, and then the papers, after smoothing out the wrinkles as best he could. "He just gets to me." "I know, but I don't think he's really a bad guy. I'm kind of surprised at your animosity, to tell the truth. You usually get along with everyone. You're one of the friendliest people I know. I'll bet if you gave him a chance, you would find you have a lot in common." "Maybe." Chase kept his voice non-committal. He didn't want to argue with her over Trent Tanaka, of all people. Autumn let out a sigh as she sorted through the receipts, organizing them into neat piles. "You ready for your final exam tonight?" "After you helped me study last night? Yeah. This whole going back to school thing has been a new experience after all these years." "Once you get your business degree, you can move up to a supervisory position. I think you'll be glad you did it," she said. "And it's fun having Jackson spend the evening with us when you're in class." "And he loves it. I'd better—" At the sound of their boss's office door opening, Chase snapped his mouth shut. Autumn gave her attention to her monitor, her posture straightening. "Chase, can I have a word with you?" "Of course, sir." Swallowing, he rose. The elderly Mr. Green and his father had worked to build an independent company that had thrived despite being part of an industry of nationwide franchises. He was a firm but fair boss. Something in his expression made Chase's stomach knot. Had he done something wrong? His palms suddenly damp, Chase followed Mr. G inside and took the chair the old man indicated. He sat at his desk, folded his hands, and stared at Chase without saying a word. "Can I help you with anything, sir?" he finally asked, shifting uncomfortably under the prolonged scrutiny. "You've been with Green Pest Control for almost 8 years now." "Yes, sir," Chase said slowly, trying to think of anything he could have done that might have bothered the boss. "You've been Employee of the Year for the last 4 years running." "Yes, sir." So maybe not something he'd done wrong. Mr. G heaved out a breath, leaning back into his worn leather chair. "I'm going to be 70 later this year." Chase nodded, and then what the older man had said sunk in. Mr. G was in excellent health and had always seemed happy to still be running his company. Had that changed? "My wife wants me to retire and consider taking an offer for a buyout." Chase gripped the chair arms, his heart sinking as he struggled to keep from showing it on his face. Being bought out by one of the big franchise companies would kill the independence Green Pest Control had fought for. They wouldn't have the flexibility to make quick changes and would have to rely on what the power brokers decided, regardless of whether they knew anything about the local area. During the years Chase had worked for GPC, he'd seen how Mr. G's quick action had staved off problems. "You know I have 3 children," Mr. G said. "Yes, sir. A doctor, a dentist, and a geneticist." The old man chuckled, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. "Ironic, isn't it, that the children of a pest control man would all go into healthcare fields?" Chase shrugged, not sure what his boss was leading to. "Well, none of them wants to run my business." "Understandable, I guess, from their point of view." Chase braced himself for the obvious announcement. He wondered why Mr. G was telling only him and no one else. "I suppose, but it's left me in a tough spot." The elderly man rose to his feet and paced his office, his hands clasped behind his back. "To turn the company my father and I built over to a conglomerate goes against everything I've fought for." "Then you're not selling?" "I didn't say that." Mr. G stopped in front of Chase, his expression intense. "I want to sell GPC to you." He choked on the word, coughed, and tried again. "Me?" Yes, you. Mr. G folded his arms. You've been an exceptional and loyal employee, always looking for the best way to serve our customers while making the best use of our resources. I might not be talking to you if you hadn't made the decision to return to school and major in business. Yeah, but Mr. G. Fighting a sense of panic, Chase leaped to his feet. I've just started back. It's going to take me years to get my degree, and you know how much money I make. What's important is how you've stepped up in other ways. You've taken on responsibility for your nephew, and I've seen how you've helped Autumn with her children since her husband passed. Despite all that, you went back to school. You've continued to carry those burdens, and your work here hasn't suffered. Mr. G's expression turned somber. I know it would be asking a lot, but the alternative is to sell out. The words Chase had meant to speak in disagreement froze on his lips. If they were swallowed up by a bigger company, all their jobs would be on the line. How would someone like me convince a bank to loan the money? We can work around that if you're willing to take it on. The older man clapped Chase on the shoulder. I know this is a lot to throw at you, and we do have time. Just give it some thought. He went back to his desk and sat down, giving Chase a dismissive wave. Feeling like he'd just walked into an alternate reality, he left the office, his legs unsteady beneath him. You all right? Autumn asked, her voice laced with concern, as she looked up from her computer. Even if Chase could get his head around what had just happened, he didn't know how to put it in words. I'll talk to you about it after class tonight. Okay. She looked worried for him, her brow furrowed with concern. As he walked away, he could feel her gaze on him. Whatever he chose to do, it seemed things were changing at Green Pest Control. How was it going to impact his plans to win her? Chapter 9. Autumn nuzzled Faye's neck, breathing in the sweet scent of baby shampoo, and the toddler gave a little giggle. She'd finally started to speak a few words again. Her vocabulary hadn't been very big, but after Steve's death, the poor little girl had gone silent. Then Chase moved in next door and changed that. Even though he'd been new to the surrogate father thing with his nephew, Chase hadn't hesitated to take Parker and Faye under his wing, too. What would Autumn have done without him these past months? He was always there when she needed him. I love you, baby, Autumn whispered as she put Faye in her bed and covered the child with a blanket, tucking it gently around her tiny shoulders. Mama, Parker called from his bedroom. Are you going to read us a bedtime story? Autumn turned out the light with a soft click and hurried into the other bedroom. The Littles were waiting on the bottom bunk with 5 picture books each, the colorful covers scattered across the dinosaur print comforter. She laughed and squeezed in between them, the mattress dipping under their combined weight. By the time she finished the 4th book, both boys were asleep, their small bodies relaxed and breathing deeply. She didn't bother to shift Parker to the top bunk. He would be going to kindergarten in the fall, and she had a hard time lifting him up there now. She shifted them so one boy's head was at each end of the bed and carefully spread a quilt over them. As she was coming down the stairs, a knock sounded on her door. Autumn paused to listen for stirrings in the bedrooms upstairs, but heard nothing. She hurried to the door and looked through the peephole. Brenda. Autumn unlocked the door, the deadbolt clicking. What brings you over this fine spring evening? She moved aside to let Brenda enter. The cool night air followed her inside. I made some cookies, and you would be babysitting. Brenda stepped in and glanced around the room.
Ah, they're already in bed. Well, I suppose they can enjoy them just as well tomorrow. She handed over the plate covered with aluminum foil. Or Chase will eat them when he comes back. Autumn headed toward her kitchen, peeling back the foil to reveal chocolate chip cookies that filled the air with their sweet aroma. He's always hungry after class, especially on nights with tests. He's a good man. Brenda sat at the table next to the laptop Autumn had been working at earlier. The older woman folded her hands in her "I'm about to dispense motherly advice" posture. Resigned, Autumn set the plate in the middle of the table and took a chair. She'd lost her mother as a teen. While she loved her father dearly, he was emotionally distant. Over the years, she had come to rely on Brenda for a lot of things a mother would have provided, especially after Autumn lost Steve. "It's time for you to start dating, hun. You've shut yourself off with your children long enough." Brenda nodded sagely. "It was appropriate while the three of you were grieving. But you need to live again. Just because I'm not dating doesn't mean I'm not living. Besides, I'm not interested in a romantic involvement." Autumn didn't know why she kept her main reason secret. Maybe because the memory of her friend's tragedy was too scary. It could also be because she expected an argument from Brenda and didn't want to go there. Autumn fidgeted with the edge of her placemat and said, "It wouldn't be fair to the guy. I still see Steve everywhere." "And you'll continue to see him everywhere. He was a big part of your life. You had 2 beautiful children together. That's never going to change, but the fact that you've loved deeply before should help you to love deeply again." Brenda held up a hand to stop Autumn's argument and said, "I'm not talking about finding yourself a boyfriend right now. I'm talking about socializing. You need a life outside of your children and work." Autumn shook her head, leaning back in her chair. "When I count their waking hours, their babysitter and I split their time nearly 50-50. I agree I need to have some other outlets, but I'm not going to leave my kids to be raised by my sitter during the day and then again at night so I can play. They're only going to be little for a few years. I won't lose that time with them." "I'm not suggesting you should. But I also know if you don't take time to fill your own vessel, you won't have anything to give to your sweet children. I think it's great you've been watching Jackson for Chase while he goes to class. Now that he's taken on the responsibility for that little guy, it's good he's trying to improve his own situation. I know he's also offered to reciprocate with the babysitting. I think you should take him up on it." Brenda pulled Autumn's laptop between them. "It's time to get you set up on a dating site or 2. "No, not that." Autumn folded her arms. "You think I don't hear some of the single girls at the office talk about hit it and quit it? They get sent unsolicited pictures of naked men and invitations to hook up all the time. It's like they're on some list for free call girls where the guys don't even buy them dinner first. That's not for me. I would rather be single and never go on another date in my life than subject myself to that kind of thing." "Well, it's good I would never ask you to join one of those." Brenda puffed up with indignation, her chest rising. "My land, girl, you should know me better than that. It'll be fine. I'll see to it. And if we need my Micah to beat someone up, I'm sure I can arrange it." Autumn burst out laughing, the tension breaking. Brenda's husband was a giant of a man with a grizzly beard. He could have been a senior version of an online wrestler, except he was the most gentle, tender-hearted person Autumn had ever met. Each Christmas, he and Brenda would watch all the Hallmark Christmas movies, and Micah would bawl even worse than his wife every single time. I would like you to get some experience in the dating scene before Trent finally asks you out. He's so handsome, I'm afraid once he really puts on his charm, you'll fall for him before you've had a chance to see what's out there. You and Chase. The corner of Autumn's eye twitched, and she rubbed her temples. Trent is not going to ask me out. He's calling you love now, isn't he? Brenda shot her a knowing glance, leaning forward. He always starts with that before he asks a girl out. It could be any time now. Autumn frowned, dropping her hands into her lap. She didn't want confirmation of her own concerns. How do you know I would go out with him if he did? She asked. Oh, hun, because he's so hot he melts the paint in any room he walks into. Brenda! Autumn stared at her friend, disbelieving. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I can't appreciate a fine-looking man. The important thing is Trent knows how to treat a lady. Autumn sighed. But he never gets serious with anyone. Which is why he would be perfect for you to go out with a few times. You did say you're not interested in a relationship, right? Brenda asked, tapping her fingers on the table. Trent is more than his reputation. He's a good guy and won't push the boundaries you set. I promise. I know you're not a hookup kind of girl. It's time for you to get used to going out again. The woman was at least partly right. If Trent did ask Autumn out, he could be the perfect person to spend an evening with. A man she wouldn't worry about getting serious over. She had enjoyed talking to him before he'd started flirting with her. What dating site do you have in mind? Autumn asked, resigned to the inevitable. Before Brenda could answer, a light knock on the door made Autumn glance at the clock. She jumped to her feet, the chair scraping across the floor. That'll be Chase. Hey, he said when she opened the door. How is the little dude? He was a sweetheart as usual. How'd your test go? I got an A. He threw his arms wide and she stepped in to give him a quick hug, unexpectedly aware of the warmth of his body and the faint scent of his aftershave. See? Autumn said, stepping back. I was right that you didn't have anything to worry about. Brenda's here, and she brought over some cookies. Really? Chase glanced over Autumn's shoulder, his expression turning wary as he spotted Brenda at the table. Congratulations on your final. Brenda patted the chair beside her. Now, come and eat some of these cookies. Autumn told me you're always starving after class. We're doing something I think you should be involved with, too. Hesitantly, he took the seat across the table from Brenda, while Autumn got a glass and some milk. Chase found it difficult to push back his unease at finding Brenda at Autumn's. Wasn't it enough that Mr. G had dropped that unimaginable offer right before a difficult final exam? What new complication was coming Chase's way? We're going to set up Autumn on the e-rapport dating site. Brenda slid the plate of cookies closer to him. Autumn took the seat next to Brenda, who added, I've heard good things about this one while I've been helping my daughter enter the dating scene again. Autumn ducked her head, the corners of her mouth twitching, which made him wonder what Coletta had said about it. We should do the same thing for you, Chase, Brenda declared, pointing a cookie in his direction. He inhaled some of the milk he was drinking and choked. My thoughts exactly. Her expression both resigned and sympathetic. Autumn reached across the table to hand him a napkin. Look, I'm just figuring out how to be like a dad to Jackson, Chase said when he could speak, wiping his face with the soft paper. He tried to avert his head so Autumn wouldn't see the questioning look he sent to Brenda. She winked at him. Wasn't she supposed to help him sabotage Autumn's dates, not set him up to go out on some too? You're in the same situation as Autumn. You both need to have lives outside of the ones that revolve around work and your kids. And don't you both look at me like that. Brenda wagged her finger between them. You know me better than to think I would suggest you ditch the kids so you guys can go out and party. Brenda shifted the laptop so everyone could see the screen. Now listen while I explain. The application process for e-rapport is a little complicated because its goal is to match compatible people with similar interests. They're upfront about being a site for people who want more than physical relationships. They have a whole slew of questions you'll both need to answer. What kind of questions? Autumn asked, leaning forward to peer at the screen. I'm really protective about what I post about my kids online. Don't worry, hun. You get to choose what prospective dates will see. For them to match you with the right people, they need to know things like what you think of yourself, how romantic you are, and your core beliefs. That kind of thing. They've evaluated a lot of statistical data about conflict in relationships. And that conflict comes from where? Brenda grinned and held up both of her arms dramatically. Areas where a couple isn't compatible. Go figure. Wow, Brenda, I can't believe you know all this. Chase was more than a little impressed that she had taken the time to check it out. I told you I've been researching it with my daughter. She looked at Chase, adjusting her reading glasses. It's been a year since her divorce was final, so I convinced her it was time to check out all the sites, and this is the one she settled on. Brenda opened a browser and typed in an address. They require people to work a bit to get to know each other first. They're required to have exchanged 20 communications before the system will let them share any pictures. And not just things like emojis. They work really hard to stop the catfishers. The what? Autumn tilted her head. People who create fake accounts and pretend to be something or someone they're not, Brenda said. You haven't heard of catfishing? Chase asked, surprised, taking another cookie. I've heard of it. Autumn's cheeks went that adorable pink he loved so much, her hand unconsciously touching her neck. I'm not totally ignorant. I just don't remember it being called that. Oh, honey, there have been catfishers long before the internet made it so easy to fool people. Now, Chase, Brenda said toward his backpack, fire up your laptop so you two can do this together. While he retrieved it, she shifted to the end of the table and indicated he should sit next to Autumn. He did as he was told, since he preferred to sit beside her anyway. Let me know when you have the site up, Brenda commanded. Biting back a smile at her officiousness, he said, Got it. Brenda pushed Autumn's laptop to her. Wait, she said, her eyes scanning the screen. You've already started filling this out for me? Only the basics. Brenda held up a finger defensively. While I was working with Coletta, I needed someone I could plug in. I knew you would be dealing with this eventually anyway. What with Trent asking questions about you? What? Autumn straightened, looking irritated. When was he asking questions about me? Chase gritted his teeth to keep from saying anything. Only the last little while, Brenda waved her hand dismissively. Well, he did ask me about you right after he started with us, but that was last summer, right after you'd lost Steve. I made it clear you were in mourning, and he's respected that, which is something that lifted my opinion of him. Chase had to fight back a surge of alarm and reminded himself that Brenda was on his side. But what if she accidentally sent Autumn into the arms of another man? like Trent Tanaka. I know neither of you thinks you're ready for this, but all we're going to do is let you get your toes wet. Like I said, this is an opportunity to meet some people you would probably never have met otherwise. You both need to be exposed to folks outside of your children and your good-looking neighbors." Brenda's eyes twinkled mischievously. Autumn met Chase's gaze, the corners of her mouth twitching. His neck muscles relaxed. "Now," Brenda continued, pushing up her reading glasses, "I always told my teens it was important to date a lot of different people so they could see how they were treated. That applied to my boys as well as my girls." She shot Chase a meaningful glance. "When you both find someone you would like to get serious about, they should treat you exceptionally well." "Like Micah treats you?" Autumn asked, her voice softening. "Exactly how Micah treats me. I made the mistake of getting married right out of high school, and not to him." Brenda's face turned sad, her fingers absently tracing the edge of the table. "My parents fought all the time. They were a perfect example of two people who were not compatible. It was a tough house to grow up in, and I couldn't wait to get out." "You married to get away from home?" This was a side of Brenda that Chase hadn't known about. Ever since he'd started with the company, she'd been like a mother to him. He didn't know why he'd always assumed she was naturally wise. It hadn't occurred to him she might have gotten that way through the school of hard knocks. The term she'd used often over the years took on new meaning. "That's it exactly. He'd shown signs of a temper when we were dating, but never toward me. After we were married, I also found out he was a mean drunk." "Did he hit you?" Autumn asked quietly. "Not at first, and when he did, I wasn't expecting it." Brenda's face took on a pinched look. Chase had only seen a couple of times over the years. Her throat worked, and it took a few seconds before she could continue. "See, I grew up in a home with a father who had a temper, but he was never physically violent. I guess I thought my first husband would be like him. The next day he was full of apologies and promised never to do it again. I called my mother to ask about leaving him, but she said it would be tacky to do it so soon after our marriage, that maybe I should train him right." "You should have left." Chase clenched his fists under the table, wanting to find and hit the guy himself. "Don't worry on my behalf, though I appreciate the look on your face, Chase. I did train him." Brenda's eyes crinkled, a sly smile crossing her features. "With a frying pan." "You hit him?" Autumn sounded appalled. "No, hon, but I would have if I'd needed to make my point, and then repent of it later. As it was, I didn't have to, because he learned real quick not to hit me." Brenda's gaze turned steely. "All I had to do was show him my frying pan, and remind him he would have to sleep sometime." She heaved a sigh, her shoulders relaxing. "It wasn't a very Christ-like thing to do. I should have left him, which I did after 6 months. And I vowed I would never put up with a man treating me like that again. I'd known Micah in school. As soon as my divorce was final, he stepped into my life, and I've never looked back. He's a great man and a wonderful father." Brenda sighed. "We have a lot in common. There are so many things that have to fit in a marriage. It's a lot of hard work, like having kids, but it can be one of the most fulfilling things you'll ever experience in your life." Autumn nodded, her expression thoughtful, and Chase felt a twinge of jealousy. He'd never had anything like that, but she'd had it with Steve. Chase wanted to share it with her. "Since you know I've experienced it, you understand why I'm not looking for a relationship. No man should have to compete with my memories of Steve, Autumn said, her voice barely above a whisper. It wouldn't be fair to him. Chase had wondered about that very thing, but hearing it verbalized made him shift uncomfortably in his chair. You're getting ahead of yourself now, Brenda cautioned, removing her glasses and cleaning them with the hem of her shirt. What we're looking at is socializing, and I don't mean going out with the girls from the office or coming to my house for Sunday dinner. Girlfriends are awesome, and we love doing things with them, but they aren't men. Duh, Chase chuckled, some of the tension leaving his body. Don't you get cheeky with me, young man, Brenda said with a stern glance. You know what I mean. Spending time with members of the opposite sex is fun. It is, he agreed, glancing at Autumn, who was absently picking at a cookie. But I have that with Chase, she said, looking up from the crumbs. Yes, you do, Brenda winked. But you need to broaden your friend pool. Thanks, he said with a flat tone, crossing his arms. The same goes for you, Brenda pointed to their computers. Now, get busy answering all those questions. Chapter 10. When Brenda had gone, and it was only the two of them typing away at their questionnaires, Chase wanted to ask Autumn how she felt about what they were getting involved in. It was fun watching how thoughtful her expression turned as she considered some of the questions, twisting a strand of her long chestnut hair around a finger. This is harder than my final exam, he said. It's like they want me to reach deep inside for the answers. That's not the kind of introspection I normally do. Same here. When I was growing up, I was taught not to speak too highly of myself, or people would think I was conceited. It was like the ultimate bad thing. I don't know if that's why it's so much easier to name my faults than my virtues. But if all I do is point those out, I'll come across as a total loser. Autumn rubbed her temples. I've noticed you are way too hard on yourself. Chase started to massage her tight neck muscles, wishing he didn't have to pretend the intimacy wasn't more than friendly. You always know exactly where the tension's the worst. She almost purred. I don't know if having such critical self-talk is just me or me being a girl. Chase hadn't really thought about it before, but then his mind went to Jackson's mother. My sister's like that, he mused. After so many years of being belittled by our father, I've never been able to convince her she's good enough. He'd often wondered how much their father's constant disapproval had contributed to Nikki's addiction. She'd been in and out of rehab so much that at Christmas their wealthy father had refused to pay for it anymore. Now, Chase didn't know where she was. Nikki hadn't made any effort to see Jackson since January. The saddest part was the little dude rarely asked about her anymore. You're quiet all of a sudden, Autumn said softly, and Chase gave her neck muscles one more squeeze before dropping his hands. Just thinking of Nikki. I'm sorry, Autumn said. I know you're worried about her. And Jackson. I'm afraid he's going to forget her. Then don't let him. She shifted in her seat to face him and covered his hand. Could she not feel the attraction thrumming where their skin touched? How? Go through any photo albums you have. She moved her hand to the back of her chair. Don't avoid talking to him about her. I mention Steve to the kids all the time. And didn't Chase know it, too? It was the most ridiculous thing to be jealous of a dead man. Chase would give anything to have Autumn speak of him so lovingly. But what if it makes him miss her more? Be honest that she's trying to get well. Autumn held up a finger. No, don't look like that. Do you really think she doesn't want to get better so she can be a mom to her boy again? Maybe deep down inside, if the drugs haven't killed it. The difference between Nikki and Steve is that she's choosing to stay away. How do you explain that to a 4-year-old? I'm so sorry, Autumn sighed. But there is a chance she can beat this someday, and you want to have Jackson prepared in case it happens. And what if she never does? Chase asked, wishing he dared to put his arm around her shoulders. What if he spends his entire childhood waiting for a mother whose addiction is always more powerful than her love for her son? I wish I knew the perfect answer, she said. But I feel strongly that his memories of his mother should remain positive. Chase's mind conjured a picture of his little dude at the window during their first weeks together, looking for the mother who never came. It was hard to stay positive when faced with the hurt and disappointment on Jackson's face, but Autumn's words had truth in them that Chase couldn't deny. He had to find a balance between doing the very best for both his sister and her son. You're right. I've let myself get discouraged. I'll do better. You're doing great. I haven't met a finer man than you, Chase. Autumn straightened and met his gaze. She was so beautiful. Her rich brown eyes seemed to draw him in. He loved the way she smelled, a combination of her shampoo, the perfume she liked, and baking. Chase's gaze dropped to her lips as she licked them. The earlier thrumming of attraction surged through him, and he forgot himself. He leaned in with every intention of kissing that luscious mouth. What if you ruin your friendship? At the thought, Chase shifted and kissed her cheek instead. Thank you. He pulled back and faced his laptop again. That means a lot to me. It's not like I had much experience with kids before Jackson came to live with me. You've helped a lot. Forcing his hands not to shake at the near miss, he started typing again. Autumn hesitated a moment before turning back to her own computer. Had she read his intent? She knew him really well, and he had a hard time hiding things from her. Had he wrecked it? How can they match people based on some of these questions? She finally asked, sounding a little frustrated. I've known plenty of guys who thought they were a gift to women. And they weren't? Chase asked. Well, they sure weren't for this woman. Of course, I'm not into middle-aged balding men with potbellies who think they're all that. A funny look crossed her face. That wasn't very nice. Just because I don't find someone attractive doesn't mean no one else would. What kind of men do you find attractive? Chase tried to keep his voice level, like he was only casually interested. You. I find you attractive, Chase Worthington, and I can't. Autumn pressed her lips together to keep from crying out the words, her face going warm. For a second there, she'd been sure he was about to kiss her. The outrageous idea, instead of blowing her away like it should have, had sent an unexpected thrill through her. How could a couple of seconds of looking into his eyes have flipped her world upside down? He'd been about to give her a friendly, brotherly peck, and she'd been ready to lay a big one on him. She swallowed the sudden lump in her throat. Since her disastrous birthday last year, he'd become the dearest of friends. She could talk with him about almost anything. Their lives had become intertwined in every way. At the moment, they were like a family without the complications of romance. Still, she couldn't deny she had wanted Chase to kiss her. Brenda was right. Autumn must be coming alive again, and poor Chase had been in the wrong place when she'd felt the first stirrings. She wouldn't risk what they had because she'd been tempted to kiss him. Even if he reciprocated those feelings, it wouldn't work. Autumn would not allow herself to get involved, not with anyone. "I think what I find attractive comes from inside," Autumn said, keeping her voice level. "And I can only see that by getting to know someone well. People are sometimes gorgeous on the outside, but have no personalities at all. There was one guy in high school who was like that. You know, really good-looking, varsity quarterback, one of the popular kids. My best friend crushed on him, but she didn't look like a cheerleader. He never gave her a second glance. Instead, she became good friends with his sidekick." Chase paused in his typing. "That was kind of creepy." "Not really. She wasn't trying to become the sidekick's girlfriend so she could get close to the hottie." When Chase scowled, Autumn gave a soft chuckle. "The quarterback really was handsome, but my friend said once she got to know him better, she found out his looks were the only thing he had going for him. He got 0 in the personality department. The average-looking sidekick, however, oozed with it." "So you're saying attractive people don't have to develop good personalities because they can get by on their looks?" "Well, it would be grossly unfair to say that about all attractive people, so no. But I've known some people it fits. My grandmother used to tell me anyone can be attractive if they spend some time on their appearance and are clean. Of course, she also told me I looked unfinished." "Unfinished?" Chase gave a gratifyingly insulted scowl. "You don't look unfinished." "Thanks." Autumn gave a soft laugh. "She called me that during my awkward teenage years when I had acne and braces." "Oh, the gawky teenager." He nodded sympathetically. "I grew so fast one year that I was the king of clumsy because nothing was the same distance it'd been even a couple of months earlier. I was constantly misjudging things." "I did that when I was pregnant." Autumn considered his handsome face. "Brenda's right about you. I'm surprised you don't have a girlfriend." "I did until a year ago. I thought I'd told you about her. We broke up not long before I got Jackson. I was already getting him a lot, and she said I had to choose between him and her." Chase shrugged. The back of Autumn's eyes burned. She wasn't surprised at the choice he'd made. He was that kind of guy. The memory of her friend's daughter came to mind. She'd found out the hard way that a significant other could mistreat children from a previous marriage, and sometimes kill them. "You're a good man," Autumn finally said. "I try to be. All I have to do is the opposite of what my father would have done." Chase rubbed the back of his neck. "I guess no parent is completely worthless. They can always serve as a bad example." "I've only met your dad once. He did come across as kind of cold, but I'll bet he believes he's doing what's best. He could be worse." She met Chase's gaze, thinking of her friend. So much worse. "Maybe." He crossed his arms. "I remember the look on Nikki's face when he would rant about her failings and what a disappointment she was. He's such a drill sergeant, even now. In high school, my curfew was 10. 10. I was such a Boy Scout, always trying to win his approval. I did exactly what he wanted me to, no matter how unreasonable it was. And he still wouldn't trust me, always assuming the worst. In the end, both Nikki and I ended up rebelling." "Like you dropping out of college and going to work as a bug sprayer because he thought it beneath you?" Autumn shifted in her chair again to face him. You mentioned oppositional defiance before.
Exactly. Chase gave a dark chuckle. Bit off my nose to spite my face, as Brenda would say, didn't I? Not that I'm sorry. Sure, it's harder now to go to school than it would have been when I didn't have Jackson. But when my father was paying the tuition, I had to study what he wanted.
He glanced up at her, doubt flashing across his face.
You don't think I should have studied law like he was demanding, do you?
Not if you didn't want to be a lawyer, which you've said before you didn't. What were you like in high school? Were you one of the hot guys?
Hot guys? Right. We had the right address to run with the popular kids, but I never liked them. Their games reminded me too much of the ones my father played.
And if your curfew was 10, you weren't a partier.
Definitely not. At least not until I moved out.
He went quiet, his expression taking on the worry she saw whenever he spoke of his sister. What? Autumn asked.
I did a lot of stupid stuff the first 6 months I was on my own. After what happened to Nikki, I've wondered why I didn't end up like her. Why did she get hooked and I didn't?
From what I've read, addiction's a complicated thing. It's not always just physical. I'm glad you came to your senses before it trapped you, too. Where would Jackson be without you? Where would she have been without Chase?
What about you?
Me? I was a bit of a nerd and ran with the brainiacs. I didn't even go to prom. Her cheeks went hot.
I didn't go either, but because of my stupid curfew.
He was watching her with such an intense gaze.
Why does that bother you?
Because it's kind of a rite of passage that I didn't get to experience. I didn't fit the mold, and so much of my self-esteem was tied to fitting in, which I didn't.
It shouldn't be tied.
I know that now, but back then it was proof to me I wasn't attractive, which meant I wasn't good enough.
You don't feel that way now, do you?
Chase leaned forward, forcing her to meet his gaze, like he thought she would lie to him. He seemed oddly intense tonight. No, Autumn said. Steve helped me with that.
I'm guessing you didn't know him in high school then?
We met in college. I didn't really know what I wanted to study anyway. So when we got married, I quit school and worked while Steve finished his degree.
Are you sorry you dropped out?
Not really. Especially now it's only me and the kids. Steve left us in a good place financially. I'm not rich, but with the children's survivor's benefits, I could probably afford to work part-time and go back to school. But my job is great and the people I work with are like family. I have good benefits, and most days I'm not under a lot of pressure. When I come home after work, I'm not completely drained with nothing left to give my children. If I went to school, I could get a better paying job, but I'd also have a lot more responsibility. There's a reason people get paid big bucks. Autumn faced her laptop again. I can take college classes when they're older. It's kind of funny because Brenda's giving me a hard time about tying my identity to my kids. I can't win. You don't have to do this e-rapport thing if you don't want to. I know, but it'll probably be good for me to step outside of my comfort zone. Autumn nudged his shoulder with hers. And I'll have good company. I might have backed out of it if you hadn't agreed to do it. Chase yawned. This went way later than I expected. Autumn yawned, too. Leave Jackson here for the night.
I appreciate it,
Chase said.
If I try to wake him, both of the littles will be up.
He closed his laptop, debating whether he should drop the bomb tonight. It was getting late. Was it too late? What's bothering you? Autumn asked. I can tell something is, and I'll bet it had something to do with your little meeting this afternoon with Mr. G. She knew him so well now. Chase let out a breath and met her gaze. He's had an offer to sell, and his wife wants him to take it. Autumn's complexion blanched. She understood the implications, too. My thoughts exactly. Chase dropped his gaze to his clenched fists and chose his words carefully. He told me about another option. Something that involves you? She blinked. Does he want you to take over? Sort of. He wants me to buy the company from him. Saying the words aloud made all of Chase's earlier doubts come back full force. Autumn gave a disbelieving snort. Have you got a fortune you've never told me about? Just that trust my father's made clear he won't release early, but it wouldn't be enough to buy a company like GPC anyway. Chase told her what their boss had said. I love the idea of keeping our independence, and I think you'll do great running the show. But you would have to finance it. So, again, I ask how someone in your situation could qualify for the funding. Autumn shook her head. With her statement, the myriad of thoughts that had been rolling through his mind seemed to coalesce into one. Mr. G said there were ways to work around that. I think the real question is if I'm willing to do it. Maybe you're right. Autumn's expression turned contemplative. Have you decided what you're going to do? Chase shook his head. There's a big difference between going back to school to be a supervisor and being the manager. He grimaced. The owner. It might be happening sooner than you planned, but it's not all that alien an idea, is it? I don't know. Maybe. He rubbed his face, weary. There were so many more things pulling at him now. He had the care of Jackson and was as involved with Faye and Parker as if they were Chase's responsibility too, and trying to help Autumn. I've never made good decisions when it's late, and I'm tired. You must be exhausted. Autumn said, rising. Mr. G told you to think about it. I would suggest you take some time to do that. Weigh the pros and the cons. I'm sure he's expecting you to have more questions. Chase looked up at Autumn, glad he'd decided to tell her. She was always the best sounding board. As always, you're right. Thank you. He rose, resisting once again the temptation to kiss her. At least, if he were busy, he would have something to distract him from her. A little. Autumn had barely crawled into bed when her phone pinged with a text. It was Coletta. Tell me you didn't. Didn't what? Let my mother talk you into signing up for e-rapport. Guilty as charged. You did too. She's my mother. I had to. She got Chase too. ROFL. At least I have the excuse of my classes. Chapter 11. After 2 weeks, Autumn had received a surprisingly high number of e-rapport contact requests. She felt like she suddenly had a score of pen pals, especially when she discovered a couple of the men were from outside of the U.S. She found it fun to learn about them and appreciated how the system required them to spend time getting acquainted. One local man had suggested they hook up on the second message. She told him to try a different app. He'd been ugly in his response, so she blocked and reported him. Eventually, she would face the possibility of having to meet some of these guys. The thought made her a little sick to her stomach. Brenda's suggestion that some of her new contacts might be catfishers also made her uneasy. As a result, Autumn worked hard to be scrupulously honest about her intentions. If she were ever to meet any of the men, she wanted them to feel like they already knew her. She had to hope they'd be as forthright about themselves. If only she could talk with Chase about it. Ever since she'd almost kissed him, their relationship had turned strained. It made her sad. Of all the times to need a best friend to talk to, it was now. It felt like they'd had a fight, except they hadn't. Was she the one making things awkward between them? If so, she would have to fix it or go crazy. Hearing his voice coming from the back room, Autumn took a breath. Might as well start now. Chase entered the office, his attention on his phone. He made his way to the chair beside her desk and sat down without glancing at her, still scrolling through something on his screen. "Have you heard anything?" she whispered. He glanced at her, looking confused, before finally setting his phone face down on her desk. "Why are you whispering?" He leaned closer, his expression conspiratorial. "Have you had any contact requests on e-rapport?" A flush rose up Chase's neck. He picked up a pen from her desk and started clicking it absent-mindedly. He had, and he hadn't told her. Why? "Anyone look promising?" Autumn forced herself to ask, straightening some papers that didn't need it. She had an overwhelming need to know what kind of women e-rapport would think were matches for him. A funny look crossed his face, and she wished she could read his mind. "I've been messaging a few of them." He shrugged, setting down the pen and picking up a paperclip instead, bending it between his fingers. "One in particular has been pushing for us to meet." That fast? Autumn had already worried he would eventually find someone, marry, and move on to have his own family, which was totally selfish of her to wish wouldn't happen. She might not be able to consider it for her own future, but he deserved to find a good woman, one who would be able to love and accept Jackson as though he were her own child. Autumn was determined to watch out for Chase's interests. "You've already fulfilled the minimum requirements to meet?" she asked. "Yeah." He straightened, the mangled paperclip forgotten in his hand, looking surprised. "Haven't you?" "Almost, but only with one. I've been taking my time." She turned to face her computer screen, pretending to review something important. "Is it someone you would be willing to meet in person?" He seemed more alert than he had a moment earlier. "I don't know." Autumn glanced away, uncomfortable at voicing her concerns. "Not a good match for you?" Chase asked slowly, like he had to choose his words carefully. "Meeting him in person would make it too real," she admitted. "Seriously, Autumn? Isn't meeting people in person kind of the point?" He couldn't help grinning at her in disbelief. "Oh, stop teasing me," she rubbed her temples. "When Brenda first suggested the dating site, it seemed like a good idea, since I have been closing myself off." Autumn sighed. "If not for you, I would have turned into a total hermit." What she said was true, something he was glad to have helped with. He leaned forward. "Then why are you having second thoughts?" "Because the more I get to know these men through messaging, the more I realize they want what I can't give them." She tugged at her earring. "Has anyone made any inappropriate—" Autumn shook her head to stop him, and then told him about some hookup guy. "But he's the only one. All the others have been really nice." "Then what's bothering you?" "They're looking for something serious, not casual dating." Autumn let out a long sigh, slumping back in her chair. Why hadn't Brenda found a site for people who were only looking for a social life? Not hookups, but not marriage either. "Sorry, I overreacted." Looking embarrassed, Chase sat back in the seat. She found it kind of sweet that he'd been concerned for her. He said, "You stated up front you're only interested in dating widely, right? That means the guys should know what they're getting into. But you need to understand this. If a guy is really interested in you, he'll think he can change your mind." There was something unexpectedly intense in his expression, and Autumn didn't know what to think of it. She picked up her pen and started doodling on a sticky note. She still hadn't told anyone about her decision not to remarry until her children were grown. Brenda would undoubtedly argue about it and wouldn't let it go. Chase might understand, but she wasn't sure he wouldn't try to change her mind, too. Thanks to his friendship, Autumn was finally climbing out of the despair that had nearly overwhelmed her after Steve's death. With that, and Chase taking on the job of a male role model for her children, what more did she need? Her life had come to a good place, something she'd wondered if she could have again. Why couldn't it simply stay this way? "What about you?" she asked, crumpling the sticky note and tossing it into the wastebasket. "Have you had second thoughts about doing this?" Chase leaned back in the chair, wearing his serious face, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. Once again, he seemed to give his words a lot of thought before he finally spoke. "I was thinking I should take up Cynthia on her invitation to meet." "She goes by Cynthia, not Cindy?" "She said it goes with her business." Chase shrugged. "She's into interior design." "Style by Cynthia?" Jasmine, the termite account bookkeeper, asked, standing in the doorway between the two offices. Autumn frowned, irritated that the other woman had been eavesdropping. "You've heard of it?" Chase asked. "Oh, yeah. My mother likes her stuff. She does cool videos about decorating." Jasmine gave him a sly look. "I've met her before, and she seems a little classy for a pest control guy." "There's nothing wrong with a pest control guy." Autumn arched a brow meaningfully. The corners of his mouth twitched. What would Jasmine say if she knew he could soon be her boss? Mr. G hadn't mentioned Chase buying the company again, so he and Autumn had decided last night that he would approach the old man for more information. "Chase cleans up really nice," Autumn said. "Whatever," Jasmine rolled her eyes. "Don't listen to her." Autumn glanced at him and found he was laughing softly. "What?" "I'm not laughing at you. I was thinking my father would agree with her." Chase turned thoughtful. "I'll have to look back and see if I ever mentioned what I do for a living. Jasmine may have a point." He leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Anyway, I don't want to meet her alone." "You won't be alone. You'll be with her." "That's not what I mean. I was thinking about a double date. It would take off a lot of the pressure." He got that odd expression again, and she wondered what secret insecurities he might be hiding. Until Brenda came up with this dating thing, Autumn thought she and Chase had talked about everything. Now she wondered what he'd been holding back. He asked, "What if we did it together? You and your guy and me and Cynthia?" Autumn's spirits lifted. Nothing could be too bad with Chase there, and she would have a chance to see what kind of woman this Cynthia was. "That might be fun," she said. "I think I could handle meeting someone in a group." "What's this about a group?" Brenda asked, stepping around the corner. Autumn wondered how long she'd been listening. They really needed to save these conversations for when they were home and wouldn't have an office full of potential listeners. Brenda might be a godly woman, but she had her flaws like anybody else, and she didn't have any compunction about eavesdropping. Chase, of course, looked completely unfazed.
"We were talking about having our first dates together as a group," he said. Brenda exchanged glances with him, and something seemed to pass between them. It was almost like they were keeping a secret from Autumn. "What are you two up to?" she asked. "Chase has been out of the dating pool for far too long," Brenda said. "I think a double date would be the perfect solution." "Then show me some sympathy, okay?" Autumn asked. "I would like to go on a double date, assuming my guy is ready for it." She hoped he wasn't. "What's his name, anyway?" Brenda asked. "Reuben." Autumn schooled her features, wondering what the others would say. Not that there was anything wrong with the name. For the first time since Brenda had first suggested the whole dating thing, she looked worried. "Isn't that an old man's name?" "No, it's not an old man's name," Autumn said. "Yeah," Chase named a famous soccer player. "Don't forget that R&B singer," Autumn added. Brenda shot them both a flat look. "I can see Chase knowing the name of a soccer player, but since when did you start liking R&B, Autumn?" "I haven't," she laughed. "I thought the same thing as you and looked up guys named Reuben. I was surprised at how many there are." "Reuben, where have I heard that name?" Chase pulled out his phone. "What's his last name?" "Zabala." Zabala. He did a search on his phone. "Reuben. You're talking about Ben Zabala, the attorney?" "Well, he did say he's a lawyer," Autumn said, "but his account says Reuben. Do you know him?" "There's a partner in my father's firm named Ben Zabala." Chase held it up so Autumn could see the picture. "Is this him?" "That looks like his picture on e-rapport." Frowning, Chase jumped to his feet. "Well, I should get the little dude from his sitter." He started to leave but turned back. "Let me know what Reuben says about going out." Autumn could tell he was irritated with her, and she had no idea why. "I'm not sure what just happened," she said when he'd gone. "If you haven't noticed, hun, Chase is shy." Brenda sank into the chair by Autumn's desk and stretched her feet in front of her. "I think it's sweet of him to do this for you." "For me? How is he doing this for me? I thought he was doing it for you." "That boy would not be on a dating site for an old woman like me. He's doing this to support you. And it's scaring him to death. Don't you remember how nervous he was to sing in public?" Yes. Autumn had been there when he'd sung with Brenda and her church group at the mall. It had been a bucket list moment. "But he only agreed because he wouldn't have to do it alone. I can guarantee you he wouldn't have done a solo up there. It's the same thing with this. He wants to support you. And now he's being faced with having to go on a blind date." Brenda was right. Autumn had never seen him so nervous as when he'd sung at the mall. Later, he'd finally agreed to sing solo for her, but only with the stipulation that she accompany him. It meant she'd had to start practicing her piano again, which hadn't been a bad thing. Then he'd pulled her into singing with him, too. The Littles liked to participate, and even Faye was trying to take part now. But it hadn't occurred to Autumn that Chase had gone along with the dating site to help her. It made her heart give a little lurch. He was such a good friend. If he were doing this for her, then she could ask Reuben if he'd like to go out to dinner. If he wasn't interested, it didn't really matter. She would know soon enough. Chase was still irritated as he strode to his car. He might be crazy about Autumn, but her blindness to his real motivations got to him sometimes. It was almost like she thought he was an extension of her. So, of course, he saw things the same way she did.
Would she ever see that he was in love with her and wanted to be the one taking her out? He put his frustration into kicking a rock. When it almost hit a GPC truck, he winced.
"Careful there, unless you want to pay for a new paint job."
Chase closed his eyes.
"You're right, sir."
Opening his eyes, he turned to face Mr. G and said,
"I've done what you asked."
"And what did you decide?" The old man's voice had gone from humorous to neutral. His body stiffened, almost like he was preparing himself for bad news.
"We think we need more information."
"We?" Mr. G arched a brow, his posture relaxing a little. "As in you and Autumn?"
"Yes, Autumn. I couldn't imagine making a big decision like this without talking it over with her first."
"Sounds like me and the missus. That's why when she said I needed to start planning my retirement, I paid attention. You waiting until it's been a year after Autumn's husband's death to pop the question?" Chase stared at him. "Don't worry," Mr. G said with a chuckle. "You've helped her a lot this last year. You'll make a good couple." His expression turned contemplative. "A power couple, but one with heart."
"About your earlier proposition,"
Chase began. "What have you and Autumn decided?" the older man asked.
"I'm interested, but I need more information."
"That's wonderful." Mr. G suddenly pulled Chase into a fierce man hug. "My entire life has been tied to this company, and I couldn't bear to turn it over to someone unworthy of it."
"But I haven't said I'll do it, that I can do it."
Had he done the wrong thing? "Don't you worry about that part." Mr. G stepped back. "I want you to have my company, so I'll do everything I can, within reason, to make sure you're at the helm."
"Financing is the main thing."
Chase shoved his hands in his pockets. "I'm not rich, and you want to retire. I've had my attorney and accountant looking at funding options in case you wanted to do this. I'm sure we'll find something that will work." Mr. G's expression turned serious. "It will make it easier if you have some capital to put toward it. I know you and your father don't get along, but do you think he might be willing to partner with you on this?"
"I would never go into business with him."
The thought left a bad taste in Chase's mouth. Besides not wishing to be tied to his father like that, they would never see eye to eye on how to run the business.
"I do, however, have a trust that came from my maternal grandfather. It's not mine until I'm 30, unless I can talk my father into releasing it sooner."
"Well, we can work with that. I'll have my people contact you for details so they can work it into the plans." Mr. G grinned and clapped Chase on the back. "It's great to have you in the family for real now." Without another word, he turned and left. It looked like Chase's life was about to change big time. Again. Chapter 12. When Chase suggested they go on their first dates together, he'd had no idea how hard it would be to work around everyone's schedules. That included Brenda, who was watching the kids. He knew she enjoyed tending them, but she must really be invested in this idiotic dating ploy because it looked like she could be doing a lot of babysitting if he and Autumn lined up dates on the same nights. He grabbed his keys, wishing he were driving to the restaurant with Autumn. It made sense to him, since they lived next door to each other. But she'd nixed it, saying it would be too weird for them to arrive together when they would be meeting other people. When Chase heard the sound of Autumn's door, he opened his and paused, having to push back a surge of jealousy. The little black dress fit her curves perfectly, and some other guy was going to be her date.
"You ready for this?"
Chase asked. "As ready as I'll ever be." She straightened his tie and brushed off a piece of lint from his sleeve. Did she recognize what a wifely thing it was to do? "You look really nice," Autumn said. "So do you." He cleared his throat. "Couldn't we just have dinner?" "Don't we wish?" Autumn slid her arm through his, and they went down the stairs. Brenda had taken the kids to her house for a sleepover, saying it would be better than dragging them home late. He didn't really expect the date to last that long. Cynthia was fun to talk to, and he liked her a lot. If he weren't already in love with someone else, there might even be romantic potential with her. As it was, he now understood Autumn's reticence about doing this. It'd been easy for him to tell her to be up front with the guys she went out with, but he felt like a fraud. "Well," Autumn said when they reached her car, "I'm glad you're going to be there tonight." "Me too, about you." Chase held open the door for her. "Good luck." "Thanks." She wiped her hands on her dress and slid into the seat. The gesture made him want to do the same thing on his slacks. Was it wrong for him to be glad she was as nervous as he was? He closed the door and jogged to his car a couple of spaces down. It would be so much better if he had someone to talk to as he drove there. Autumn could talk him off the quitter ledge. He parked purposefully a few spaces down from her car so it wouldn't look like they'd come together. She met his gaze, her hands sliding down her dress again. If she was this nervous with him there, how bad would it have been for her to do it alone? "You should go first," he suggested. "I can follow a few paces behind you." Autumn gave a little sigh and headed toward the restaurant. He stared after her, his gaze drawn again to how well that dress fit. Dang, but did she have any idea how hot she was in it? He blinked and looked away, heaving out a breath. She wouldn't appreciate his gawking at her. Chase strode toward the front of the restaurant where several people stood, including Autumn, who was scanning the parking lot. It looked like her date wasn't there yet. Chase's spirits lifted. Maybe the guy wouldn't show up. But no, there was no way she would stay, and he would be stuck on a solo date with someone Jasmine thought he wasn't good enough for. A flashy late-model Jaguar in mint condition pulled up. The driver hopped out and tossed his keys to the valet parking guy in a manner similar to the one Chase had seen his father use dozens of times. Was it something all the attorneys at his father's office did? Or had Ben Zabala learned it from Chase's dad? Was that the only thing Ben mimicked? If a man like his father could cast off his daughter, what would he do with another man's children? If Autumn fell for a guy like that, what would happen to Parker and Faye? Zabala got one of those too large grins as he approached Autumn. He didn't simply extend his hand, but kissed her cheek. Chase couldn't understand what they said, but the lawyer must have suggested they go inside, because Autumn shook her head and indicated Chase. Zabala glanced his way, his brows darting up in recognition. Fortunately, Cynthia's car drove up. It was obviously her car, since she had it wrapped with her business name, logo, and web address channel. She stepped out and, like Zabala, handed her keys to the valet. Cynthia was dressed to a T in a slinky dress that glittered in the early evening sunshine. She wore a fair amount of bling, but it didn't seem overdone, even to Chase's clueless eyes. He felt tacky in his department store suit. Jasmine was right. Cynthia was way out of his league. Her gaze stopped on him, and she grinned, raising a hand in greeting. "Oh, Chase, you look good enough to eat." Her teasing comment drew Autumn and Zabala's attention, and they stared. Chase's ears went hot. Her remark matched her text messages and the few telephone chats they'd had. After Jasmine's comment, he found Cynthia's YouTube channel and watched a few of her videos where she discussed interior design issues. She had a nice balance between talking business with peers and keeping things simple for people like him, who knew nothing about it. She was well-spoken, though she did tend to turn flirty whenever she had a male guest on her show. He thought he was used to it. However, in the very public parking lot, in front of Autumn and his father's business partner, it seemed to draw attention to Chase's inadequacies. He'd never been into that kind of girl himself, so he hoped she wasn't putting too much stock in their little date. It was obvious to him that they would not connect, even if he hadn't already been into Autumn. Cynthia moved toward him in a fluid, graceful motion that seemed to ooze sex appeal. She had Zabala's attention for sure. With Autumn on his arm, he watched, practically drooling as Chase's date approached. If Autumn's smirk hadn't shown how it amused her, he would have been angry on her behalf. He took his cue from her and greeted Cynthia with a kiss on the cheek. He met Autumn's gaze and gave a small eye roll, which almost made her laugh out loud. His shoulders relaxed for the first time. Chase was glad she was there with him. They were bound to laugh over it when the double date was over. He wished all their dates could be double dates. It might actually be fun. The other couple is over there. He offered Cynthia his arm at the same time he indicated Autumn and Zabala. He knew it as soon as Cynthia met the attorney's gaze. It was like something tangible zapped between them. Chase looked at Autumn, who was watching it happen with raised brows. Were they seeing love at first sight? Since he knew them both, Chase made the introductions. "Didn't expect to see you here, Worthington," Zabala said. "I wondered if Reuben and Ben were the same person." The attorney flushed. "I like to keep my personal and business lives separate." "Do you?" Cynthia asked. "I can't." "What do you do?" Ben asked. She began a long explanation as they entered the restaurant together. Chase and Autumn were left to follow. "I've never felt so much like an afterthought in my life," Autumn said, looking like she was still trying not to laugh. "Do you think they'd notice if we left?" he asked, trying not to sound too hopeful. "We've got a babysitter for the night. Is there something you'd rather do?" "You're here. I'm here. We arranged this date with Reuben and Cynthia. If they're so absorbed with each other, we can still have a nice meal. At least this way, we'll have something to report to Brenda." "Good answer. By the way, I told Mr. G." "Did you?" Autumn asked, pausing. "When? What did he say?" "I'll let you know later. Let's go catch up with our dates," Chase said with a chuckle as he offered her his arm. Reuben was still chatting away with Cynthia as he paid for his half of the meal. Autumn was reaching into her purse to pull out her phone when Chase's went off. It was his father's ringtone. In the last 9 months, she'd only heard it twice, and both had been about Nicky. "Excuse me," Chase said, fumbling to grab it. "I have to take this." Autumn didn't know what to do, since she was technically Reuben's date. While he and Cynthia continued to talk, Autumn watched Chase where he paced back and forth near the entrance. Even at that distance, she could tell when his shoulders slumped. Something bad had happened. "Excuse me, but it appears Chase and I may have a joint emergency. Same sitter, you know," Autumn said, rising. "Thank you so much for the lovely dinner, Reuben. Cynthia, it's been a pleasure to meet you." She didn't wait for a response, but grabbed her purse and hurried to Chase. "Well, thank you for calling to let me know." Chase ended the call and looked at Autumn.
Nikki's overdosed again.
Is she?
Autumn couldn't bring herself to say it. No. The last word came out barely a whisper.
Where do they have your sister?
When he named the hospital, Autumn said, I'll bet your father refuses to see her. You have to. I plan on it. Chase rubbed his face, looking lost. Will you come with me?
Of course.
Autumn's heart ached for him as she took his hand.
I'll drive.
Thank you. They hurried from the restaurant. Fortunately, she hadn't used valet parking, so it didn't take long to reach her car. Autumn went over the silly things that had happened during their odd double date, hoping it would be enough to distract him. It must have worked, at least partially, because Chase would give a soft chuckle every once in a while. She found a parking spot near the emergency entrance, and they hurried inside. Nicky Worthington is in the psychiatric ward, the attendant said when Chase asked about his sister. Someone coughed, and the woman ducked her head. Chase had turned at the sound and faced an older woman. I'm Chase Worthington, Nicky's brother. His clasp on Autumn's hand tightened.
Is this your wife?
He shook his head.
I'm Dr. Mackin. I'm glad someone from your family has come.
The hint of accusation made Chase flinch.
He came as soon as he got word,
Autumn said in his defense.
Don't blame him for his father.
I need to have a word with you, sir, the doctor said.
I'll wait over there.
Autumn turned to face Chase. Pay close attention to what she says, so you'll know what we can do to help.
I'll be right out here.
He nodded and pulled her in for a quick hug before following the doctor. It turned out to be a long wait. Autumn stared at the TV, but couldn't concentrate enough to take in any details of the movie. What was the doctor telling Chase that would take so long? Or had he been allowed to visit his sister? How was he holding up? Autumn glanced at her phone. Midnight. It was a good thing Brenda had offered to keep the children overnight. A door opened and a haggard-looking Chase stepped through. Autumn jumped to her feet and rushed to take his hand.
Is she all right?
She's alive, if that's what you mean. Chase pulled her into his arms again, his body shuddering. He must have managed to keep it together until now, so Autumn held him. She'd never met his sister, but the woman's absence had been an ever-present elephant in the room for him. And Jackson. When the two had first moved next door to Autumn, the little boy had talked about his mother a lot. Whatever other problems she was dealing with, she had managed to leave him with good memories. Thank you. Chase released her and wiped his eyes. Can we get a coffee? I have to talk about this.
Whatever you need.
Autumn took his hand, and they headed out to her car. He didn't say anything until they were seated in the all-night diner and had ordered their drinks. When that woman said Nicky was in the psych ward, I assumed she'd attempted suicide. Chase stared past Autumn out the window.
I wondered that too.
She leaned back so the server could put a mug of hot chocolate on the table, and then topped Chase's cup of coffee.
Nicky didn't?
The doctor didn't think it was a conscious attempt. He met Autumn's gaze, the shadows under his eyes even more pronounced.
Then why the psych ward?
Because she was hallucinating. She looked awful, Autumn. Chase buried his face in his hands. All she could do was reach across the table and touch his arm. He finally looked up. I asked if she wanted to see Jackson. I thought it might give her a reason to keep trying. But Nicky freaked out. She screamed that she had stayed away to protect him. Chase's voice dropped to barely more than a whisper. She said she doesn't want his memories to be of her like she is now. The hot chocolate sat in her stomach like a weight.
It sounds like your sister expects she's going to die.
Yeah, Nikki's dying, if only by slow starvation. She's skin and bones.
Chase's voice cracked.
I don't know what to do for her.
I don't see how you can do any more than you're already doing by keeping her son safe and happy.
You're probably right. At least she has peace of mind there.
He signaled to the server for the bill.
Let's get you back home. I didn't mean to keep you so long.
I'm glad you did. Autumn was pleased she'd finally helped him, even in this small way. Chase had been there for her so many times. Because of the late night, Chase slept in. What would he have done if Autumn hadn't been there? At least they'd been able to laugh about that ridiculous double date. He gave a dark chuckle, remembering the magnetic attraction between Cynthia and Ben. Nice that some people were finding love. With a sigh, Chase checked his phone for messages. Nothing. He called the hospital about his sister. They gave him the runaround. It seemed she'd been moved to a regular room. I'm sorry, sir. Ms. Worthington checked herself out.
What?
Chase scrambled out of his bed.
Why would anyone in their right mind let her do that?
Mr. Worthington, another voice said, this one more authoritative, your sister wasn't being held on a court order, and she wasn't a danger to herself or others. She had the right to leave.
Of course.
He sank onto his bed, defeated.
Thank you for telling me.
Chase didn't know how long he sat there staring at nothing. Finally, he woke his phone again and called his father.
Dad, I'd like to see about getting access to my trust.
Good morning to you, too. Chase debated if he should mention Nikki, but he was curious to see if his father would first.
Sorry. Good morning. I had dinner with Ben last night.
Zabala? His father's voice had taken on an assessing tone. Are you considering going back to school?
I have gone back to school. I'm studying business management.
Chase took a deep breath.
That's why I wanted to talk to you about the trust.
You want to use some of the money to pay for your schooling?
No. I want to use it as a down payment to buy a business.
There was silence on the other end. No surprise there. If someone had suggested to Chase a month ago that he would be planning to buy his employer's company, he would have been speechless too. What business? His father finally asked.
Green pest control.
Chase went into an explanation of the offer before his father could start attacking the idea.
And if I refuse to release the funds for this?
Then we'll be a little more creative with the financing.
I get the money when I'm 30, regardless, and I've got a lot to learn in the interim.
We've yet to work out the details, but I'll hire a personal attorney to make sure I do this right.
Is that why you had dinner with Ben?
No, Chase said, surprised his father hadn't trashed the idea.
I went on a double date with a friend, and he happened to be the other guy.
Well, he would be a good choice. This is his specialty.
That's good to know.
So about the trust. No. Just like that. His father's voice wasn't angry, but his tone was final. Chase had expected arguments and derogatory comments, so a simple no was an improvement. He was careful to sound calm.
That's what I needed to know. Thanks for the tip about Ben. I'll have to see if I can afford him.
Before he could lose his nerve, he added,
Nikki checked out of the hospital.
What?
Nikki, your daughter. You do remember her, don't you?
I told you last night. She looks bad, Dad, Chase interrupted. Like on death's door bad. I can't help someone who won't help herself. For the first time in his memory, his father sounded sad.
Defeated? I know. Do you have permanent custody of the boy? Chase's body flushed hot with anger. Do you mean Jackson? He's your only grandchild, whose name you can never remember. Do you need anything else? His father asked stiffly, like he wanted to say more but was controlling himself. Not from you. Chase couldn't keep the animosity from his voice. Just make sure you're legally Jackson's guardian. His father sounded angry, too. If she dies, you don't want the state taking him away from you. Keep me informed. He ended the call. Chase stared at his phone. He wanted nothing more than to dial his father again and say all the things he'd wished to for years. Instead, he took a deep breath. Brenda and her church friends would counsel him against it, and they were probably right. Autumn was always telling him he needed to let go of his hard feelings. For Jackson's benefit, Chase would work on it. Chapter 13. Good morning, love, Trent said from behind Autumn as she reached the office entrance the next morning. Hey. She turned the key and opened the door. He'd been gone on vacation, and it was the first time she had seen him in a week. You're extra early this morning, he said, following her into her office. My son had a doctor's appointment this afternoon, so I'm making up my time. She opened her desk, expecting him to go into the termite inspector's office immediately, but he didn't. Is he sick? Trent took the seat beside her. No, it's for this fall, when he'll be starting kindergarten. Autumn dropped her purse into the drawer. It's like a physical with a review of his shots. Trent reached over and picked up the photo she had on her desk. It was one Brenda had taken the day of the flash mob last Christmas. Autumn wondered again how she would have gotten through the holidays, if not for Chase and Jackson. She turned to face him. Can I help you with something? Yes. Trent returned the picture to her desk. I understand from Jasmine you're on e-rapport. Autumn wished, as she often had over the past year, that the girl had a life, so she didn't feel the need to gossip about her co-workers all the time. Though, in all honesty, it was a miracle Trent hadn't heard about it sooner. I'm not sure that's any of your business. Autumn kept her voice low, but crossed her arms. She didn't want to fuel any more gossip. I'm merely an interested party. If you're ready to date again, I would very much like to take you out to dinner, Trent said in his usual flirty tone. Did he even know how to talk to a female without coming on to her? She liked him so much better when he treated her like a co-worker. Autumn met his gaze, and he did his brooding thing. It made her think of Brenda's comment that Trent was hot enough to melt paint, but it only struck Autumn as a poor case of acting. Before she could stop herself, she burst out laughing. Trying to choke it back, she covered her mouth and sank into her chair. Trent's entire persona changed, as if he were a hopeful child who'd suffered a smackdown. If she trusted it was sincere, she would have felt bad. Instead, she decided to be frank with him. If he couldn't take it, then he didn't really want to spend time with her. Are you truly able to charm women by putting on that brooding look? Autumn went for a teasing tone. She wanted to be honest, but not hurtful, if she could help it. What do you mean? He was all injured ego now. Have you ever seen the Disney movie Tangled? When he shook his head, she said, You ought to watch it then. There's a charming thief in there called Flynn Rider who tries to pull a similar brooding look on Rapunzel. You remind me of him every time I see you do it. Are you saying I'm a caricature? He asked stiffly.
Not you, personally. Just this act you put on whenever you're around women. I've seen you with the guys, and you're totally different. I guess I'm not the kind of woman who's... Autumn shrugged, unable to think how to finish the sentence diplomatically. Easily charmed? He asked, his voice flat. Look, Trent. Autumn put her elbows on the desk and leaned forward. I work full-time, and I'm a widow with 2 young children. They need me to be both mom and dad to them, and it takes everything I have to meet their needs. I have a different set of priorities from what I had when I was 20. Brooding charmers do nothing for me. No offense. All right, I can accept that. He leaned forward, too, turning his head to watch her. What if I set aside the brooding charmer, as you call it? I'm not sure about dating someone from work. Autumn turned on her computer, wishing he would just leave. It has the potential to make things complicated here. Trent straightened. You go out with Worthington all the time. His voice carried a touch of accusation. That's because we're friends, and friends enjoy each other's company. We're not dating. Not that it's any of your business if we were. Autumn had no idea why she'd said that last bit. It was almost like a part of her wanted to leave dating Chase open as a possibility, which was stupid. I enjoy your company, Trent said, leaning on her desk again, his brooding look back. You're doing it. She gave his elbow a push, and it slid off the desk, throwing him off balance. That particular brooding expression was exactly like Edward Cullen in the first Twilight movie, where he looked constipated. That time it was Trent who burst out laughing. At least he had a sense of humor. Oh, love, I do so enjoy talking to you. He turned serious. Do you think your dear friend, Chase, would be willing to watch your children so I can take you to dinner Friday? Autumn considered him for a second. Maybe he thought she was a challenge because she always resisted his attention. If she went out with him once, he would think he'd won and would move on to someone else. He always did. And she would have peace. You promise to drop the affectations? On my honor. Trent crossed his heart. All right. If Chase is busy, I'm sure Brenda could watch them. Excellent. 7, then. Trent strode away. She would have to find out which restaurant he planned to take her to, since she had no intention of telling him where she lived. You're here early, Chase said a few minutes later as he checked his schedule for the day. Autumn explained about Parker's doctor appointment. Any word on Nikki? No. If it's like the last time, there won't be unless it's bad news. Chase took the seat by her desk and lowered his voice. I talked to my father. She looked at him expectantly, but he shook his head. He refuses to release the trust early. Did he say why? Autumn had met Lawrence Worthington once. He was intimidating. While looking like a silver-haired version of Chase, the older man was the opposite of his son in every other way. She suspected that was Chase's choice. I didn't ask him. I won't give him an opportunity to tell me once again what a screw-up he thinks I am. I'm sorry. She covered his hand with hers and gave it a sympathetic squeeze. It's only a matter of time. Chase glanced at the clock and jumped to his feet. I need to get going. See you. He headed toward the door. Oh, before I forget, can you watch my kids Friday night? I have a date. Her face went hot. Why was she embarrassed to admit it to Chase? He jerked his head around and met her gaze. For a second, she saw a flash of something unexpected. Fear. Why would he be worried about it?
Not Ben.
Oh, no. I think he and Cynthia will be an item soon, if they're not already.
Autumn swallowed.
I'm going out with Trent.
Chase's expression closed, and she had the strangest feeling, like she was cheating on him. She found she had to look away, which was ludicrous. Then she remembered that oddly intense moment a few weeks ago when she'd considered kissing him. No, they were friends, just friends. She couldn't allow herself to fall in love with him.
"Sure, I can watch the kids," he said. "I'd meant to suggest we go to the game center on Friday anyway. Jackson's been bugging me to take him again."
"Now I feel bad. I would like to have come."
"We'll have to go without you."
Chase's tone was not quite normal, almost with a chilly edge. He flicked something on his sleeve.
"Or you can tell Tanaka you've changed your mind. It's not like he wouldn't be able to find someone else to take instead of you."
And that was supposed to make her feel better about missing out? Autumn watched him with narrowed eyes and rubbed at the sudden ache in her jaw. She almost never got angry with Chase and didn't want to fight with him over a stupid date with Trent.
"Well, I came in early to get some work done,"
Autumn said as dismissively as she could. She turned back to her computer to signal she was busy and he should leave.
"Thanks for watching the kids for me."
It took all of Chase's self-control not to stomp out of the office. Instead, he paused to peek in Mr. G's office, but the man was on the phone. Chase strode outside to his truck. Why had he let his hurt show like that? Seriously, Autumn went on one date and then jumped in with Tanaka? What was wrong with her? Chase cranked up the music in his truck. By the time he'd reached his first account, he was singing out his frustration. Immersed in the music, he stepped from the vehicle, singing about Ruby in the Kenny Rogers classic song. Still going through the lyrics, Chase put on his equipment, wishing he could beg Autumn not to go out with Trent. Working his way around the house, Chase sang as he sprayed. How many times had they joked about the Flirtmeister? Ever since Tanaka had first made a move on Autumn, if it hadn't been tough on her, it would have been a funny moment. Chase had been disappointed when Tanaka, discovering her husband had died, backed off like any decent guy would have. Now, for her to be going out with him, like she'd been waiting for enough time to pass, felt like the ultimate betrayal. Chase had reached the final chorus in the song as he rounded the front of the house again. He belted out the words, putting all his wishes and frustration into it. The final line died out as he ran out of breath. That was when the applause began. Startled, Chase glanced around and found Mrs. Lipinski standing on her front step wearing a huge grin and clapping her hands, along with several other older ladies gathered around her. They rushed forward. "That was wonderful," Mrs. Lipinski cried, taking his arm. "I've been telling them about you for months, and now they know I wasn't exaggerating." "Will you sing another?" one woman asked. "Please," the others chimed together.
"I can't."
Chase had started shaking like he always did as soon as he realized he'd had an audience.
"I don't have time. I have to get to my other accounts."
He backed up, grateful he'd finished spraying the house. Mrs. Lipinski held out her hand with the payment. He accepted it and prepared her receipt, all while the other ladies continued to plead with him for an encore. Shaking his head, he spun around and hurried to his truck. Chase threw his equipment inside and jumped in. He drove away, not stopping until he was completely out of sight of her house. Taking his time, Chase got out of the truck and stowed everything as he should have done before. He seriously needed to get a grip. If he were to lose Autumn's friendship because he threw a fit about her going out with Tanaka, it would all be on Chase. He had to accept she was under no obligation to love him, simply because he was in love with her. He pulled out his phone and sent her a quick text. "Sorry, you know he bugs me, so it threw me that you would go out with him. I'm not trying to tell you who you can date."
Her reply was quick. "Thank you. It's a preemptive strike on my part."
Chase's shoulders relaxed as understanding hit him. He grinned. What an idiot he'd been. He should have known Autumn better than that.
Chapter 14. "I'll meet you at the restaurant. Where are we going?"
Autumn clicked send on the text. She had debated over and over again whether to have Trent pick her up in front of the apartment complex or meet him at the restaurant. Not that she thought he was a creep or anything. She knew from the girls at the office he was a decent guy, but he wasn't interested in getting serious with anyone. Autumn wouldn't take a chance with her children's safety in case she had judged him wrong.
"Parker and Faye, do you want to bring anything with you to Chase's?"
Autumn called as she put on her shoes.
"Oh, and don't forget your leftover tickets."
"Mama," Parker said, coming into her room with a box of Legos, "how come you're not coming with us?" He must have asked her that question a dozen times since she'd told him about the date. The joint one with Chase had been easier. Spending an evening with him made sense to Parker. She'd tried to explain the concept of going somewhere with a man who wasn't Chase, but it'd either been too alien a concept for her son or he'd refused to consider it. She'd sensed some resistance from him about it, and he asked her more than once why she was going on a date with a stranger when she could go on one with Chase. If anything, her son's attitude confirmed she would have to keep any dating she did casual. She didn't want her children to get attached to anyone who would, by necessity, have to move on. "I told you already. I'm going out to dinner with a man from work." Autumn picked up the diaper bag, now filled only with a change of clothes for both children. Faye had finally figured out potty training. Diapers were one thing Autumn wouldn't miss. "Come on, you two."
"I don't want you to go with him. I want you to come with us."
Parker stood in the middle of the living room, still holding his box. His eyes narrowed and his little jaw clenched. In many ways, he was an amenable child, but when he felt strongly about something and dug in his heels, he could turn surprisingly stubborn. It seemed this was going to be one of those times. "Sweetheart, why don't you want me to go on a date?" She kneeled beside her sweet son, so they were at eye level.
"Why can't you go on a date with Chase?"
"Because we're friends. We do things together all the time, but sometimes we do things with other people. I told you this is a date. It's different from what I do with Chase."
"Zola said you should marry him."
It seemed Autumn needed to have a word with her babysitter about putting ideas like this into Parker's head. Then Autumn paused, wondering which him Zola had been referring to. It couldn't be Trent, could it? Parker had been complaining about the date for a couple of days. Trent is a nice guy at work who likes to date a lot of different women. He doesn't ever have a girlfriend, so don't worry that I'll marry him.
"Why don't you marry Chase?"
Parker asked, his little face grave.
"Don't you love him?"
"Yes, I love him. As a friend." Autumn rose, wishing it was still the truth. "Now, let's get you over to Jackson's so you two can start having fun."
"I want you to marry Chase,"
her son muttered as she guided him toward the door.
Ever since Brenda had gotten them to sign up for e-rapport, Chase had tried to prepare himself mentally for the time when Autumn would date someone else. He'd even accepted it might be Trent. Chase still wasn't able to resign himself that her first solo date was going to be with the Asian Romeo. Standing in his doorway, holding Faye and with the littles at his side, Chase watched Autumn make her way down the stairs. Was that an extra skip to her step? Did the thought of going out with Tanaka excite her? The idea turned Chase's stomach. Why couldn't she see how good they were together? They were already almost a family. The only thing that made him feel a little better was she'd refused to let the guy pick her up here. The last thing he wanted to deal with was Tanaka showing up on the landing outside of Chase and Autumn's 2 apartments. He had no idea where Tanaka was taking her for dinner. It was probably just as well, though. Otherwise, Chase might have been tempted to take the children there to spy on her. "Are we going to get pizza?" Parker asked. "Yes, little bud," Chase said, watching until Autumn was out of sight. "And play games?" Jackson added. "Yes, both." Chase picked up Faye. "Let's get you guys to the car so I can buckle you up." He and Autumn had transported each other's kids so often they'd both invested in their own car seats for the threesome. As he walked to the vehicle, each of the littles clung to one of his belt loops. Faye had her thumb in her mouth and held his ear with her other hand. It was one of the most precious things he'd ever experienced, this little girl using his ear like a security blanket. He loved these 3 children. What if Autumn married one of those guys from the dating site and her new husband didn't treat her kids right? Chase wouldn't think about it. As much as he might wish they were his children, they weren't. He had to trust that Autumn wouldn't allow herself to be swept away by a loser. Once he had the children buckled into their car seats, he drove to the gaming center. It was busy, and he hoped he hadn't taken on more than he could handle. He was outnumbered 3-1, after all, and little Faye had a way of taking off if he glanced away even for a second. They'd lined up to order their pizza when 2 familiar faces walked in the door. He sighed with relief. "Auntie Brenda!" the littles cried while Faye stretched out her arms to the woman, her little fingers wiggling. Grinning, his co-worker took the little girl and snuggled her close. It brought home again to Chase how hungry Faye was for a grandmother figure in her life. Autumn's mother had died when she was a teen, and Steve's parents lived out of state, so Faye didn't have a grandmother who lived close by. Once again, he felt grateful for this loving couple who'd stepped up to fill that role for Autumn's kids and Jackson. "This isn't where I imagined you 2 would go on a Friday night date night," Chase said to her husband, Micah. "Of course it isn't," the large man said, using his long beard to tickle Faye's cheek and make her giggle. "But when I heard Autumn was going out and you had babysitting duty, I thought we should come help you out. We raised 4 children, so I understand what it's like. Even good kids of this age are a lot to handle. We decided to brave the awful pizza and come have some fun with the children." He leaned closer to Chase and lowered his voice. "It's hard on Brenda having most of the grandkids living out of state, so getting to tend to these 3 helps fill her need." "I'll bet," Chase said to Brenda. "Thank you both for taking pity on me. I don't think I'd have lost any of them, but I appreciate the extra eyes." "I'm sure." She patted his cheek, and Faye did the same. Brenda said, "I also thought you could use the moral support. We did consider going out for dinner somewhere else. You know where." She shot him a knowing glance. "Really?"
he asked, surprised. I told her it was too obvious, and it would have made Autumn mad. Micah gestured toward the order clerk, and Chase turned around. What will you have, sir? The bored-looking teen asked. As Chase placed his order, he considered his own temptation to sneak in to spy on the date, and was glad he had decided against it. It would have ticked off Autumn. Once Micah placed his order, the group went in search of a table. They found one just being vacated not far from the play area. I'll keep this little lady entertained over there before the pizza comes. Brenda pointed to a section designed with toddlers in mind. You two can take the boys for the most adventurous activities. Chase held out a hand to each of the littles, but Jackson took Micah's, while Parker took his. The older man wasn't much of a talker. Chase didn't have to worry about making conversation while his thoughts were on Autumn, wondering whether she was having fun. Unfortunately, the image of Tanaka kissing her pressed itself on Chase's mind. Surely she wouldn't let him. Brenda finally signaled them to return for the pizza. It took a little struggle to get the boys away from the rides and back to the table. I really don't think you have anything to worry about with Trent, Brenda said softly while the littles chattered together. I understand what you're saying, but I've also known guys who dated around a lot until they met one woman and then decided it was time to settle down. Chase heaved out a breath. Yes, my Micah was like that. Brenda gave her husband a tender look. She didn't know I was biding my time for her to be free. It wouldn't have been a good thing to steal a man's wife from him, even if he was a jerk and deserved to have his Micah. Brenda broke in, glancing at the children. Well, he did. And I think the good Lord would forgive me for wanting to give that man an attitude adjustment. When she glowered at him, he shrugged. Say what you will, but we both know he uses our hands to do his will. I'm merely saying my hands were ready and willing. Chase always found it entertaining to hear the two argue over their take on religious things. They were both card-carrying Christians. The way the media portrayed religious people as judgmental and self-righteous made him resentful on their behalf. The Greers were farther from either of those things than anyone Chase had ever met, and had the best hearts. But back to Chase, Brenda said with a wink when Micah would have gone on. I have to bide my time, too, he said. Well, I know Trent was planning to drive Autumn into the city tonight. Brenda gave Faye another bite of pizza. Idaho Falls? Not likely, Chase said. The drive there and back alone would be 3 hours. There's no way she would agree to be gone from her kids that long. That's what I told him. Chase smiled a little smugly that he'd been right. But I don't get how that helps my case. She'll know a single guy who's as successful at his job as Tanaka would expect to do things big. The show-off. My intention is not to make him out to be a bad guy, because I don't believe he is, Brenda said. But it won't hurt for him to see how child-centered Autumn is. A man like Trent is used to being the center of attention with any woman he dates. It'll be good for him to realize no man will take a place over her children, including you, Chase. He glanced at Micah, who nodded. The truth of her words struck Chase in a way they never had before. Subconsciously, he'd known and accepted it, but he'd never considered how that reality might impact him. Was he willing to take second place in Autumn's heart? Well, third place if you considered her first husband. He took another slice of pizza. Coming in second or third place in the affections of people he cared about was nothing new to him. His father had succeeded in training Chase well in that area.
Did he deserve better? Did it matter? His girlfriend had demanded he make a choice between her and Jackson, and his nephew won. How was that any different from Autumn putting her children first? Just like his little dude. Her children needed someone to make them a priority. They didn't have anyone else. Chapter 15. Autumn had to keep wiping her hands on her jeans as she drove to Cruz Murphy's, an Irish-Mexican restaurant in downtown Huckleberry Falls. For a smallish city, because of the wealth of many of the seasonal visitors, the community had a nice variety of places to dine. At least she'd left her children in Chase's capable hands. She wouldn't have to worry about them. She was on edge about the date with Trent. How had she let Brenda talk her into doing this stupid dating thing anyway? It hadn't been bad doubling with Chase. Autumn had never been comfortable putting herself out there. With all her boyfriends in high school, they had needed to make the effort. Not because she didn't care, because she'd been too self-conscious, too insecure. She was finding that hadn't changed. Was she creating future problems for herself? She remembered her father's warning when she'd been a teen. You marry someone from the pool of people you date. If she got too attached to a man, she was setting herself up for heartache. She would protect her children from a heartless stepfather by making sure they never had one. Autumn reminded herself it'd been her decision to let Brenda talk her into this because of the need for a social life, not a love life. The sign for the restaurant came into view. She'd heard of Cruz Murphy's, but had never eaten there. What would be on the menu? Corned beef and cabbage tacos? Trent stood at the entrance dressed in jeans and a lightweight leather jacket. He could have easily been one of those hot guys in the Korean dramas Jasmine liked to watch. That was probably why she practically drooled over him whenever he flirted with her. Brenda would approve of his appearance and be fanning herself if she were there. It was different to see him outside of his business suit. Autumn had often wondered if the care he took with his appearance helped with his sales. She always thought it made him seem more credible. Over the years, the salespeople who presented the best and had a good personality to go with it were the ones who were the most successful. Trent did get dirty sometimes when he did the initial treatments for accounts he sold, but he even managed to look good then. Well, she might as well stop delaying. She got out of her car. His gaze met hers, and he gave her an appraising glance, his smile growing as he nodded in approval. It warmed her, and she hated that it did. She didn't need this man's approval to feel good about herself. Hadn't she gotten over that? As she approached him, Trent held out his arm in his flamboyant way. "You look beautiful tonight, love." "Right, because jeans and a button-down shirt are so fancy?" Autumn took his arm. "But you usually wear a dress at the office. There you're all business. You have a more casual look tonight, more relaxed. It becomes you." Autumn certainly didn't feel relaxed. "Charming brooder." "That's not fair. I didn't brood, as you're fond of calling it." Trent chuckled. "And I was being honest with you." She didn't have a chance to respond then because the hostess waved them forward. Trent gave her his name, and they followed the woman to a table. Autumn scanned the menu. No corned beef tacos, simply offerings from both cultures. She laughed to herself. "Is something funny?" As Trent looked over his menu, she explained her question about the tacos. He chuckled. "No, for which I'm grateful. Some foods would be best not mixed together." "You mean like sugar cookies and onion dip?" Trent gave a disgusted grunt.
Who would ever think that was a good combination? Your predecessor brought them to a Christmas party a couple of years ago. Was it a joke? He gave a little shudder. We couldn't figure out if he was serious or playing a prank. Both were tasty independently, but when he used a cookie to take a scoop of the dip and ate it, Autumn made a gagging motion with her finger. That guy was an odd one and never really fit in. He didn't stay with us much past the holidays. Said he wanted to work for a national chain. She glanced at the items on the menu again. Have you eaten here before? I have, many times, and the food is delicious. Would you recommend anything in particular? They spent the next few minutes discussing the different dishes, and Autumn finally settled on beef stew. Now, love, Trent said, his elbows on the table as he leaned forward, tell me why my brooding charm bothers you so much. Autumn groaned mentally and clenched her hands against a twitchy feeling in them. Why did he have to act like this? They'd been having a normal conversation before they ordered. With his shift to the flirt again, something in both his tone and his gaze made her uncomfortable. She wondered why it bothered her so much when it was obvious from the behavior of female customers and the women in the office that they liked his flirting. Then Trent tilted his head and an image of a guy she'd known in high school came to mind, and she knew how to explain it. I don't like when men try to make me feel like I'm prey. Prey? Trent straightened, his brows arched in surprise. Why would simple compliments make you feel that way? Because when someone hands them out all the time, they start to feel like they're nothing special, insincere. It makes me believe the guy wants something from me, and the only way he thinks he can get it is to tell me how special I am. I don't trust them, either the man or his words of flattery. Autumn had been looking at the menu and glanced up. Trent wore a wounded expression. I'm sorry if that offends you, she said with a shrug. I know a lot of women eat it up, but I don't think I'm alone in feeling this way. I've watched you do it to everyone in the office, and I can't help but wonder if it fills a need in you to do it. I find myself speechless. Trent looked bemused. I would never wish for my compliments to be commonplace, but I can see how you might take them that way. It's something I'll have to think about. The server came to take their order. Tell me a little about yourself, he said when they were alone again. Like what? She ran her finger over the top of her water glass. What are your interests? I have a lot, though I'm so busy now I don't have much time for them. I play the piano, something I've taken up again this year. You stopped playing for a while? With 2 young children and a full-time job, I didn't have the energy to practice. Once I decided to make it a priority, I've enjoyed it and found it's a nice release for me. I play for Chase. He's making me sing with him, too, which is totally intimidating. Ah, yes, the singing pest control man. Trent's disparaging tone and the thinning of his lips made the hair on the back of Autumn's neck stand up. You know how they suggest people steer away from unsafe topics like religion or politics? When he nodded, she said, I think maybe for you and me, that would include Chase. He's my dearest friend, and I will not sit here and let you badmouth him in front of me. Trent stiffened. If he were offended, that was fine. Then Autumn wouldn't have to worry about him coming on to her anymore. All right, he finally said. What other things do you like to do? Swim, boat, play tennis? I go to the park and push my children on the swings. I also bake fun birthday cakes. A cake decorator, huh?
Yes. It's a dangerous talent, though, because practicing means we can have a lot of frosted cakes around that my figure can't handle. That's why I like to give them away. Autumn was tired of talking about herself. What about you? What are your talents besides flirting and selling pest control accounts? Who are you underneath the facade? He leaned back in his chair and considered her. You are a very unsettling woman, Autumn Donnelly. You go deep, much deeper than I'm used to on a first date. First date? This was supposed to be their only date, endured simply to get him to move on. She arched a brow. The server arrived with their food, and Trent shifted to more mundane topics while they ate. Would you like some dessert? Trent asked when they were finished. No, as I mentioned, I need to be careful about what I eat. She checked her phone both for the time and to see if Chase had texted her. He hadn't. Well, it's getting late and I should get back home. I've enjoyed getting to know you better. Why are you in such a hurry? Trent looked like he sincerely wanted to know. Autumn wondered if she were an anomaly, and he hadn't met a woman before who wasn't charmed by him. But she found that hard to believe. I'm going to be completely honest with you, she began. Aren't you always? Even brutally honest? He asked, his tone wry. If he were trying to guilt her out, it was working. I'm sorry. She pulled her hands into her lap. You're just so persistent. It makes me uneasy. As you've said, Trent rubbed his chin, his expression contemplative. It seems I've been grossly insensitive, and for that, I'm sorry. Autumn's shoulder muscles relaxed for the first time. Maybe she could be friends with this man. Then let me explain my position, she said. This dating thing is hard for me. I'm not doing it because I'm looking for a relationship or because I'm lonely. It's actually Brenda's idea. Trent burst out laughing. I'm so sorry, but that sounds like her. Did you agree to it to get her off your back? Like you agreed to go on this date with me? The corner of his mouth curved up, and he watched her knowingly. It was Autumn's turn to chuckle. You got me there. Brenda said I needed a social life outside of work and my children. I told her I would try it out, but I've been thinking what I need is a hobby that will let me meet new people. Maybe I should take a ceramics class or something. Perhaps you need more friends. He reached across the table and gave her hand a single pat before pulling it back. I know you and Worthington are close, but do you have anyone else? When you get married, it's harder to have close friends. I had some girlfriends who Steve didn't care for, and he had buddies I didn't enjoy doing things with. There was one other couple we used to go out with, but they moved not long before I lost him. Autumn folded her napkin and leaned on the table. I'm already gone for half of my children's waking lives, and when I come home, I'm tired. I've already given my best hours to my job. I agree I need to do some things for me, or as Brenda calls it, fill my vessel. But I don't want to dilute what time I have with my children. I wished I'd had a mother like you, Trent said, his words soft. You're quite good at it. I don't know about that, but they are the most important things in my life. How did your late husband feel about your children coming first? They didn't then. Oh, don't get me wrong. My children were always a priority, but Steve was too. And when you marry again? Autumn shook her head. This was getting a little too close to her heartache. It's getting late, and I still need to put them to bed. All right. Trent signaled for the check.
I've enjoyed tonight in a way I hadn't anticipated. I won't push if you're not interested in going out again, but I would like to see you. You challenge me, and I find I enjoy it. It's novel not to have my date fawning all over me." As he paid, Autumn considered his offer. He looked at her and asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes, and I think if you act like this, I would enjoy going out with you again." "Excellent." Trent looked like he'd accomplished some great thing. "Now let's get you back so you can be with your children."
Chapter 16. Chase stared at the house, trying to get up the courage to approach the door. Even though he'd been messaging with Debbie, or Debs, he hated this kind of cold introduction. Except for the double date with Autumn, this would be his first step into the dating scene after nearly 2 years. If she hadn't made a second date with Trent for tonight, Chase doubted he would have accepted Deb's invitation. It still bugged him to no end that Autumn had gone out with Trent and enjoyed herself enough to go out with him a second time. How could she not see through his gimmick? Chase shook his head. He had to stop thinking about it. He considered the home. From its newer style but mature landscape, he thought it must be about 10 years old. Having sprayed yards in some of the city's affluent neighborhoods for so many years now, many even more expensive than his father's house, Chase realized his date had money. Not so much that she lived in a gated community, but still money. And really bad taste in yard art, particularly the oversized fountain flanked by 2 flamingo lawn statues, like the kind of stuff his grandmother would have bought. They gave the house the oddest look he'd ever seen. If the decorations were a reflection of Deb's personality, something that hadn't come out in their messaged conversations, he was in for an interesting evening. Chase heaved out a breath. If he hadn't agreed to do this, he could be home with the kids, doing something fun with them. As he was about to take a step toward the house, the front door opened. A tall, ultra-thin woman of about 50, wearing leopard print leggings, paused. She arched what looked like a tattooed eyebrow, giving emphasis to the heavy amount of makeup she wore. After scanning him from head to foot, she grinned like she appreciated what she saw. Her glittery, tight-fitting, and low-cut top revealed a lot of her obviously enhanced bosom. She suffered from what Autumn would have called the grapefruit syndrome. "Please let the woman be Deb's mother." Chase swallowed. "I'm here for Deb's." He couldn't keep the uncertainty from his voice. It made him feel like a little kid. "Oh, sugar, that's me. You'll do just fine." She reached inside and grabbed a purse before locking the door. She turned around and clicked a key fob. The sound of unlocking doors came from the Lincoln sitting in the driveway. She sashayed toward him. Chase struggled for some polite way out of this. "I'm looking to date someone closer to my age." He took a step back. By then, Debs had reached him. She took hold of his sleeve and towed him to her car. "Don't you worry about a thing, sugar. I'm young at heart. Get in the car like a good boy." During their required online chats, she'd been a lot of fun. Upon reflection, a couple of the comments she made that he'd taken as old-fashioned would fit a woman of her age. He didn't want to be rude, but he couldn't think of any way out that wasn't. He got into the car. "I'm going to show you a good time tonight." Debs pulled out of the driveway. I must tell you, I'm excited to get to spend the evening with a cute thing like you." She continued to prattle all the way to the restaurant. When she pulled into the parking lot of the Gilded Antler, Chase gaped. It was one of the best-rated and most expensive places to eat in Huckleberry Falls. Debs leaned over, giving an excellent view of her cleavage, and squeezed his knee. "I can't wait." She winked and puckered her bright red lips like she meant to kiss him. When he leaned away from her, she giggled and patted his knee. She got out of the car. The valet parking guy approached, and she gave him her keys. Chase suddenly understood the way Autumn said some guys made her feel. Politeness aside, there was no way he was staying. What had he been thinking not to take his own car? He pulled out his phone. For a second, he considered his options. He couldn't bring himself to call any of the guys at work. Instead, he sent Autumn a text message. Maybe she could get Trent not to say anything. Chase texted, "Help." He listed the name of the restaurant. Autumn replied, "On our way." Chase replied, "Sorry, and thanks." Now to tell Debs. He got out of the car and found her waiting on his side. She slid her arm through his and tried to pull him toward the building. He refused to move. "What's wrong, sugar?" She turned to face him. How could he tell her he wasn't interested in going out with a woman old enough to be his mother? "I can't afford something as pricey as this." "Oh, this is my treat, sugar, so don't you worry about a thing." Debs ran a hand up his chest, feeling out his right pec. "I'll take care of dinner, and you can be dessert." She lifted onto her toes and moved in to kiss him. Chase stepped back and held up his hands between them. "Oh, you're not going to play hard to get, are you?" Debs took a seductive step toward him. Did she have a split personality? One that chatted intelligently online, and then the one before him? How could they be so different? "This isn't for me." He moved back several more steps. "You go ahead and eat here if you want. I've texted a friend to come get me." Deb's expression darkened, and her mouth twisted into an ugly sneer. "Not man enough for me, huh? Well, it's your loss." She slung her bag over her shoulder and flounced toward the restaurant, not even looking back. He felt a little sick. What if some guy came on to Autumn like that? Chase, at least, was bigger than Debs. He had no doubt that if she'd been pushier, he wouldn't have had any trouble getting clear of her. What if she had claimed he'd pulled something on her? A chill went through him. It struck him then what a dangerous place the dating world could be, even for a guy. Chase walked out to the sidewalk, grateful when Autumn texted they were close. When they drove up in Trent's Range Rover, the salesman had the good grace not to speak, but his expression said plenty. Chase got in the back seat, and Autumn shifted so she could look back at him. "What went wrong?" she asked. "Cougar," Chase said glumly. "If my father were single, she would have been a good age match for him." "Then why did you come here with her?" Autumn asked. "She caught me by surprise, and I didn't think fast enough." Chase shrugged. "What? You're telling us you're too nice a guy to tell the senior citizen you're not into old ladies?" Trent asked, glancing back through the rearview mirror with a sly twinkle. "Yep." Chase slumped in the seat and heaved out a breath. "Leave him alone, Trent. I think it's nice that he wasn't rude to her." Autumn faced the front again. "Chase, you'll need to report her for misrepresenting herself. How bad was she?"
I think I'm going to have nightmares, Chase said, thinking about the way she'd blatantly come on to him. Looking back now, it was kind of funny, and the humor of the situation hit him. He started to chuckle. After a few seconds, all three of them were laughing. Since Brenda has all our kids, do you want to come with us to dinner? Autumn asked. Trent frowned, and it was Autumn's turn to shrug. It's not like you and I are anything more than friends, she said. Chase is a friend, too. Your friend, Trent grumbled. It's all good. Chase gave him the address to Deb's house. You can take me there. I'll pick up my car and take the kids out for ice cream. I'm beginning to think that meeting someone for coffee first is a safer approach than dinner. Live and learn, I guess, Autumn said. You got that right. Chase agreed fervently. Autumn reached back with her hand, and he took it, grateful for the sign of support. Trent sent a scowl back his way, and Chase took his time releasing her hand. How was he ever going to get her to recognize she loved him? And she did. He knew it. But what if it were a platonic love that never grew into anything else? He doubted he could take being only a friend to her forever. Chapter 17. Autumn was thinking of Chase's nightmare first date as she walked to the restaurant only a block from her apartment complex. Milo had seemed nice in their conversations. When he'd suggested they meet for an early lunch one Saturday and the weather was forecast to be nice, she decided not to drive. Truth be told, though, she would rather be at the complex's playground with Chase and the children. As she approached, she noticed a tall, slender man searching the people in the parking lot. She knew him instantly from his online photo. I think you must be Milo, she said, extending her hand. I'm Autumn. He turned to her and blinked, looking surprised. His red-rimmed eyes dilated. She hoped he didn't have pink eye. Autumn. He frowned as though trying to recall why the name sounded familiar. Then his expression lightened. Oh, yeah, I remember now. Autumn Donnelly. He shook her hand but glanced over her shoulder, seeming to search for someone. If this isn't a good time, she took a step back. Oh, no. Milo looked at her fully then and grinned. You're straight fire, babe. This is perfect. Let's eat. He thought she was a babe, but couldn't remember he had a date with her. He didn't offer his arm, which was good because the guy was giving off uncomfortable vibes. Milo chattered on about things he was interested in, things she didn't remember being in his profile. It made her think about poor Chase and his date with the cougar, and Autumn wondered if she had a catfisher too. If she was going to keep doing this, she would have to come up with an emergency back-out-of-a-date plan for awkward situations, like this one. Since she wasn't comfortable with unnecessary rudeness either, she sympathized even more with Chase's situation. Milo started asking all kinds of questions of Autumn, things he should have already known from her profile and messaging exchanges. Maybe he had a sieve for a memory, like the one for names. He also kept looking over her shoulder. She shifted in her chair, wondering if something was going on behind her. The TV on the wall was playing a commercial, so maybe he'd been watching the baseball game instead of talking to her. She doubted it, though. He didn't look like a sporty kind of guy. Unlike Chase. She wondered if they were still at the playground or if he'd taken the kids in to get lunch. It would be a lot more interesting there with them than here with this guy. She glanced at Milo again. Autumn pointed at his face. Your nose is bleeding. Oh, yeah. Unconcerned, he dabbed it with a napkin. That happens sometimes after.
After what? Then the pieces fell into place. The runny red eyes, the out-of-it attitude, and now the blood. He was definitely high. Autumn put down her menu, glad they hadn't ordered yet. This isn't going to work, Milo. She rose.
Wait, you don't have to go.
He stood, his words half-hearted, and his gaze darted to the door. Autumn glanced that way and saw a pretty blonde enter, searching the room. His expression brightened with recognition. Try not to double book next time. Autumn slipped her purse over her shoulder. Especially not with me.
Yeah.
He chuckled, the sound reminding her of Disney's character Goofy, only not as classy. Shaking her head, Autumn headed for the entrance. At the door, she glanced back. Milo and the blonde were already locking lips. There was no way Autumn would have been kissing him. Ever. She sent Chase a text. A dud. Where are you guys? His response was almost immediate.
Just leaving the playground to have lunch. Want to join us?
Autumn quickened her pace, anxious to get back to the people she cared about. Should we have a picnic? Chase replied.
I asked the littles, and they're jumping all around. I'll take that as a yes.
She grinned. All morning she'd been dreading the date, but now she felt like she had been freed from a terrible burden and might float away. Chase stood at the playground gate, a little on each hand, and Faye on his shoulders clinging to his hair. Autumn's heart swelled, making her chest feel as though it might burst open. She loved them all so much. "Mama!" Parker and Jackson cried when they noticed her and came running. She squatted down and pulled them into her arms, loving the group hug. Chase's nephew had taken to calling her Mama, and it warmed her heart while making her feel guilty. After kissing each boy on the temple, she stood.
"I've got sandwich makings,"
Chase said, coming to stand before her. "And I've got the cookies we made last night." "Cookies!" the littles cried. Faye had rested her cheek on the top of Chase's head, eyes drooping, a thumb in her mouth, and her other hand now clinging to his ear. It wouldn't be long before she was asleep. "I think we might need to have the picnic in the living room." Autumn held up her hands at the protests from the boys. "And then maybe we can do bumper cars after her nap." She glanced at Chase and he nodded, so she said, "Let's go then." She took the littles' hands and they headed for their building.
"How bad was it?"
he asked, keeping his voice pitched low for her ears only.
"You're going to laugh when I tell you," she chuckled softly. "Seriously,
we should start a web page that talks about our forays into the world of online dating and the interesting people who populate it."
"Maybe,"
Chase grinned.
"I would rather laugh about it than have bad dreams."
"Well, she's out for the night," Autumn said as she came down the stairs that evening. She looked tired but happy, and Chase hoped it'd been as good a day for her as it had been for him. After her failed date, anyway. He closed the book he'd been reading to the littles, who sat on each side of him. Chase met her gaze, smiling softly. Even after a long day, with strands of hair escaping from her ponytail, he thought she was the most beautiful woman he knew. Her expression softened as she looked at him. "Can we watch our movie now?" Parker asked. Yeah, Jackson said, jumping up and down.
"Yes, you may."
Chase rose to turn it on for them, and the boys shifted to their giant beanbags. Autumn retrieved the bowls of popcorn from the kitchen. "Have you and Mr. G finished working out the details?" she asked, settling on the couch beside Chase.
"Yes. I can't believe how easy he's being about this. It seems his wife is in more of a hurry for him to retire than he is, so I'm going to be a kind of owner in training. He said we can spend a while where I still do my route part-time. Then I can use the rest of the time shadowing him until I gradually take on some of the responsibilities. The second year will be one where he gradually backs off, and I take on more until I'm running things by the time he retires.
Chase rubbed his face.
He's even made some suggestions about which classes I should take over the next 2 years.
How do you feel about that?
She asked. I can't think of a better way to get on-the-job training. He shrugged. I'm kind of excited.
Good. That's what's important. Autumn yawned before leaning closer to whisper in Chase's ear. Now, if I could get excited about this online dating, I wonder how long we'll have to do it before Brenda is satisfied. The feel of her warm breath on his neck made him want to pull her into his arms and tell her he loved her and then kiss her senseless. Instead, he breathed her in, the fragrance of her shampoo and the smell of fresh popcorn filling his senses.
I don't know, but we'll both have to do it until Brenda is satisfied, or she'll never give us any peace.
You're probably right. It'll have been a year next month, she said, her voice tight.
Yes,
the 1-year anniversary of her husband's death. Chase shifted his arm to her shoulders, and she rested her head against his chest. He brought his other arm around her and brushed away a strand of hair from her cheek. This time last year, it would have been another man who held her, who loved her. Would she ever be able to move on from Steve? Chase thought he'd seen something in her eyes when she'd looked at him tonight, something beyond the friendship he'd gotten used to seeing there. He glanced at the boys who were laughing at something in the movie. For the first time since Chase's mother died when he was a kid, he had a family again. But it was nebulous. At any time, some other man could swoop in and steal Autumn's heart and take her from him. Take all 3 of them from him. He had to keep that from happening until he could capture them for himself. She didn't move away, so he kept his arm around her. When her breathing slowed, he took a chance and kissed her temple. The motion made her stir, and she shifted, lifting her face to tilt back her head, her eyes still closed. Autumn looked exactly like she was waiting for a kiss. His heart pounding so hard it hurt his chest, Chase touched his lips softly to hers. Autumn pressed hers more firmly against his and, with a soft sigh, settled back against his chest again.
Autumn?
He whispered. Nothing.
Autumn?
Chase tried again. Still nothing. He relaxed and tried to calm his racing pulse. They'd had their first kiss, and she wouldn't even remember it. Chapter 18. Chase had been right. Autumn didn't show any signs of remembering the kiss, but he couldn't get it out of his head. As the weeks passed and they each went on more dates, he found himself having a harder time not saying something. He was glad he decided not to take a summer class. Between his regular responsibilities, training with Mr. G, worrying about not hearing anything from Nikki, and stressing that Autumn was going to fall for one of the guys she was dating, Chase felt like he needed to give up something. But what? He found himself dragging a little more than normal when he packed up his equipment and headed into the office. Sitting quietly in the background through all of her dates was killing him. He wanted to call it off. As he entered the office, voices drifted in from the other room. It sounded like Trent talking to someone. Then Autumn laughed. and Chase's stiff neck muscles tightened even more. He forced himself to take a breath, sitting next to Autumn's desk to wait for her. He figured to take the time to calm himself. Trent had turned out to be a decent guy. With pressure from her, things between him and Chase had improved. Now, if he didn't worry about every date she went on, maybe he needed a break from all of it. It wasn't like she'd done anything wrong. She could see whomever she wanted and had no obligation to return his feelings. His phone rang and he checked the number. His father. Chase's pulse quickened. The last time they talked, it had been about Jackson. Chase had taken his father's advice and made his temporary custody of the boy official. "Hello?" he asked, and a funny sound came from the phone. "Dad, are you all right?" "It's Nicky." His words came out a croak, and Chase realized his father was crying. A lump formed in Chase's throat, his eyes burning. "Is she?" He'd worried so long his sister might end up killing herself. Now, faced with the real possibility that she'd done it, he couldn't speak the word. His father did. "Dead." Lawrence Worthington's voice broke. With shoulders shaking, Chase wiped at his eyes, his heart aching both for his sister and his father. "It's my fault," his father sobbed. I thought if I used tough love on her, she would finally stick to her treatment." "Chase, what is it?" Brenda cried, hurrying over to him.
"I know you're at work," his father said, his voice in control but still rough. "I'll call you tonight about funeral arrangements. I want you involved in this."
He ended the call. Chase looked up into Brenda's concerned face and started to cry again. She sank to her knees and wrapped her arms around him.
"Is it your sister?" she asked when he'd settled down. "Yes."
He got control of himself and gave Brenda a quick hug before straightening. When the large woman tried to stand, she groaned. Chase rose and helped her to her feet.
"Was it an overdose?" she asked. "My father didn't say, but I assume so. He was crying."
The lump in Chase's throat choked him again, and he coughed. "What's wrong?" Autumn cried as she stepped into her office and hurried to him.
"Is it Nicky?"
He nodded, wiping at his eyes again.
"I'll tell Mr. G."
Brenda patted him on the shoulder.
"We'll arrange to split up your route among the others until you come back." "Thank you."
Brenda gave a sad nod and left the office. Autumn slid her arms around his waist.
"I'm sorry."
Chase held her, struggling not to break down again.
"He was crying, Autumn. My father was crying when he told me. He didn't even do that when my mother died."
"Maybe he's accepted his role in this." She straightened and looked up at him, dropping her arms.
"Poor Jackson."
Chase's stomach knotted.
"Will you come be with me when I tell him?"
She reached up and cupped his cheek.
"Of course I will."
He almost kissed her then. If they'd been the couple they should have been, he would have. Chase would have had the right to, but he didn't. He wouldn't risk rejection on top of losing Nicky.
"Thank you. I've got my payments for the day."
He fumbled for the papers he'd set on her desk earlier. "Let's get it done so we can take care of the important stuff," she said, her voice still rough with emotion. Numbly, Chase went through his end-of-day routine. Autumn kept shooting him concerned glances, but she didn't say anything more about his sister. "I only have one more route to process," Autumn said when they'd finished. "Would you like to come with me to pick up Jackson, or do you want to tell him later?"
"I think it would be better if we tell him at home."
Chase rubbed his temples, his head throbbing. He couldn't shake the sense that he was in a bizarre dream and would wake up at any moment.
Even though I've been preparing for this, I can't believe it's happened.
Just tell me whatever you need.
Autumn covered his hand with hers. Her voice warbled as she said, I do understand. I know you do.
Chase threaded his fingers through hers, worried for her.
This is bringing back too many memories, isn't it?
Her chin trembled, and she blinked her eyes rapidly. The 1-year anniversary of Steve's death is in a few days. I've already been a little emotional because of that. But I really want to be here for you.
Thank you.
Once again, Chase had to fight the inclination to kiss her. He released her hand and stood.
How about I pick up Jackson and get some pizza to bring to your place? Once Parker and Faye are in bed, we can break the news to Jackson.
All right. I'll make a salad.
My father's going to call tonight to talk about the funeral. I think I'll text him to do it late tonight.
That's a good idea. With a heavy heart, Chase turned and left the office. Autumn had a powerful sense of déjà vu as she stood with Chase. It was even the same cemetery where Steve was buried. Autumn had brought flowers for her and the children to put on his grave before they left. Her heart swelled at the sight of Faye and Parker holding Jackson's hands as they watched his mother's coffin. Chase had commented on how emotional his father had been while working on the funeral preparations. The man was holding himself responsible, and it appeared to be tearing him apart. She wondered if it would change him from the cold man he'd been. When the service was over, Nikki's coffin was lowered into the grave. Chase, who'd been holding her hand the whole time, made a convulsive movement. Autumn moved closer to him, and he put an arm around her, squeezing her tighter than was comfortable. Understanding, she said nothing. The mourners gave their final condolences and left.
I need to talk with you, son,
Mr. Worthington said. I'll take the children to Steve's grave.
Autumn stepped back. I wanted to be with you for that.
Chase glanced at his father.
I won't be long, and you can join her.
Mr. Worthington extended a hand to Autumn.
I appreciate the support you've been to my son and grandson.
That's what family is for, she said, shaking it. Sniffing, she reached out for Faye's stroller. Come on, kids, let's get the flowers from the car. Chase's father waited until they were out of earshot before he turned to face him.
I've been wrong. I'm sorry. It appears Nikki's death might not have been a simple overdose. This came to me in the mail 2 days after she died.
He handed Chase an envelope. Tentatively, he took it, not sure he wanted to read it. Would his sister's final words be full of accusations? He glanced at his father, struck again by the gaunt, hollow look on his face. He nodded, and Chase took out the piece of paper. Father, I'm sorry I was never the daughter you wanted. I did try, but everything I did went wrong, and I disappointed you more instead. Jackson is the only thing I've done right in my life, and you even think he's a mistake. You're wrong. Please don't punish him for my mistakes. At least he has Chase. Nikki. While not exactly a suicide note, his sister had known her end was near. He was glad his father had kept it to himself until now. Chase didn't know what to say, so he folded the note and slid it back into the envelope. He didn't want to give it back. Someday, when Jackson was much older, he might like to know how his mother had felt about him. Chase wished it weren't mixed with the condemnation of their father in the same sentence.
She's right, about Jackson. He's a great kid. I'm releasing your trust fund to you, his father said, watching as the cemetery workers filled the grave with dirt. Feel free to buy your pest control company. I don't want to ruin your life, too. Chase scowled at the bitter tone in his father's voice. He'd admitted he was wrong, but it didn't feel like he'd taken accountability. You can't ruin my life because I won't let you. I've never been as vulnerable as Nikki. I hope you'll try harder to connect with your only grandchild. Chase swallowed and forced his voice to remain calm as he said, Do you mind if I keep the note for Jackson? His father looked at Chase for the first time, a crease between his brows. I don't want him to think badly of me. I have no idea if I'll ever show it to him, but he's had both of his parents abandon him. It might be good for Jackson sometime in the future to know how much his mother loved him. Chase smiled sadly at his father. It's your choice whether you want to give him happy memories of you to counter what's written in the note. Now I need to go be with Autumn. Today's the 1-year anniversary of her husband's death. He hesitated, but then gave his father a quick hug and strode away. Steve Donnelly's grave was on the other side of the cemetery. Chase had gone with Autumn once a month for nearly a year, so he knew exactly where to go. He spotted Faye first, who was chasing a butterfly in the grass, while the littles looked to be playing a game of tag. You 3 be respectful. Chase approached Autumn, who kneeled before the grave, her hands clasped on her lap. She glanced up at him, her eyes glistening. He kneeled beside her, and she reached out a cold hand to grasp his. What was she feeling? He expected Autumn to sob, like she had the first few times he'd accompanied her here. She didn't, with only a few tears slowly running down her cheeks. He was a good man, she said. I was devastated when he was taken from us. At first, I didn't know how I could go on. If it hadn't been for the children, it would have been easy to surrender to my grief, let it swallow me up. Sniffing, she glanced at Chase. And then you and Jackson came into our lives. I don't know if you have any idea how much you've helped me get through this year. The 2 of you needed us as much as we needed you, I think. We did, believe me. Chase brought her hand to his lips and pressed a soft kiss on it. You've been like the mother Jackson needs, and Faye and Parker have been the brother and sister he's always wanted. And you've been like a father to my children, and a pillar of strength for me. Thank you. Mama? Parker asked, coming to stand beside her and putting his hand on her shoulder. Can Daddy see us in heaven? I like to think he can, that he's watching over us and making sure we're happy. Is your daddy like a guardian angel? Jackson asked, coming up beside Parker, who smiled at the question, as though he liked the idea. Jackson said, I want my mom to be my guardian angel. Your mother loved you very much, little dude. Chase pulled the boy into a hug. Aunt Brenda is always talking about heaven and what a wonderful place it is. I'm sure your mother's there and loving her new job as your guardian angel. His throat tightened as he said the last words. I'm hungry, Faye whined. I want pizza, the littles cried together and started dancing around. Pizza, Faye said, joining them. Autumn handed Chase a tissue and used one on her eyes. It's hard, but life carries on. It doesn't feel right, but it's true, he said, watching the children. Life does carry on. Chase rose and extended a hand to help her to her feet. Chapter 19.
Coletta slipped into the seat across from Autumn for their monthly girls' lunch at Dan's. The once hole-in-the-wall diner had expanded when he bought the back of the building, though it still looked small from the front. "How's the dating going?" Coletta asked, opening her menu. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up." Autumn shook her head. "Seriously, some of the people Chase and I have met up with are unbelievable." "Well, they are still single." Coletta grinned smugly. "It's not really a surprise if they lack in social skills." "I'll bet you've managed to get out of all of them. Your mother will cotton on eventually," Autumn warned. "You're right," Coletta sighed. "Eventually, I'll run out of excuses, or worse, Mom will surprise me with a surprise guest at Sunday dinner." "Truth? And you know when she gets that look." Autumn arched a brow. "Too bad I don't know how to get his attention," Coletta murmured, giving a nod toward a pleasant-looking man with sandy-colored hair waiting in line for his food. She sighed. "He's pure BBC. Sharp suit, sharper jawline, and hot enough to make tea boil all by himself." Autumn shifted to see him better. "Don't be obvious," Coletta hissed. "Who is he?" "The author, Misty Vale's personal assistant." Autumn had to force herself not to laugh. They had both been shocked last fall to discover that lifetime Huckleberry Falls resident Trish Johnson was their favorite historical romance writer. "You mean the one whose hair you cut every week now?" Autumn asked dryly. "Oh, of course," Coletta sighed again, watching until the man walked out carrying a food bag. "Have you gotten any freelance work from what you're learning?" Autumn asked to bring her friend back to reality. "Yes," Coletta squealed and had to cover her mouth. "I got a call from Edelweiss Ski Resort. They're putting on a competition for the design of this year's Santa Run, and my teacher submitted my name." "I'm so happy for you." Autumn clapped her hands softly. "They need a lot of graphic arts stuff up there." "Yeah, as much as I've loved it since Ellie and Mary bought out Le Chevelure. I'm so done with doing hair. I can only be so creative with it, and Mary's not doing hair anymore." "I heard she only does design work now for dresses by Linda." Someday, Autumn would love to buy a ball gown from there. Steve hadn't really been into dancing, so she hadn't pushed him to attend Huckleberry Falls' annual Christmas ball. Just like seeing a flash mob, it was one of the items on her bucket list. "Well, I'm praying this will lead to more options for you." Autumn sighed. "I have another date tonight. If it's another disaster, I'm quitting." "Ooh, tell me more." Autumn drove up to the restaurant, feeling a little weary. The summer was almost over, and school would start next week for Parker. She'd been doing this dating thing for months now. It hadn't been a complete waste of time. She'd met a few guys who hadn't minded having Chase come along on double dates, and if she and he hadn't gone on their first date together, Cynthia and Reuben might not have met. They'd announced their engagement the week before. As much as Brenda's interference was well meant, Autumn hadn't changed her mind. The dating thing wasn't the kind of socializing she wanted to do. She'd been thinking more and more about taking an easy community education class. She might even check into what it took to teach one on cake decorating eventually, as long as it didn't take too much time away from her family. Autumn knew a lot of people who put up with their children, but she liked hers. Yes, they were young, and they sometimes got on her nerves, but she loved spending time with them. Her children were only going to be young for a few short years. She wanted to savor that time. Right now, they wanted her attention, needed it. In a few years, they would gradually pull away from her and make friends away from home. It'd been 9 years since she had graduated from high school, and those years had flown by. In 9 more years, Parker would be 14. That had been her age when her mother died. Autumn rubbed her throat against the sudden lump there. What would happen if she developed a brain tumor too and died at the same age? Who would take care of her children? She couldn't imagine her father wanting to take them, and she definitely didn't want him responsible for meeting their emotional needs. He was too cold and aloof, too fixated on the law of justice, and not enough on the law of mercy. Steve's parents were wonderful people, but they were always traveling. After parking, Autumn approached the restaurant where she and Tim Gallo had agreed to meet. She recognized him right away where he stood at the entrance, scanning the parking lot. He was tall and lanky, something not obvious from his online photo. But the receding hairline was the same. It might have been a temptation to alter his picture, but he hadn't. That was a good sign. As soon as Tim noticed her, he grinned and waved. He strode toward her, extending his hand. "You must be Autumn. I'm Tim. It's nice to finally meet you in person." "It's a pleasure to meet you, too." She shook it. "You're even prettier than your picture." His ears went pink, like he hadn't meant to say that, and he glanced back at the restaurant. "I thought I'd made a reservation, but I guess I forgot." "They look busy," Autumn said, at first wary. When he nodded and shuffled his feet, she decided he must have really forgotten, and his embarrassment was genuine. "Don't worry about it. With all the studying you're doing for your bar exam, I'm not surprised you would forget something." "They'll have an opening, but it'll be at least an hour. We can try somewhere else if you would like." Tim shoved his hands in his pockets. "It's totally my bad. If you prefer to reschedule for another day, I'll understand." "We can go somewhere else," Autumn said. "It doesn't have to be anything fancy." "All right. Do you mind if we ride together, or do you want to follow me?" Tim gestured to a well-maintained but older model Toyota Corolla. Autumn hesitated. Of all the guys she'd talked to online, she felt the best about him. She decided to ride with him, but took a picture of his license plate, which included the color and model of the car. After texting it to Chase, she glanced up to find Tim watching her with a bemused grin. "You're the first date I've agreed to ride with." She shrugged, refusing to feel guilty. "It's just a safety precaution." "It's a smart thing to do." Tim opened the passenger door for her. "I should have thought of it myself when my sister was meeting guys on e-rapport." Autumn liked that he hadn't taken offense and felt better about riding with him. They ended up checking out several restaurants before they settled on the Golden Arches. The dry and self-deprecating sense of humor Tim had shown on their online chats came through even stronger in person when his facial expressions and animated tone of voice made her laugh. He would have made a fun stand-up comedian. She ordered a salad, and he got a big burger and some fries. They chatted while they ate, and it struck her that it was the most normal and natural date she'd been on since starting the crazy journey into online dating. For the first time, she felt a little hope that maybe the world wasn't populated by men who were completely lacking in social skills. She'd heard of an emotional IQ. Was there a social one? "Have you ever heard of a social IQ?" she asked. Tim hurried to finish chewing and took a sip of his drink. "Yeah, it's a big deal for lawyers." He shot her a puzzled glance.
I hope you're not asking because you think mine is low. No, not at all. Autumn explained what she'd been thinking. I've had a somewhat similar experience, so it's not limited to men only, believe me. Tim chuckled. To be honest, there are studies that seem to indicate women, on average, tend to test higher on social IQ tests than men. Statistically speaking, you're more likely to meet a socially awkward man because there are more of us. Except you're not awkward. It does make me wonder if schools should put more emphasis on developing interpersonal skills, she mused. So many people anymore have their faces stuck in their phones. Kids, especially, aren't learning how to interact with people in person. Considering some of the clueless people I've messaged, I think it would be a good idea if they did something. Tim pointed to her empty container. Do you want me to take you back to your car, or would you like to do something else? It's a little late for a movie. Autumn put her packaging on the tray, and he stood. Did you have something else in mind? Well, it's a beautiful night. He picked up the trash, and they headed toward the garbage can near the door. Have you ever seen the Huckleberry Falls Memorial Rose Garden at the cemetery? A rose garden? At the cemetery? Autumn asked, intrigued. It's pretty amazing. It was started after World War II by a couple of rosarians. Those are people who cultivate roses, of course. Tim grinned as he opened his car's passenger door. Like my grandmother. That's how I found out about it. Once they were in the car again, she said, Tell me more about these cemetery roses. Well, the city's historic cemetery had been neglected for a long time. You can check online and find pictures of how crumbling and bare it was. Anyway, these two rosarians were looking for a haven for their collection of antique heritage roses. Oh, I love the sound of this already, Autumn said. I've heard antique roses have so much more fragrance. Just wait until you smell them. Anyway, they got permission from the city to plant the roses in the cemetery. They have a growing cadre of volunteers and even work furlough prisoners who maintain them. I can't wait to see it, she said. Their conversation stalled for the first time. It wasn't necessarily awkward, but not like the comfortable lulls with Chase. She never felt a need to try to fill the silence when she was with him. What kind of law will you practice when you pass the bar? She finally asked. I'd like to work in the public sector. I did my internship with the city. Did you work with the prosecutor? No, on the civil side of things. Cities have responsibilities in a lot of areas. We write agreements and also protect against unreasonable lawsuits. What do you mean? There are some people who look at a city as having deep pockets and want ridiculous amounts for claims, or they file frivolous lawsuits. Being sued is expensive to defend against, even when you're not guilty. As wrong as it seems to settle, sometimes it's less expensive than taking it to court to prove it. Is the city ever responsible? Sure. If a resident is injured because a city employee didn't put back a water meter cover correctly and someone fell through it, then that's the city's fault. The victim should receive reasonable compensation. Or if the park's staff doesn't maintain the playground equipment and a child is hurt, that's the city's bad and it should pay. Autumn thought about all the times she and the children had spent in the park last summer after Steve died. She hadn't been able to face going home after work to a house without him. She'd always assumed the equipment was safe to play on. What if one of them had been hurt? Now you've made me paranoid, she admitted. I'm going to be worried about manholes and playground equipment whenever I take my kids to the park. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, though it's not a bad idea to do a safety check. Now I sound like a total nerd. Tim gave her an embarrassed chuckle. Tell me about your kids. Faye is 2, Parker is almost 5, and starts school this fall. Autumn shook her head. I can't believe he's that old already. They're so different from each other. He's very self-sufficient. It would never be a punishment to send him to his room. Because he entertains himself? Exactly. I was like that as a boy, so I understand. It took a lot for my mother to get me to go outside and play with the other kids. Tim said, So is your daughter a terror? No, just curious. But I have to watch her like a hawk. Autumn glanced at him. Do you have any kids? It said in your bio you've been married before. I was married, but we didn't have any kids. It didn't last long. We were young and stupid. Is it too personal to ask how old you are? I'm 30. It took me a while to decide what I wanted to be when I grew up. Tim glanced at her from the corner of his eye, wearing a teasing grin. And what's your age, if it's okay to ask? I'm 27. Here's the exit for the cemetery. Tim took the turn indicated on the sign. Are you divorced? I'm a widow. My husband was killed in a car accident a year ago last July. I'm sorry for your loss. Tim shot her a sidelong look, his brows furrowed in concern. Have you been dating again very long? Not really, and I doubt I would have agreed to it if I weren't being pushed by a friend. She thinks I need to socialize more. Tim burst out laughing. That's almost exactly what my sister said. She pushed me into doing this. Autumn chuckled, feeling again she might have met someone she could be friends with. But what if he were looking for something more? He was such a nice guy. She had to make sure he understood. I know most of the people on the site are interested in finding relationships, so I need to be completely honest with you. I'm not looking for that. That's good, since this is only our first date. His tone was still light, but his expression had turned serious. Why, if I can ask? I won't get involved again until my children are grown. They'd reached the parking lot, and Tim pulled into a shady spot. He shifted in his seat so he could look at her. Your children are really young, Autumn. Isn't that a long time for you to be alone? Autumn moved to face him, debating with herself whether she should explain. She'd only confided in Trent and studied Tim's face. He wasn't pressuring her and looked sincerely interested, and she might never see him again. You'll probably think I'm stupid, but I sometimes listen to Dr. Aurora. Have you heard of her? I think my sister listens to her, but I don't know more than that. Well, she recommends waiting until the children are grown before getting involved after a split. She said the children already suffered when their parents separate. Too often, when you hear about cases of child abuse or neglect, it happens at the hands of the new significant other. Autumn stared out the window, thinking back to her friend. It was my choice to bring children into this world. Just because their dad isn't here anymore doesn't mean I can set aside their needs. I guess I can understand your concern, Tim said, looking thoughtful. And I get that some people don't do well stepping into the role of step-parent. But I think your Dr. Aurora is painting the situation with a pretty broad brush. I have a stepfather who adopted me when I was 10. My father had bailed on us a couple of years before Larry met my mother. He is one of the best men I know. I would hate to think of you missing out on what my mom and he have in a misguided desire to protect your children. You can be smart and protective. Even as Autumn shook her head, a part of her argued that Tim was right. But it didn't change the statistics.
Before she could think of what to say, her phone rang. It was Chase. "It's my babysitter. I need to take this." As Tim nodded, Autumn accepted the call. "What's up?"
"Sorry to interrupt your date,"
Chase said.
"Faye woke up shrieking. When I went into her room, she'd thrown up. The boys helped me get it cleaned up, but she's still vomiting, and she's got a fever."
"Poor baby. I'm sorry this happened on your watch." Autumn's stomach knotted with alarm as she mouthed to Tim, "I have to go home." He nodded and started the car again.
"It happens.
Not to..." Before Chase could say more, Faye made a heaving sound.
"Oh, Princess, I'm sorry you're hurting."
"I'll be there in about 20 minutes.
"Hey, sweetie, your mommy's coming home."
Chase ended the call. "My daughter's sick," Autumn explained.
"I understand."
She was preoccupied as he drove her to where she'd parked at the first restaurant. What had Faye caught? Would Parker get it too? And Jackson? Poor Chase.
"I really enjoyed this evening with you,"
Tim said as he pulled up next to her car.
"I'd love to see you again, even if it's only as friends. I think it would satisfy my sister's demands if I'm seeing a female." He lifted his hands and made air quotes. "Friend. Would you be willing to go out with me again under those circumstances?"
"Yes, I think I would enjoy that too."
"Great."
He hopped out and came around the car to open her door. It reminded her of Chase, who was attentive to that kind of thing too. "Thank you again, Tim." Autumn extended her hand. "It's been a pleasure to make a new friend."
"It has." He shook it. "I hope your daughter feels better soon."
"Thank you. Good night." Autumn jumped into her car, her focus on getting home. Still patting Faye's back, Chase slowly sank to the couch. The poor baby had finally stopped heaving and fallen into a troubled sleep. He was afraid that any abrupt motion or noise would wake her again. The littles had gone to bed without complaining, which was a miracle. He couldn't believe it had been 15 months since Jackson had first come to stay with him. Chase hadn't dreamed then that it might become a permanent thing. Should he stay his nephew's guardian or adopt him? It would make Chase a father. He gently brushed aside one of the damp curls stuck to Faye's forehead. He would like to do the same with her and Parker. But would Autumn be opposed to it? Of course, she would have to agree to marry him first. Chase gave a dark chuckle which startled the little girl. He had to pat her back for a few minutes to quiet her. He'd started to doze when he heard Autumn's familiar footsteps running up the stairs to their landing. He moved a hand to cover Faye's ears so the sound of the keys in the door wouldn't wake her. When Autumn entered the living room, her gaze fell on him. With wide eyes, her expression turned even more concerned.
"She only fell asleep again a few minutes ago,"
he whispered, as Autumn sat beside him.
"I think I'm either getting used to how hot she is or her fever's coming down."
"She wasn't showing any signs of being sick when I left. I'm so sorry," she said, her voice soft as she put a hand on Faye's forehead. "I'll get the thermometer."
"It's on the kitchen table."
"You're a wonderful man, Chase Worthington." Her gaze met his, and a sweet warmth filled him with a powerful intensity. It was a good thing he held a sick baby in his arms, or he would have grabbed her mother and kissed her the way he'd been wanting to for months. His feelings must have shown, because Autumn frowned, looking troubled, and she turned away. If he wasn't careful, he could mess up what they had. Yet, the deeper he came to love Autumn and her children, the more he realized he couldn't live like this much longer. What if she never came to care for him as any more than a friend? He was starting to understand that he could lose her either way. Autumn sat beside him and put the device in Faye's ear. It beeped, causing the little girl to stir, and her mother removed it. Chase patted Faye's back and whispered soothing words. She settled down again. "It's just under 100, Autumn said softly. "What was it earlier?"
101, Chase whispered. "I didn't give her anything, but I checked online and one article said to wet her hair and have her eat a popsicle. I tried that, but it made her throw up again."
"It looks like her temperature's coming down, so you did good." Autumn held out her hands. "You're a natural at this." He shook his head, keeping his voice low.
"Let her sleep a while longer before trying to move her."
"I hate to take advantage of you," Autumn said, but dropped her hands.
"It could just as easily be you looking after Jackson when he's sick."
Chase leaned back his head.
"How'd your date go?"
"Really nice."
Autumn yawned.
"Tim's a great guy." Chase gave a little nod, trying not to show his disappointment. From her attitude about the dates and a few comments he'd overheard her make to Brenda, he was pretty sure Autumn would probably quit E-Rapport soon. She yawned again, and her head slid to his arm. Making sure Faye was in place, he slid his arm across Autumn's shoulder. Both of them snuggled closer to him. With a sigh, Chase closed his eyes. When would she see how right this was? What was he going to do if this Tim was the guy she finally connected with? Chapter 20. Chase paused at the bottom of the stairs leading up to his apartment and listened to the sound of crickets. The warm August evening hadn't cooled off much, despite the lateness of the hour. He felt sluggish. Autumn's comment about being uncomfortable going out with people who were looking for a relationship had kept coming back to him. Like her, he'd been upfront on E-Rapport about not looking for anything serious. But the women he'd been dating still came on the dates hopeful they could change his mind. Disappointing them had started to wear on his soul, as if he were some kind of cheat. In a sense, maybe he was, since he was in love with Autumn. Chase trudged up the steps. He wasn't normally a bummer kind of guy, but this whole thing with her was turning him into one. In the past, when he'd been into a woman who didn't reciprocate his feelings, he simply moved on. Not with Autumn. His life was so intertwined with hers. The time he spent in her company was turning into torture. He wanted to take her into his arms and tell her how he felt. He needed to be so much more than the friend she went shopping with every Saturday, who she traded babysitting with, or who maintained her car. Something had to change. At the top of the stairs, he paused outside her door. Taking a deep breath, he gave it a soft tap and called, "It's me." "Come in." Chase did and found her in the rocking chair, with Faye asleep on her lap. He kneeled by the chair and kissed the toddler's forehead, wanting to do the same to her mother. The little girl's forehead was warm to his touch, and her slow breaths rattled a little.
She's sick again,"
he said. "She's had a rough month. I think it's the sniffles," Autumn said. "The fever came on after dinner."
"I can take her for a while."
When Autumn gave a relieved nod, he gently took the child and sat on the couch with her. Faye curled up against him, as she always did, and his heart swelled. He might not be her father, but he loved her as though he were. Autumn rose stiffly from the chair, like she'd been there a long time, and stretched.
I'm sorry I was out playing while you had a tough night.
Chase wished once again he could offer her the comfort and support a husband would have. She wasn't too bad, only a little fussy. Autumn gave him a tired smile. So don't you go feeling guilty about me being here with the kids. You know very well the littles keep each other occupied. That did make Chase feel a bit better, but it didn't relieve the ache he carried all the time now for something he couldn't have. Would you like something to eat? She asked, turning toward the kitchen.
I just took someone out to dinner, remember? Chase said. I'm full.
How about some cookies? She reached over to brush a strand of the baby's hair aside, and then, surprisingly, ran her knuckles down his cheek. He glanced up, a rush of hope washing through him. It died at the flash of surprise and dismay that crossed her face. Her cheeks flushing, Autumn turned and hurried into the kitchen, not waiting for him to say anything. Chase leaned back, Faye's little face resting against his chest. He wondered if the look on Autumn's face meant what he hoped. Too often since they shared that sleepy kiss, he'd caught himself wondering if he'd dreamed it. Or worse, maybe she'd been thinking it was Steve she kissed. But Autumn had been fully awake when she caressed his cheek. And it had absolutely been a caress. He heaved out a breath. He had to get a grip. It'd been a tough week, and he was tired. If he wasn't careful, he would say too much. And he wanted to say too much, just to get this over with. Autumn returned with a glass of milk and a few cookies on a plate. Whenever you do this for me, he said, I know what it must feel like to be Santa. She rolled her eyes and set the food on the table near his hand. He hoped she would sit by him on the couch, but she took a chair instead. How did it go tonight? Autumn asked. Is she girlfriend material? You know, I'm not in this for a girlfriend any more than you're looking for a boyfriend, Chase said with a flat look. I know. She glanced everywhere but at him. What was with her tonight? The community ed catalog came, and I was looking through some of the class offerings. A few of them look interesting. Like what? Well, I've been thinking about taking up cake decorating again. Autumn shot him a sidelong glance. Do you have your schedule yet for the fall? Yeah, it's the same as spring, Monday and Wednesday nights. That's perfect, then. The advanced cake decorating class is on Thursday nights. Autumn rubbed her hands together like she was nervous. It only runs for 6 weeks, so it shouldn't be too big a deal for you to watch the children, I hope. She looked at him then. What if we have Brenda watch all the kids? He asked. I've always thought it would be fun to decorate cakes. You? Don't look so surprised, Chase scowled. You know I like to bake. I've done it enough for you. I didn't mean to offend you. Autumn rubbed her hands together again. You didn't offend me. What was bothering her? She seemed on edge the last couple of weeks, but when he asked her about it, she told him it was nothing. Autumn clasped her hands tightly. I've never heard you mention an interest in anything like that before. The feeling that something had to change struck Chase again. His pulse quickened, and he knew he was done holding back, done pretending he wasn't in love with this woman. She was already the center of his life, but he needed her to want him to be the center of hers, too. It was time. It would be fun because I'd be spending time with you. He gently moved Faye to the couch, and he stood. I want to spend time with just you. Stop right there. Alarm flashed across Autumn's face, and she jumped to her feet. Don't say anything more, Chase.
I have to, because I'm in love with you.
He said the words softly. At first she didn't move, her eyes closed, her head shaking back and forth as though denying his words.
Autumn, please.
He took her shoulders, and she opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. I love you too, Chase. The words came out in a flat tone, like something inside her had broken and was causing her terrible pain. She said the words he'd been longing to hear for months, but her tone and the expression on her face filled him with dread instead of joy. Maybe she hadn't understood what he meant.
No, I'm in love with you, Autumn. I want to be the one who's taking you out on dates. I want to be the one you spend your life with, sharing the raising of your children with.
Chase cupped her cheek. She closed her eyes again and rested against his hand. His heart galloped. His patience was paying off. With his thumb, he gently lifted her chin. He moved closer until he could feel her warm breath and smell the cinnamon from her baking, waiting to see if she pulled back. When she didn't, he brushed her lips with his, soft at first, then letting his desire show. Autumn slid her arms up his chest and around his neck, pulling him closer. Heat and electricity coursed through him. Yes, she loved him too. He thought he might explode with happiness. Autumn had become the center of his world, and the feel of her in his arms completed him. Chase poured his feelings into the kiss, and it seemed to ignite her too. She pulled him closer with an almost desperate intensity in the way she ran her hands through his hair. She loved him. She wanted him. Chase kissed her mouth, her cheek, and then her neck. Only then did he feel moisture and realize she was crying. He lifted his head, and she opened her now tortured eyes. His gut twisted. I can't get involved, Chase. The tone of Autumn's voice sounded dead now. All signs of the earlier fire gone. I won't remarry, so I can't give you what you want. Her voice cracked, and she tore herself from his arms. I don't understand, he said. I love you. You love me. I want to marry you. I can't. She lifted Faye from the couch, the little girl not waking. You don't have to take Jackson with you. He'll be fine to stay the night. Chase reached for Autumn, but she stepped back, holding Faye against her like a barrier to keep him away. I can't do this anymore, he said, his voice sounding dead now. Autumn's eyes widened, fear in her expression. What do you mean? Did you not hear what I said? He asked, disbelieving. I can't just be your friend anymore. This is killing me. Chase, I never meant to hurt you, but I can't get involved with anyone, not even you. Her voice broke on the last word, and her eyes pleaded with him. A terrible sense of defeat settled on him, and he thought he saw her for the first time. The bile at the back of his throat tasted bitter. All these months, you've happily taken everything I've offered you. You claim to love me, but you say you can't get involved with me. Chase's voice turned hard. You mean you won't? There's a difference. His heart ached as he bounded up the stairs to Parker's bedroom. Hey, little dude, Chase said softly as he shook his nephew. It's time to get you home to your own bed. Autumn was standing in the bedroom doorway, still holding Faye, when Chase turned around with Jackson in his arms. I won't be troubling you any more. No, please, Chase. Not like this, she whispered as he brushed past her. He paused, but didn't know what to say. so he didn't say anything. He went down Autumn's apartment stairs and out her door, out of her life. Still in shock, Autumn stared at the empty bedroom doorway. Faye stirred, pulling Autumn back to herself. She took her daughter to her bedroom and settled her for the night. Autumn slowly made her way downstairs to check the door. Of course, Chase had locked it. Even in his anger and frustration, he would never do anything to put her and the children in danger. Numbly, she sank onto the couch. She put a hand to her lips and could still smell his aftershave. After all this time, she'd given in and kissed him, and it had been amazing. Chase had said he loved her, wanted to marry her. The memory of the expression on his face twisted her heart. He'd also said he couldn't just be her friend. Had he meant it? Would he refuse her friendship if she couldn't give him more? More. How she wanted a world where there could be more between them. What was she going to do? Chase Worthington, with her children, was the center of her life. How could she carry on without him? A sense of loss as powerful as the one she'd experienced a year ago, when Steve died, threatened to overwhelm her. Autumn leaned on the couch and cried. Chapter 21. My lease is up next month, so I think it's time to look for a different apartment, Chase said to Brenda, trying to sound casual as they put together the lunch trays for the August birthdays in the staff break room. "What are you talking about?" she asked, disbelieving. "Is Autumn moving too?" "No." "Then why would you move?" Brenda turned to face him. "Because I blabbed it all yesterday." Chase still felt sick about it, but he knew it had to be this way. "And Autumn rejected me." "What?" Brenda took his arms and stared into his face as though she thought he was lying to her. "There's no way she turned you down." "Believe me," he said, his voice flat. "She did." "But I don't understand." Brenda dropped her hands, her expression troubled. "She's in love with you, Chase. I know it." "She is. She told me so." "Then how can she have said no?" "Because she's never going to marry anybody," Trent said as he entered the room, followed by a man Chase didn't recognize. Tanaka shrugged. "Sorry, man. I didn't mean to intrude, but this is kind of important stuff. Let me introduce a friend of mine. His name is Tim Gallo. I used to date his sister. He knows Autumn." "You're that Tim?" Chase asked, tilting his head to scrutinize the man. "What do you mean by that, Tim?" Brenda asked. "Autumn's gone out with him a few times." Chase had to work to keep the bitterness out of his voice. "She's enjoyed your dates. I hope you're not getting too attached to her, though." Watching with interest, Tanaka leaned against the counter and stole one of the carrots from the vegetable tray. Brenda smacked his hand. For the first time, Chase wished Mr. G had announced the ownership change that was in the works to the staff. Maybe Tanaka wouldn't be looking so smug if he knew his job could be on the line. "We're only friends," Tim said, studying Chase. "Have you ever heard of Dr. Aurora?" "Oh, no," Brenda said with a groan. "Who's she?" Chase shifted to face her. "An advice radio host." Brenda curled her lip. "She's a licensed therapist, and her show is syndicated. I've listened to her a few times, but I'm not a fan. She's too rigid for me on a lot of issues. One thing she's firm on is that people with children who find themselves single again shouldn't get involved until after their children are grown." "That
The Tim guy nodded. Autumn told me this Dr. Aurora said most of the dangers for abused or murdered children came from new boyfriends or spouses. This doctor lady says children have the right to a good home where they're loved and are the center of attention. A new man or woman in the home puts that in danger. Autumn said that's why she wouldn't let another man into her life. She was quite emphatic about it when she mentioned it to me. Chase stiffened, fighting against his rising jealousy. Why were you talking marriage to her? Autumn brought it up on our first date, Tim said, shoving his hands in his pockets. She said she wanted to set expectations up front. She talked to me about it, too. Tanaka watched Chase with interest, but it lacked the smugness from other times. How had Autumn discussed this with two men, but never once with Chase? He felt betrayed. "Oh, get off your high horse." The salesman gave the counter a light smack. "She only told me because she wanted to hassle me about flirting with a lot of women, but never having a girlfriend. Autumn was trying to mother me. I have my own issues, man, and I know it." Tanaka's expression turned trouble. "She actually painted a pretty gruesome picture for me as an old man." "Did she?" Brenda asked, her brows raised in that nosy way she had. "Don't go there, but thank you very much for your interest." Tanaka's tone had turned sarcastic. He looked at Chase. "While Tim and I were headed to lunch, we realized we both knew Autumn." "Why were you talking about her?" Chase asked, crossing his arms. Tanaka let out a breath, all seriousness now. "I happened to mention I have a co-worker who was in love with a widow who listened to Dr. Aurora." Tim made the connection. "Am I that obvious?" Chase growled. "I watch people more than most," Tanaka said. "I did it first because, to be honest, I was a little jealous you were able to get close to the widow, and I wasn't. Not that I was interested in anything more than casual dating, but you two did everything together. Tim here thought you should know." "Thank you," Chase said, relaxing in surprise. "Autumn never mentioned it to me." "Or me. I wonder why that is." Brenda grinned. "She tells you everything, but she kept this one thing back. What we need to do is convince her you're not a danger to her kids." "A danger to her kids? Are you kidding me?" Chase cried, more than a little insulted. "If she were really worried about me, then why has she trusted me to tend her children all these months?" "And that, my friend, is the question of the century. How can you convince a woman who's so protective of her kids, yet has you there almost from the start, supporting her and treating her little ones like his own?" Tanaka rolled his eyes. "I've never met a woman who was so intense when it came to her offspring. I think it's an admirable quality. All you have to do is figure out how to get around Mama Bear. Come on, Tim." He snatched another carrot and jumped out of the way of Brenda's swing. "Good luck," Tim called as he followed Trent to the door. "Autumn's always spoken very highly of you." Chase rubbed his face. How was he supposed to get past this vow Autumn had apparently made to herself? "For now, don't look at another apartment," Brenda said. "I do think it might not be a bad idea for you to make yourself scarce. I've mentioned before you're her go-to person whenever she needs something. She's come to rely on you, and I think she's taking you for granted. It's easy to consider being alone for the next decade when she's got you there filling her emotional needs." "I'm not comfortable playing her," Chase said, his tone flat. "You've made your feelings known, and you told me she rejected you. Autumn cannot possibly believe everything will go on the way it was in the past. All I'm saying is that she needs to realize you're not going to be there at the drop of a hat like you have been. You've removed yourself from the friend zone." Brenda tapped the counter. Contemplative. "I love those kids like my own. I won't make them suffer because their mother and I disagree. I'll be there for them as long as I can." "What does that mean?" "Autumn has no obligation to let me see them." "True that," Brenda agreed with a wince. "I was right about her being in love with you. I would never have guessed Autumn had martyr tendencies, but we'll figure out a way to make this work. She needs to understand she's not the only one who loves those kids and would do anything for them. We have to help her understand she can trust her own ability to judge your character and doesn't have to rely on that Dr. Aurora, who's never met you." "You don't have a problem with me still being there for the kids?" "While being aloof with her?" Brenda tapped her chin. "You don't want to make it look like you're obviously punishing her, but you did say you couldn't go on like you have been. I think you need to hold to that. So maybe see her kids, but not as often. I know you and Mr. G have been working on something." She looked at Chase expectantly, but he said nothing, so she continued. "You can be busy with that stuff and back off from those things you and she have been doing together. If you happen to take Jackson to the park, you can invite her kids." "But not her." Chase nodded. "No more weekend breakfasts or movie nights or grocery shopping or any of the other family life things we've been doing for months." "Exactly. If you need a babysitter for Jackson, give me a call." "I'm done with the dating thing." "Not quite yet." "I told you I'm not going to play her. Trying to make her jealous would be playing her." Chase heaved out a breath. "I'm not saying you should make her jealous by pretending to have a girlfriend," Brenda said, patting him on the arm. "I like you all the better, Chase Worthington, that you wouldn't do that to Autumn. I do think she needs to believe you're trying to move on. You need to stand by what you told her, that things can't go on the way they have. I believe she'll come to understand not only what she's missing for herself, but also for her children." "I guess I can do that. Mr. G's been pressuring me to take on more. He'll be happy." "What's that all about, anyway?" she asked again. Chase shrugged like he always did when she asked him about it. "Fine, then. I'll make sure to drop a few subtle hints about Dr. Aurora when I think Autumn's listening. That she's not mentioned this to me makes me think she knows I wouldn't approve. I'll have to see what I can find out online about this Dr. Aurora's advice." Brenda winked at him. "Now, off with you until the party this afternoon." Chase headed out to his truck, feeling hopeful for the first time since Autumn had pushed him away. Chapter 22. As Autumn decorated Parker's birthday cake, she mourned. She'd discovered Chase to be true to his word. In the week since their declarations, he'd turned back into the friendly, considerate man she knew before he'd moved next door. Simply a co-worker and a neighbor whose nephew sometimes played with her children. She cried herself to sleep the night Chase had declared himself. His ominous words had become a reality. Since they'd started with the dating site, she worried he would get involved with someone, and she would lose him. If he had met someone else, she told herself, she would have time to prepare herself for the loss. Autumn had never considered that she might drive him away.
Mr. G started having Chase stay later in the evenings. Autumn expected them to make the announcement of the sale any day. She'd thought he would ask her to watch Jackson on those evenings, but he either had his babysitter or Brenda watch the little boy instead. Her family missed seeing Chase and Jackson. Faye haunted the front door, jiggling the handle. It made Autumn think of last fall, when Chase had gotten permission to install a safety gate at the top. Autumn assessed the fondant and decided it was the right thickness. Faye squealed in the living room, and Parker shouted at her. Autumn stepped into the room, and her son ducked his head. "Why are you so cross today?" she asked him. "I miss Jackson," he said dolefully. "I want Chase." Faye started to cry. "Oh, baby, I know." Autumn lifted her daughter and hugged her. "He has to work today." "But it's my birthday." Parker leaned his head against Autumn's leg. "I know, sweetheart." Autumn's eyes stung. "Jackson's grandpa took him to the water park today." She wouldn't have let Parker go with them, even if Mr. Worthington had invited her son, which he hadn't. It's a good thing for Jackson to spend time with his grandfather. "Why couldn't we go with him?" Parker looked at her, his expression accusatory. "I explained that to you already." Autumn set Faye down. "Your sister can't go on the same rides as you, and I can't watch the two of you by myself." Every day she expected Parker, sensitive little soul that he was, to ask what was wrong. He recognized something was, but simply wasn't old enough to have the words to express his loss, any more than he had last year when his father died. Autumn wished she knew what to tell him. Why had Chase ruined everything? They'd been happy the way things were. Well, she had, but obviously he hadn't. Now no one was. "I need to finish your cake," she said. "We have a birthday party to get ready for." "Yes!" Parker's face brightened and he jumped up and down. His sister copied him. "Can you and Faye pick up the balls, please?" While the children scurried around the living room, Autumn went back into the kitchen. She'd invited a few of Parker's friends from his daycare. It would only last an hour and include a few games, the cake, and ice cream, and then the gift opening. It was all she could handle alone. By the time the last child and parent left after the party, Autumn was exhausted, and her house was trashed. Parker was happy, though, and didn't argue when she suggested he rest while Faye took her nap. As Autumn cleaned, she wondered if perhaps she should look for another job and apartment. She'd chosen this complex because it had 2-story apartments and was close to work. What if a new job was farther away? When Autumn finished cleaning, she sat on the couch with her laptop and opened a browser. In many ways, the people at GPC had become her family, especially after Steve died. Leaving would be agony, but seeing the now distant Chase almost every day was too. Noise came from upstairs. With a sigh, Autumn closed her computer and went up to Parker's bedroom. "Can I have more cake?" he asked as she combed Faye's hair back into a ponytail. "After dinner." "Aww," he complained. "It'll be worth the wait," Autumn promised. "We're having pizza for dinner, remember?" "Yum! Can we go to the play center?" Parker clasped his hands to his chest and put on his begging expression. Autumn rolled her eyes. "Not tonight. Your party wore me out. But we can watch a movie." "Okay." His response was so glum, she wondered if he were missing Jackson again. She did too. As they came down the stairs, there was a light tap on the front door. Parker scurried the rest of the way down. "Let me get it," Autumn said, hurrying after him. She opened the door to find Chase standing there with Jackson. Her heart gave a happy lurch, but she forced her expression to remain calm. His usual happy personality was subdued, and she wondered if his heart ached as much as hers did. "You're back," Parker cried to Jackson. "How come I couldn't go with you?" Before the little boy could do more than shrug, Faye launched herself at Chase. "Daddy!" She wrapped her arms around his neck and snuggled her face into his shoulder. Chase pulled her close and shut his eyes. When he opened them, they were moist. It made Autumn's eyes sting. He'd missed her children as much as she had Jackson. "Hey, little princess." Chase cleared his throat. "Did you have fun with your grandpa?" Autumn asked, smoothing back a strand of Jackson's hair. He nodded and clutched at her hand. "I wanted you all to come, too." "We're going to the park," and wondered if Faye and Parker would like to come. Chase wouldn't look at her, and Autumn didn't miss that she wasn't invited. A painful knot formed in her chest. "Is Mama coming?" Parker asked, looking at Autumn. "Mama has to come." Jackson gave her a pull toward the door. Autumn had a hard time swallowing against the lump in her throat. "Not this time. You all go have fun with Chase." Parker looked about to argue, but Chase said, "Let's go, everyone. Jackson has a birthday present for you." They turned and went down the stairs. She hurried to the balcony where she could see them. Chase had put Faye on his shoulders, and each little had a finger through a belt loop. Autumn watched them make their way through the courtyard and out toward the playground. She hadn't felt so alone since that awful birthday last year. This was her new future. Autumn went back inside and sank onto the couch. Alone, exactly as she'd promised. Chapter 23. "Well, I know, Jasmine. She does give good advice. Sometimes," Brenda was saying as Autumn entered her office. "But that woman is not the be-all and end-all of all decisions a woman should make about her life. I tell you, your friend needs to consider the quality of this man before making a decision." Autumn put her purse in the desk drawer and turned on her computer, wondering what trouble Jasmine's friend was having now. The office staff had been hearing about the woman's trials and tribulations since she'd left her husband more than a year ago. "I know, but she really loves this new guy. She wants to marry him and have another kid," Jasmine said. "If she waits until her daughter is grown, she'll be too old for more. What's she to do?" "I would say she has to remember she's blending a family and not creating a first family and a second one. It's easier when the children are young, but even teenagers can blend into a happy family. I hear all the time about men who think they're playing second fiddle after their first kid is born. Even in intact families, the children should be a top priority for both parents. That doesn't change when the parents decide they don't want to be married to each other anymore." Autumn went to stand by the door to hear better. "Micah's mother left his father because the man was cheating on her. She'd always liked her mother-in-law and worried about how she would take the news. Know what she said?" Jasmine shook her head. "Her mother-in-law said she wasn't divorcing anyone. As long as she was still grandma, she was fine with it. And she was a woman who kept her word. When Micah's mother remarried, her new husband brought a couple of kids with him. They then had 2 more between them, a real yours, mine, and ours blended family. That
ex-mother-in-law treated every one of those 6 kids the same way. It helped to reinforce the new family philosophy. There wasn't any such thing as step or half. The kids were brothers and sisters, period. Their philosophy was that every member of the family was important, and they looked after each other. It worked for them because they made it work. Brenda's voice turned firm. I say, if your friend is sure this man is a good man and will treat her daughter with the love and respect every child of God deserves, then she should go for it. But Dr. Aurora says you can't be sure. How can my friend know? Jasmine asked. Fighting an unexpected sense of unease, Autumn stepped closer. I would say pray about it, but your friend might not be a believer, so she and this man need to communicate. If you can't trust a man, you sure shouldn't be welcoming him into your bed, and certainly not into your family. Making a family is a lot of dang work, believe me. Brenda sighed. Especially when they're teenagers. She shouldn't be looking only for someone who will make her happy, but who'll make her daughter happy too. And she needs to ask herself if she can do this for his children. She can have both, the love of her life and a good father for her kids. All she has to do is choose the right man. Brenda turned around then. Morning, Autumn. I didn't hear you come in. She swallowed, unable to shake the sense she'd stepped onto rocky ground. I was just wondering what you were lecturing Jasmine about today. As much as I like guys, the termite bookkeeper said with a huff, I'm wondering if they're worth it. It's too hard. You don't like serious relationships? Autumn asked with a grin. Well, they're sure no fun. There are different kinds of fun, Brenda said. Stretching yourself is never easy, but that doesn't mean it's not worthwhile and very satisfying in the end. My children have forced me to grow in ways I'd never dreamed, but I wouldn't change a thing. It's all about being thoughtful and making good choices, including in relationships. Mr. G stepped into the office. Morning, ladies. We have a few minutes before the office opens, and I have an announcement. If you would all please come into the break room. A thrill ran through Autumn for Chase. This must be it. Chase's stomach knotted as he stood with the others on the route team. What if the people he'd thought of as friends treated him differently? Mr. G had always been approachable, but he'd also been very much the boss. What if Chase's co-workers didn't respect him as the new owner and manager? He really wished he'd kept his big mouth shut about his feelings for Autumn. He could have used her confidence boosts. Whenever he doubted himself, she was always there to lean on. The last few weeks had been miserable, even worse than when he'd thought his love was unrequited. Unrequited. It was such a drama word, and he'd never thought of himself as a drama guy. He gave a dark chuckle, and one of the sprayers shot him a curious look. I wonder what this is all about, Mateo said. Chase shrugged. Fortunately, Mr. G stepped to the front of the room just then. I know time is short, but I have an important announcement to make, he began. My wife wants me to retire. No, a couple of people cried, while almost everyone in the room started to grumble. Now, don't jump to conclusions, everyone. Mr. G held up his hands until they quieted. I've heard a few rumors about green pest control being bought out by one of the nationwide chains. It's true I've had an offer, but he had to wait to get their attention again. But I also decided to make an offer of my own. Mr. G didn't look at Chase, but Tanaka and Brenda both did. Chase forced his hands to unclench. He was going to make a complete fool of himself. They were all going to hate him. A warm hand slid into his, and he jerked his head around. Autumn. She didn't say a word as she looked ahead at Mr. G, but her silent support calmed Chase's nerves. He was able to key in to what the boss was saying. "I'm happy to announce I've taken on Chase Worthington as my partner." The room erupted with applause, and Autumn squeezed his hand. Mr. G signaled for Chase to join him up front. "You've got this," she whispered. Chase had to blink a few times as he stepped forward, overcome by the support of his co-workers, his employees. "We've been training together for the last few weeks," Mr. G said. "I'll come into the office every day through the end of the year. After that, Chase will move into my office, and I'll continue on as an advisor of sorts, coming in to help a few days a week. This will be his last week assigned to a route, so we can focus on his training. Chase, do you have anything to add?" He met Autumn's gaze, encouraged by the nod of confidence she gave him. "Nothing except the people at Green Pest Control have been like a family to me. When Mr. G told me about that other offer, like you, I was worried." Chase gave a wry grin. "And then he extended his offer, and I was freaked out. I appreciate Mr. G's confidence in me, and I'll do my best to keep GPC a family company." Everyone clapped again, but Brenda called out for them to get to work. The staff broke up. "Looks like we'll have to start calling you Mr. C," Mateo said, patting Chase on the back. "Congratulations." "I like it," Jasmine said with a grin. "A Mr. G and a Mr. C. But please don't change the name of the company. That would be a mouthful when answering the phones." She gave Chase a quick hug and then looked embarrassed and hurried back to the front office. He glanced around, but Autumn had already left. He wished he could tell her how much her support had meant to him. Autumn sat at her desk, a wistful edge to her happiness for Chase. She'd known he was anxious about how the employees would take the news. He must feel gratified at their enthusiastic response. As she went through her books, Autumn's thoughts drifted back to the story Brenda had told about Micah's childhood family. What if his mother had received advice like Jasmine's friend, like Autumn had? He would have been part of a family with 2 children instead of 6. Autumn knew how much he loved all of his siblings. As Brenda had said, he didn't treat any of them differently. "What makes you so somber this morning?" Trent asked quietly as he slipped into the chair by her desk. Autumn startled and brought her hands to her chest. "You about scared me to death." "Sorry. You seem preoccupied. Is it because of the change in management?" "No, I've known that was coming since the beginning." "I wondered if you had, considering how close you and Chase are." Trent arched a brow, his expression approving. "It's good to know you can keep a secret." "It wasn't my secret to share," she said. "Can I help you with anything?" "Yes," he said with a grin. "I'd like to take you to dinner." "I would love to get out, but I need to see if I can get a babysitter first." "What about Chase?" Trent asked. "Isn't he your go-to guy for that?" "He's been very busy lately." Autumn squeezed her pencil, glancing away. "I thought you two were best friends." "We were." She winced. She hadn't meant to say that. "Were? That doesn't sound good." It wasn't. Autumn's throat tightened. Trent leaned forward, looking concerned, and asked softly, "What's going on, Autumn? She closed her eyes and shook her head, unable to speak. Is it him or you? Her, of course, but she wasn't going to tell Trent that. Look, you and Chase are a fit. It's not selfish of you to love him. He's a good man, and he would be a great father to your children. Surprised, Autumn glanced up and met his gaze. There was nothing fake there, only complete sincerity. I thought you didn't like him. She squeezed the pencil tighter, wondering if she should even be talking about this to Trent. That's my bad, not his. I saw him as competition, but then I realized he was serious about you and your children. Let me ask you this. Trent reached over and pulled the pencil from her grasp. What has he ever done to make you think he wouldn't treat your children well? Autumn said nothing. Chase Worthington is the real thing. I've never seen him act out of character, because that is his character. Unlike me, what you see is what you get, all the time. He's helpful, friendly, courteous. A Boy Scout. Trent said the last with a frown. For the first time, a touch of humor returned to her. Feeling a little insecure? No, just wondering if I could be more than I am. For a second, Trent's eyes clouded like he was thinking of something else, and then he blinked. I know you told me you would never get involved before your children or adults. In some cases, that would be a good decision. I know plenty of women who make really bad choices in men. But your Steve was a good man, a good father, right? Autumn nodded. She wanted to believe what he was saying, and it was wearing on her resolve. See? You already have a good track record. You and Chase have been in each other's pockets for nearly a year now. Has he ever lost his patience with your kids? She frowned, thinking back. Rarely. He's actually more patient with them than their father was, and Chase connects with them better. Steve had been a good man and a loving father, but he'd commented more than once that he would be glad when they were older and he could do things with them. Think about it. Trent stood. He gave her an encouraging nod before turning around and heading into the other office, where he called out a flirtatious greeting to Jasmine. Autumn tried to return to her work, but her stomach was so tense it hurt. What if she believed Trent only because she wanted to so badly? Was she really in a good emotional place to make a decision about this? Yet she'd often thought Steve and Chase would have liked each other, been friends. Her breath caught in her chest. How could she have come to love Chase so much, so soon? It'd only been 13 months since Steve died. It was too much. She pulled her purse from the desk drawer and called out to the others. I'm going to take an early lunch. Drive safely, Brenda called, watching Autumn with interest. She raced to her car. Once she got into it, she paused, staring at the nearby rose bush and the large red blooms. Where should she go? Somewhere calm, where she could think. A light breeze brought a waft of fragrance into her open window. Autumn and Tim had never made it to the cemetery rose garden. That might be the quiet place she needed. Chapter 24. After parking her car, Autumn made her way through the rose-decorated wrought iron entrance to the cemetery. The heavenly bouquet greeted her, stronger than anything she'd ever smelled before. She took her time strolling along the stone paths, some with bushes and others with cascades of blooms flowing over arches. Autumn paused to study some of the names on the old tombstones. She wondered what the people's lives had been like, what challenges they faced, what losses they suffered,
or joys they had. Finally, she found a bench underneath a particularly beautiful spray of rose blooms and sat. Thinking back over the last year, Autumn assessed her interactions with Chase. He and Jackson had quickly become the center of her family. Yes, Chase sometimes got cranky with the children, but so did she. And when she was having a tough day, Chase had been there to help her put things in perspective. Autumn thought she'd done the same thing for him. Like Trent had said, Chase was the real deal. His concern for his nephew was strong from the beginning. She remembered the expression on Chase's face when he told her about his girlfriend's ultimatum. Autumn gave a soft laugh. She completely understood his disbelief that the woman had demanded he give up his nephew. Chase had also said he wanted to be the kind of parental figure for Jackson that his cold father hadn't been for Chase and Nikki. He'd succeeded. An image of his face as Faye had thrown herself in his arms flashed through Autumn's mind. Her daughter had called him Daddy, and Jackson had called her Mama. Autumn blinked against the stinging in her eyes. "I finally found you," Brenda's familiar voice said, sounding a little breathless. She collapsed onto the bench. "I never realized how big this place was." "What are you doing here?" Autumn asked. "Who's covering the office?" "My well-trained staff, of course." Brenda pinned one of her disapproving gazes on Autumn, and she knew she was in for it. "How did you know I was here?" "I followed you, of course. I've been wanting to talk to you about something, and this seemed the perfect day for it." "What?" Autumn asked, though she had an idea. "Who?" Brenda said. "And you know it's Chase." "Yes." Autumn let out a deep sigh. "You're trying to decide what to do with him." Autumn blinked and shifted on the bench to face her friend. "Do with him?" "Yes. Are you going to keep him or throw him away? Isn't that what you're struggling with?" Her face warming, Autumn clenched her jaw to keep from saying something she would regret. "Now see, I can tell I've made you mad, and I'm sorry about that." Brenda patted Autumn's hand. "What do you call it when you're in love with a good man, but kick him to the curb when he tells you he loves you too?" "I never—" Autumn jumped to her feet, but Brenda clasped her wrist. "How do you think he felt?" So much for the peaceful time to think through her feelings. With a sense of defeat, Autumn let her friend pull her back down to the bench. "It appears to me you have a tough decision to make. You can marry Chase." "Don't look at me like that." "He told me about that night and your vow." "It's not a vow." "Call it what you want. I think we need to review the disadvantages of marrying that excellent young man." "You're hardly unbiased," Autumn said flatly. "And neither are you, hun. You're even more invested in Chase than I am, and that's saying a lot. Although my investment in him is very different from yours, since I could be his mother." Brenda grinned, and it lightened the mood a little. "And already married to Micah," Autumn added dryly. "That too." Autumn sighed. "All right, I'll play along, but let's be realistic." "Being realistic includes his good qualities and his bad qualities." "Okay." "I'll start with a good one," Brenda said. "He loves your kids." "They're not his children, and he could change his mind because they're not." "Love doesn't turn off like a faucet, hun." Brenda shook her head. "Jackson isn't his child either, but he loves him and is as good a father to him as any man could be to a child of his loins." There was nothing Autumn could say to counter it. "Don't you have anything to say?" Brenda pushed.
Doesn't he have other negative traits? Of course he does. So do I. Even you have negative traits. What? Me? Brenda gave a mock gasp and then winked. I'm so old I thought I only had eccentricities anymore. Oh, right. You could be translated into heaven except for your humility, Autumn said. Tell me what you're really afraid of. Brenda's voice had turned soft. My children would be better off with no father than to have one who abuses and neglects them. And, of course, that sounds just like something Chase would do. What happens if we were to marry and have more children? Autumn leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. What if he prefers his own biological children to mine? Do you think he would show preference to them over Jackson? Autumn slowly straightened. Chase loved his nephew and was fiercely protective of him. The little boy would never be neglected under his uncle's care. Hun, that man has the biggest heart I've ever seen, which is saying a lot considering I'm married to Micah. Chase already loves Parker and Faye. If you two have more children, he's not going to love less. His ability to love will grow even bigger. Oh, Brenda, Autumn said, her eyes burning as her mind and heart did battle. I want this so badly. I'm afraid I won't make the right decision. You're as defensive of your children as a mother should be. Brenda put her arm around Autumn and gave her a hug. Let's say Chase were to turn out to be a split-personality kind of guy. Brenda looked at her with a mock-concerned expression. You haven't seen any symptoms, have you? Autumn shook her head with a frown. Of course not, because you won't. Let's say he were to change his nature. You will still be there. You're a feisty, independent woman, Autumn, and I have no doubt you would kick his rear end right out the door. The best thing the two of you can do is talk about everything. That boy loves you, and he's been patient for a long time. This isn't recent? Autumn frowned, her doubts returning. He's been in love with you since before the holidays, but he knew you weren't in a good place then. He's been giving you time to heal. Had he been waiting like a predator? You're doing it again, Brenda cried. I can see it on your face. No, he hasn't been working you to convince you to marry him so he can have you and then neglect your kids. Come on, Autumn. This is Chase. We've known him for years. I know. Autumn rubbed her temples against the headache building there. Brenda watched her. This isn't just about Dr. Aurora's advice, is it? What else is driving your fear? I had a friend I knew in high school who got involved with a man after her divorce. She thought he was a good guy, too, but he ended up abusing her daughter. He killed her. That poor baby, Brenda sighed. If you really believe Chase is capable of that, don't marry him. But now it's time to move on either way. I don't for a minute think Steve would want you to hold yourself up and not love again until those kids were raised. Good grief. That's 16 years. He would trust you to make the right decision. You've got yourself a gem in Chase. I'll have to think about it. Brenda gave her another hug and rose from the bench. I know he had a tough time growing up. I've often thought when he's with Jackson or your kids, he's giving them his missing childhood, and that's why he works hard to make it magical for them. There was so much truth in her words. Autumn stood. I need to get back to work. I know I've told you this before, but I appreciate how you've mothered me. I don't know what I would have done without you this year.
She hugged Brenda. "I've done my best." She placed her hand on Autumn's shoulder and said softly, "You hurt him, you know, when you kissed him and then told him you would never marry him." "Yes, I know." A lump formed in Autumn's throat, and she found it hard to speak. "I hurt myself, too." "Ah, but what do you think it would do to a good man to be told he couldn't be trusted around a woman's children? What if I'd had a child from my first marriage and had said that to Micah?" Autumn closed her eyes, but couldn't stop the moisture from running down her cheeks. Brenda was right. There was only one man who was Micah Greer's equal, and that was Chase Worthington. Understanding the magnitude of what Autumn had done to him struck her like a lightning bolt, and pain stabbed into her chest. How had he even been able to look at her after what she'd said to him? "I think you understand now," Brenda said. "If you decide to switch out that promise you made to yourself for something that would include Chase, do it in a grand way." Autumn opened her eyes. Brenda smiled, nodding her head, and walked away. A lightness filled Autumn for a second, and she thought she might float away. Then sharp reality hit her again. Did he hate her now? She didn't think so because he'd accepted her support at the announcement. Then Autumn knew she'd made up her mind, and the lightness returned. She wanted to skip along the cemetery walk. Could he forgive her for doubting him? A sudden resolve, even more powerful than the one she'd felt about staying clear of romance, hit her. She would fight for him. Brenda said to do it in a grand way. What had she meant? An image from one of Misty Vale's historical romances came to mind. A grand gesture. That must be it. An idea started to grow. It would be a grand gesture, something incredibly difficult for Autumn to do, but which Chase would understand. Was she brave enough to do it? Would he tell her no? Autumn would never know unless she tried. She pulled out her phone. "I'm in love with Chase." Coletta replied, "Duh! I messed up so badly and have to fix it. I need ideas." "What did you have in mind?" Chase finished his final route with a sense of nostalgia. He hoped that the decision to purchase the company wasn't a mistake. He loved working outdoors and talking to people. As he headed to the office, he was surprised to find Tanaka. It was almost as though he'd been waiting for him. Would he make some kind of snarky comment about Chase being the boss? "Hey, man," Chase said. "Break the company records again for sales?" Tanaka grinned. "Already worried about making money, Mr. C?" "No." Chase ignored the new name all the employees were now calling him. "We're really lucky to have someone with your talent working for us. I'll be honest. Until I started shadowing Mr. G, I didn't realize how much you do for the company. He said you could make more money moving to one of the franchises." "That's true, but job satisfaction is more important to me than money," Tanaka said, his expression sobering. "Mr. G gives me freedom to do things my way, which is not something I would get working for one of them. As long as you continue to be honest in how you represent Green's services, I don't have a problem with you doing it your way." Chase extended his hand. "How are you doing?" "I'm doing well enough." Tanaka shook it, his expression bemused. "From a business point of view, I guess." "What does that mean?" Chase shoved his hands in his pockets. "Well, I had a talk with Autumn," Tanaka began, but when Chase scowled, he added quickly, "Don't worry, I wasn't coming on to her. You should know that by now. We're only friends."
Yeah, me too. Chase couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice. I was arguing your case. She's already made up her mind. I'm not going to force myself on her. Don't give up. Not after I worked so hard to put in a good word about your stellar character as a potential father to her children. Chase blinked. Why would you do that? Because I like Autumn. And because, believe it or not, I like you. Plus, I've never in my life seen two people who fit together as well as you two do. You're both good people, and you deserve each other. Trent shot Chase a knowing look. Give her a little time to think about things. I take it as a good sign that, after I talked with her, she left in a hurry to take an early lunch. She was gone for a full hour. Brenda said she almost never does that. You think she was considering what you said? Chase asked, trying to keep his hopes under control. Brenda told me she and Jasmine set up a conversation to challenge some of the things Dr. Aurora says. Then I gave Autumn some things to think about. We're all rooting for you, man. The gates burst open and hope flooded through Chase for the first time since she'd pushed him away. Butterflies of anticipation did battle with the worry knotting his stomach. Was there a chance she would come to trust him? Thank you, Chase said humbly. All you have to do is name your first son after me. Grinning, Trent strode away. Chapter 25. Chase wasn't in the mood to go to the mall. It'd been an exhausting week. His spirits had dropped when Autumn said nothing, and he'd been trying to shake off the heaviness all morning. He'd only seen Parker and Faye once in passing. He missed them all. If he had his way, he and Jackson would veg at home. Even the thought of maneuvering around the mall on a crowded Saturday sounded too much. But Brenda had begged him to come, saying Micah would take the little dude, and Chase would do anything for her. Making his way to the mall food court, he wondered what she was up to, because he was pretty sure she was up to something. It was so like her to try and involve him in hopes of cheering him up. He searched the tables and finally found her sitting with a group of people. Then he recognized the faces. It was her church choir. He'd gotten to know them last year when he helped with a flash mob at this very mall. What were they up to? Chase slid into the empty seat across from Brenda. "Thanks for coming," she said. He glanced at the others at the table. "Are you guys doing another Christmas flash mob this year?" "Not Christmas in late August," she said with a wink. A chill went down Chase's spine. Brenda wasn't going to try to get him to sing in front of an audience without any preparation, was she? "Don't worry." She patted his hand, which had started to shake. "Be patient while we get set up." When Brenda rose from the table, so did the others, including her daughter, Coletta. Brenda gestured for him to take the seat she'd been in. It would give him the best view of the empty center section where they'd performed last December. Chase made the change, but promised himself he would not let her suck him into an impromptu performance. Last year's event had been a thrill, but the stage fright had nearly killed him. It seemed so long ago. Back then, he'd been hopeful about a future with Autumn. He rubbed his temples. It appeared the helpful comments from Brenda and Trent hadn't worked. Autumn's silence about anything personal had sent Chase looking at apartments again. His current complex had granted him a 30-day extension on his lease, so at least he wouldn't be stuck where he was for another year. He wondered if she might eventually look for work elsewhere. It would be a shame. She was very good at what she did. Music started from the center of the food court, and he looked up.
The choir stood close together rather than spread out as they'd done at Christmas. Shoppers who'd come to the food court for lunch were starting to realize something was about to happen and were pulling out their phones to record whatever it was. Chase recognized the music. Celine Dion's Because You Loved Me. Was Brenda going to do a solo? She had a beautiful, rich voice, and she wasn't terrified to sing in public. The choir surprised him by humming the first verse of the song. They did a great job with the harmonies. As the verse was ending, the choir members eased away from Brenda. A woman with warm auburn brown hair stepped beside her. For a moment, Chase's mind refused to believe what he was seeing. Autumn? Here in front of a crowd? Electricity charged through him. Her hands shook, and his heart went out to her. He'd only agreed to sing for her after she said she would play the piano for him. She had a great voice, but she didn't like to sing in front of people. Like him, it terrified her. Yet there she stood, evidently prepared to sing in public. Leave it to Brenda to have conned Autumn into doing it too. The older woman took Autumn's hand. What would they do now? Then he remembered what the choir had been singing. A tiny trickle of hope tried to worm its way into Chase's heart, but he pushed it back. This couldn't be anything more than Brenda having talked Autumn into participating in a flash mob. Then why was his heart galloping? Autumn's gaze found his with an intensity that took away his breath. The choir sang the lyrics from the beginning, but she didn't join in. She merely looked at him. Could she be saying she was thinking of him as they sang the lyrics? His body went warm, and he was finding it hard to breathe. Then the song made a key change to a lower range, and Autumn joined in the singing with her lovely alto voice. She slowly raised an arm to point in his direction. Chase glanced over his shoulder and blinked. Behind him stood Trent and Jasmine. Most of the rest of the Green Pest Control staff were gathered behind him. Trent shot Chase an irritated scowl and gestured for him to face forward again. He did. The choir stopped singing, and Autumn took the melody while Brenda sang an amazing descant around it. She dropped off, so Autumn sang the final words, which were also the song's title, Alone, holding his gaze the whole time. She was singing this to him. Chase had to wipe his eyes in order to see her. Brenda had been holding a microphone at her side, flicked it on, and handed it to Autumn. She swallowed and accepted it, her hands trembling even worse than they had when she'd been singing. Good grief! Was she going to sing an entire song solo now? He wished he was beside her in support, like she'd done for him during the office announcement. But she spoke instead. I was wrong, Chase. I was stupid not to admit it to myself. What a wonderful man you are. I was foolish. I hurt you, and I'm sorry. He stood, wanting to take the pain from her face. No, she wasn't foolish or stupid. She was a loving mother intent on protecting her children, who'd already lost so much. Shaking his head, he moved toward her. Her decision disappointed him, but he understood the fear that had driven it. He would do the same thing, if necessary, to protect Jackson. Chase knew Autumn was a woman who would love that little boy as though he were her own, because she already did. I meant the words of the song. It's so you. Her voice cracked on the last word. Chase moved faster. He had to hold her, to comfort her, to let her know he forgave her. Brenda signaled for him to stop a couple of paces before Autumn. He did, though it was hard. Can you forgive me? Autumn's expression about broke him. She thought he was going to reject her.
"Oh, Autumn, I know you didn't want to hurt me. I understand. So there's nothing to forgive."
Autumn licked her lips, and for a second he thought she might drop the mic.
"I want what you offered."
Chase's heart soared. He didn't wait for Brenda's permission, but leaped forward to pull Autumn into his arms. He pressed his lips to hers, with the sound of the mall crowd screaming and clapping around them. Phones flashed, and the echo of applause bounced off the tile floors. Chase wanted to kiss her forever. But suddenly Micah appeared with the 3 children. Faye, clinging to the older man's hand, squealed as soon as she saw Chase and tried to pull free. "Daddy! Daddy!" Chase kissed Autumn one more time and picked up the little girl. "Mama, you kissed Chase," Parker said, looking up at both of them. "Is he going to be our new daddy?" Autumn looked at him, her eyes shining again. "He hasn't said."
"Heck yeah, I am," Chase cried. "I don't want anything more than to be Faye, Parker, and Jackson's dad. And your husband."
He kissed her again while the littles jumped around, whooping. "I'm so happy for you both." Brenda gave each of them a hug and then pinned Autumn with a frustrated mock glare. One Chase was glad wasn't directed at him. "You made the right decision, hun." "And about time, too." Coletta hugged Autumn, winked at Chase, and followed her mother. "Then you two are engaged?" Jasmine asked, giving Autumn a hug.
"Yes,"
Chase said again and gave his fiancée a quick peck. He wanted to take her into his arms and really kiss her. But with the littles flitting around them, Faye holding on to his ear, and everyone trying to congratulate them, he would have to be patient. He'd gotten good at that. Epilogue. Autumn put the last decoration on the cake and stepped back. Her birthday this year had been very different from last year's. Chase had gone out of his way to spoil her. It was like all the months he'd wanted to show her how he felt had grown inside him until they burst out. She gave a happy sigh. He'd wanted to get married right away, saying he had waited long enough. If she were willing. She had been. He and Brenda had done all the planning. Chase and Autumn had chosen Edelweiss Ski Resort. Friends and family had taken the ski lift to the lodge restaurant at the top of the mountain, with Coletta as her matron of honor and Mr. G as Chase's best man. Mr. Worthington had been quite nice and even offered to take Jackson while they were on their honeymoon. Chase insisted that the children needed to stay together, and his father had agreed. Autumn had suggested her new father-in-law keep the children for only one night. Brenda's grandchildren would be visiting her house, and she'd offered to take them for the rest of the honeymoon, with Coletta coming to help. Mr. Worthington had seemed relieved, but Autumn appreciated that he was trying. Outside came the sound of children's voices, followed by little feet stomping up the stairs. Autumn hurried to the sink to wash her hands. She was drying them as she stepped into the living room. The door burst open, and the children ran to her. "Mama, look what Daddy got for dinner!" Jackson cried. Every time the little boy called her that, her eyes burned. "Come see!" Parker took her hand and brought her to where Chase stood with a box. The heat in his gaze made Autumn's cheeks flush. They'd only been married 3 weeks, so they were technically still on their honeymoon. She hoped she could keep this fire burning for a long time. "What did you get?" she asked, though the restaurant's name was on the box. "Pizza! Pizza!" all 3 children cried.
"At least it's gourmet."
Chase leaned forward and gave her a quick kiss. Can you get everyone settled at the table? She asked, taking the box from him.
Of course.
He scooped Faye from the floor and blew on her belly, making her squeal. Once the children were occupied with their pizza, Autumn went back into the kitchen for the salad. She removed the bowl from the refrigerator. Turning to put it on the counter, she wasn't surprised to find Chase had followed her. He liked to steal kisses whenever he could.
You did a beautiful job on your cake,
he said, reaching for her.
I really could have bought you one, so you didn't have to make it yourself.
I know, but I needed to do it this year. Autumn slid her arms round his waist. She pressed her lips to his, loving the smell of him, his aftershave, grass from playing at the park, and baby powder. How she loved this man. Chase shifted from her mouth and feather-kissed his way to her neck.
Do you know what today is? She asked, starting to get a little breathless. He paused. Your birthday. What else?
1 year ago today, you stepped into my life and nudged me out of the depths of despair I'd been in. Her eyes got misty, and she rested her head against his chest.
Oh, Autumn, you're the strongest woman I know. Well, except for Brenda. She could totally take me.
With a laugh, she shifted her head to look at him. You silly. Chase's lips found hers, and he kissed her with a surprising intensity, even for him. Autumn wrapped her arms around him again, giving herself to the moment.
I love you so much,
he breathed against her mouth. Forever, she whispered back. You're the best birthday present ever. My toy, Jackson growled from the other room, followed by Faye's wail. Laughing, Autumn and Chase broke apart, clasped hands, and joined their children. This has been Autumn Do You Know by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Copyright 2025 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.